with all the new technologies takes us a little bit sometimes. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us for the Board of Supervisors Ventura County's regular meeting for July 28th, 2020. Appreciate everyone tuning in with COVID-19. I know there's many summer things everyone is doing, just spending time with family, but I wanted to make sure that you tune in for all the important information going on at Ventura County. Roll call, please, Lori.
Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Parks.
Here.
Supervisor Huber. Supervisor Huber.
I know he's there, just probably having an issue with his mic.
Maybe mute.
Go ahead.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
Chair Long.
Here. So all supervisors are here, either in attendance of our dais or on Zoom. Thank you very much. Let's have a pledge of allegiance. Mr. Powers, if you could lead us on that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I believe that always sends such a nice tone, but I would also like to wish Lori Keys happy birthday. You are here working all day alongside us like we are,
Thank you.
but just happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Lori.
Thank you.
And I know you hate that I just did that. So the next item is our minutes for the board July 21st, 2020. Are there changes, comments, questions on these? And if not, I would take a motion.
So move.
It's been a first, so can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza and second by Supervisor Parks. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Sounds like he's still having some mute issues. If someone could text him.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved. Thank you very much. The next item is our agenda review. Mr. Powers, I'll hand this one to you.
Thank you, Chair Long. Board members, item 8, public comment. 15 comment letters have been submitted. Item 16, Department of Airports, authorization for the airport's director to execute an option agreement for the real estate for potential development of a commercial hangar facility with Aspen helicopters. We request removal from the agenda. Item 16. Item 36, Public Works, authorization for the Public Works Agency Director to sign a lease for the Elections Division, use of the warehouse at 1051 Yarnell Place. A revised Exhibit 1 has been submitted. Item 47, Human Services, authorization for the Human Services Agency to design and accept applications for a farmworker household assistance program. The board letter has been submitted. Item 48, Information Technology, approval of amendment number 2 to the BrainSharp Corp. contract for the integrated property tax assessment and collection system. A PowerPoint has been submitted. Item 58, CEO's office, authorization for the county executive officer to approve and execute contracts to existing contracts to purchase goods and or services related to COVID-19 emergency. A board letter has been submitted, and we request to hear this item following item 47. 58 after 47. Item 59, CEO's office, receive and file an update on the COVID-19 Business Assistant Grant Program. A board letter has been submitted, and we request that this item also be heard after 47, so right after 58. Item 60, Healthcare Agency, authorization for the Healthcare Agency Director to accept a grant for Children's Hospital Program grant to convert the second floor of the Feiner Building into a pediatric unit. PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 66, Supervisor Zaragoza and Supervisor Bennett, direct staff to study the advantages and disadvantages of the use of the Community Workforce Agreement. Revised PowerPoint presentation and 41 comment letters have been submitted. Item 68, CEO's office, receive and file a report regarding implementation of the Voters' Choice Act and an update on the November 3rd, 2020 general election. PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 70, CEO's Office, receive and file a report and presentation on the county's estimated cost to implement proposed 2040 general plan programs during the first 5 years after plan adoption. 4 comment letters have been submitted. And finally, item 71, Resource Management Agency, Planning, public hearing regarding the California State Office of Historical Preservation's and National Aeronautics and Space Administration's nomination to list the Burro Flats Cultural District in the National Register of Historic Places. 20 comment letters and a PowerPoint have been submitted. Lots going on. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think there was a couple other board letters that were submitted really early this morning too, just to make sure people who sent them in we received them. I don't know. I was on my email early this morning. Yes, Supervisor Parks.
I would also like to remove item 51. This is to appoint David Ross to the Service Commission about that. He is a member and can't serve, so I'd like to remove that. And also item 30, consent calendar.
Supervisor Parks, I apologize to stop you right here, but you're breaking up and I couldn't hear the first motion. Is it 51?
Yeah, neither could I. I couldn't hear anything.
Okay, great. So it's not just our end.
Was it to remove?
Could you, Supervisor Parks, could you repeat that, please?
Apparently, I'm getting an echo.
Could you repeat, please? And everyone else could mute your phone?
Remove item 38. Better. Thank you. And also to take item 38, I would like to discuss, and item 51 remove.
Where do you want them moved?
Can we check and see if everybody's muted their phone, please?
Okay, Supervisor Parks, and there's one phone number. Supervisor Parks, so 38 and 51, where did you want them moved?
Remove 51
Oh,
completely because Mr. Ross cannot serve on the Civil Service Commission and also be on LAFCO.
okay.
And then on item 38, I would ask that we pull it out of the consent so I can vote separately and ask some questions.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Apologize, that was difficult, but just because of technology, or maybe me. Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns? And seeing none, I get a motion to approve this agenda where, let me just repeat. So items 47, 58 and 59 will be heard after 47. 51 will be removed along with 16 and 38 to be pulled out of consent to vote on it separately. And we have one speaker for item 17.
Correct.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. If I can get a motion to approve.
So move, Madam Chair.
Huber, motion to approve.
Supervisor Huber, hello. Okay, so I will
Second.
get a first by Supervisor Huber and a
Second.
second by Supervisor Zaragoza. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Getting there, sorry.
No worries.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes, and happy birthday.
Thank you. Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved. Thank you very much. Next item is our moment of inspiration, and I've asked Vanessa Bechtel, our president and CEO of the Ventura County Community Foundation, to speak to us and inspire us in regards to census. She wears many different hats with the foundation, but the census, as everything is still moving forward, is extremely important for our community, especially with the COVID-19. Good morning, Vanessa. If you could pull her picture up on the screen so everyone else can see her. And then also she will have a video she'll be introducing a video.
Good morning, Chair Long, Board of Supervisors, CEO Mike Powers. Oh, goodness.
Good morning.
Are you hearing the Zoom echo?
Yes, I think we're good now. Please continue.
Okay, no problem. I'm honored to be here with you this morning. Okay, good. Just honored to be here this morning with all of you for a moment of inspiration. And I'm so sorry this is so hard. I don't know why the echo is happening, but I do want to just share a brief video and then we'll celebrate some really great news.
Please play.
In 80 million mailboxes across the USA, the census is a-comin' to help us plan the way, to show us where we're going so that we can understand what's needed for the future of our land. Can we count on you?
You can count on me.
Can we count on you?
You can count on me.
Help your community get equal government representation. Help show where funds are needed for jobs, schools, health care, and more. Answer the census.
And all your answers are kept confidential by law.
Can we count on you?
You can count on me.
Can we count on you?
You can count on me.
And together we will see each other through. Answer the census, we're counting on you. Answer the census, we're counting on you.
And smiling.
More smiling.
Yeah. Yes.
You have to sing it.
But can we count on you?
You can count on me.
Can we count on you?
You can count on me.
Thank you.
So I'm just delighted to share that. That video was actually made. And Chair Long, I'm so sorry. I'm still hearing that echo. Is there something that
Yes, our ITs are on it. We're not quite sure what the back feed is, but we can hear you right now.
Okay, so I just wanted to share that video was actually made the day before social distancing went into effect. But since that time, we have the Ventura County Complete Counts Committee and all of the hundreds of organizations. There are over 300 members to the Complete Count Committee, nonprofit organizations. Obviously, the county has been instrumental, our cities, civic organizations like Rotaries and the League of Women Voters. There has just been such a wonderful group of people that have come together on the 2020 census. And we actually started this over 2.5 years ago through the county's Economic Vitality Strategy Committee. And the census is actually a task force under that committee in an effort to help address what the federal government had identified as a pretty pressing challenge for Ventura County. We were actually identified as 59th out of more than 3,000 communities most at risk of an undercount in the 2020 census. And what I want to share is because of all of you and the creative energy of this group. And this has been something that has just been remarkable. In the background, there's a video going on, for example, of the car caravan that Sonia Croft and others helped organize. Jack Hinosa at Child Development Resources, Dr. Gabino Aguirre, so many that have just come together to try to address this census challenge. Every person that we fail to count is a loss of $2,000 per year for 10 years. Actually close to $2 billion over that period of time over the next 10 years, because there's no do-over, was at risk. So working all together in creative ways in the era of social distancing, I am pleased to report that Ventura County is now 4th in California for accurate count, complete count, and we are actually in the top 10% of the nation in terms of a complete count. In fact, we are at the 91 percentile, which is huge when you think about the fact that we were one of the most at risk. We were in the top 2% of counties most at risk. Some cities in Ventura County are actually beating, in this era of social distancing, their record from 2010. That would include Camarillo and others. But overall, I am just so proud of our community. I'm so grateful for the county for its leadership, and to all the members that have really come together. A permission-free system. Everyone that wants a complete count has been invited to participate. We still have work to do. As you know, the census has been extended. It's been extended through October 31st, which is a really good thing because we still have 250,000 people in Ventura County left to count. So we have to get out the word, and I think these creative approaches like the car caravan are helping make that possible. Again, I just really want to say thank you. Over 2.7 million in grant making has happened through the Ventura County Community Foundation over the past year, and we're about ready to do our next. We're about ready to do our next round of grant making. We have 2 more rounds of grant making. So for all those nonprofit organizations and community-based organizations that want to participate, there's still time. Somos vecinos y todos contamos. So thank you very much.
Vanessa, please let everyone know just what a fabulous job they are doing. This is very hard to do, let alone have COVID-19 be part where it's social distancing and so many people are just concerned of interacting with other people. And to have this team of people coming and talking and making sure that we're getting the funding we need for this county is just hats off to you. What a great job. I really appreciated seeing the video and making sure people see the social distancing that you're doing and the rules and regulations that we're all following to still get everybody counted. I mean, number 4, wow. And I know you're not done because I love that we have a lot of overachievers here because we worked hard for Ventura County and just really appreciate it. It's extremely inspiring to me.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share. And again, we couldn't be here without the county's leadership. Really, it's been key and instrumental. And for all those that are interested in getting involved, please visit VenturaCountyCounts.org and sign up. So thank you so much. And I wish you all a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. And Vanessa, you're correct. Mr. Powers, thank you for linking them together with us and making sure that the county is getting the funding that we desperately need for doing all these services with your office and so many of the others. We saw our staff in the videos and very engaged. So thank you. Supervisors.
Madam Chair, Vanessa, I want to thank the whole team for the excellent work you're doing from one end of the county to the other, and especially in Spanish and English. Thank you to the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other supervisors? No? Mr. Powers, did you want to say anything?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Vanessa, for the Community Foundation. They were early adopters in leading this charge. It's a passion project. This is collective community effort. This is what Ventura County is all about. And the Complete Count Committee has over 200 members of the community represented, groups represented on it. It's just an amazing collection that are galvanized on this priority issue, and we thank your board for providing the funding to help with it as well, over $500,000. So really investing in this count for our community. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Vanessa, and I appreciate you making the time for us. I know how busy your schedule is. Thank you, and apologize for anyone listening that's having some feedback. I'm getting reported there is some, and we are trying to figure it out. One thing I did not talk about, thank you, Vanessa, is our public comments. We will be hearing public comments today, both through email and on Zoom. And I wanted to make sure we have so many comments for our public comments and so forth. We'll be moving it to 1 minute and 30 seconds. If by chance your comment has been stated already, I would ask that you just state that it's already been said for the item so that we can make sure we get to everybody. It will be a long day, but I know you guys can all hold on with us. Just wanted to set the tone on that one. Also, those that are being read will be, we'll make sure that we have the time to read them, but that also, if it's already been said, we'll make sure that that's noted as well. So,
Supervisor Long, I missed, how many public speakers did you say we have?
we have a total of 65 public speakers today, which is fabulous, I just have to state. We have 23, I believe, for the public comments. I just wanted to make sure people know the rules and regulations on public comment before we start.
And Chair Long,
Yes.
could you let the public who are watching know if they want to give a public comment, what email they can send it to?
Yes. So if you go on to our Board of Supervisors at ventura.org, you'll see our agenda. The way to make public comments is on page 2 and 3 of the agenda, just so that people know. And for emails, you can send your emails to clerkoftheboard@ventura.org. And those comments, whether we read them or are just sent, will be a part of the agenda.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so let's get started on our consent agenda, items 12 through 45 minus 38. We're going to first do those. We have a comment on item 17. If we could, is a person on Zoom or an email? Zoom, okay. So we'll get this. We have Daniel Hirsch on Zoom, and you'll have 1 minute and 30 seconds. I know the Zoom is new to many of us, so he's not on. Okay. Thank you, Daniel, for at least putting your name in the hat. Supervisors, do you have any questions or concerns on items 12 through 45 minus 38? Any discussion?
Move approval.
Okay, it's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza.
Huber, second.
Huber is a second, thank you. So it's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza, second by Supervisor Huber. Roll call, please.
Items 12 through 15, 17 through 37, and 39 through 45.
Thank you for the clarification.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved. The next item is item 38 on the consent. Supervisor Parks, you had some question or discussion?
Yes, thank you. This item, actually, as I read it, allows for more time for water customers to pay their bill before their water gets shut off. And I'm very concerned about shutting off anybody's water because of the potential health effects of not having water, for example, to wash your hands during COVID, right? So I'm glad that we're extending the amount of time. I would like to, over the, between now and the next board meeting, if we can, to look at a program where those who are just don't have enough money to pay for their water can receive subsidies. We're working now to help people with their rent. This would be an extension of that. And I would ask that our CEO review that type of subsidy. The Clean Power Alliance has done something similar in that those customers who can't pay their electricity bills are getting assistance as a local program. So is that something that the board would support?
We have Mr. Pope here to clarify.
Good morning, Chair Long, Supervisors, Mr. Powers, Joe Pope, Public Works, Water and Sanitation. So one point of clarification is right now under the governor's executive orders surrounding COVID, we're prohibited from shutting off any water right now. In addition, we've waived all late fees for people who can't pay bills, and that amount since March has amounted to about $150,000 in waived late fees. So those are the actions we've taken and the orders from the governor. So we haven't shut off any water and do not intend to, as long as we're under the executive order.
Good to know. And so the request that I'm making is that we look at those individuals who cannot pay because of financial situation, to consider using some of the CARES fund to assist them as we are with the rent. And I would ask that our CEO's office look at doing that program. And it, as I mentioned, similar to what the electricity company is doing.
Yes. Ms. Powers? Sorry.
Yeah, happy to, at your board's recommendation, direction.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. And with that, move approval of item 38.
Okay. It's been first by Supervisor Parks and second by Supervisor Huber with the request to look into that item that Supervisor Parks just stated for the CARES Act funding. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes. So that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item is our public comments. Item number 8. So all those with public comments, thank you for bringing in your public comments either through Zoom or through email. Again, clerkoftheboard@ventura.org is a great way to email your thoughts and comments. Today we will be taking our Zoom first. We have a minute and a half per person, and we have how many speakers? 23? 27. Thank you. So I will repeat that if you have a similar comment as someone else, that you can just state that. So John Ziegler, we have you first, minute and a half.
This board has clearly abdicated your authority to your emperor, Dr. Levin. However, you need to address something which came to light last week. The Citizens Journal publication reported yet another gross overreach by Dr. Levin, where he participated effectively in imprisoning for 4 days about 100 of our citizens in their own apartment complex in Ventura. Having investigated this myself, it appears as if the apartment complex, with Dr. Levin's help, including an unsigned edict of quarantine from the county with his name on it, forced their residents to get tested for COVID under threat of eviction and remain isolated for 4 days. It turned out that only one additional person tested positive for COVID, and Emperor Levin finally allowed the residents to be able to leave their apartments. They are now planning on suing the county. Dr. Levin at first claimed no detailed knowledge of this situation, but then suddenly had a remarkable jolt to his memory and admitted that he did participate in this scene from some fascist fantasy. Does the board plan to investigate this outrageous situation, or at least ask Dr. Levin about it? Or will you instead continue to allow this unelected socialist who has been wrong about everything to act like a dictator who was allowed to routinely trample over the rights of your citizens? Will not one of you finally stand up to this self-proclaimed zealot? You did nothing when he embarrassed this county nationally by threatening to remove people from their homes if they didn't quarantine properly. Are you still going to sit on your hands and allow something like this to happen yet again? Are you really going to take August off without forcing him to finally adjust the totally unworkable pool regulations, which are causing enormous suffering among the children of our county, especially in our poorer communities? My guess is, as usually, you will be cowardly and do nothing. I will see you.
See if you could. Thank you. Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Long, board members. Mr. Ziegler, thanks for those comments. Just to let you know, we are reviewing that matter and the protocols and how they were applied. We'll report back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rosemary Tolley. Rosemary Tolley? Is she there?
She's not on the line.
Okay. Next up is Chris Dukes. Chris Dukes.
He's getting.
Okay, I see, Chris, I see you on the phone. We'll come back to you. Okay, Nydia Bello? I see you on the list.
He says just give him a second, he'll get them.
Okay, thank you. We have multiple different computers going on here. Chris, okay, there's Chris. Chris, go ahead, please. You have a minute and a half.
What grounds are there to continue this health emergency? We are no longer 24 hours into the emergency of COVID-19. We are 4 months into this virus, and it's time to function like the representative republic that we are. By law, the health officer must provide the evidence to support extending health emergencies to the Board of Supervisors to be ratified. According to the ESA, a state emergency can only be called if a threat overwhelms the current resources of the state. Here are some facts. COVID hospitalizations are less than 1% of our county population. The 22 COVID ICU cases are only 17% of the total ICU beds being used. Hospitals are not overwhelmed, death rates are low, and we have successful therapeutics to treat. In comparison, the 2018 flu season, the percentage of deaths were above the epidemic threshold for 16 weeks, and there were 710,000 flu hospitalizations that season. California loses 270,000 lives to all causes annually, approximately 740 deaths a day. You are looking at COVID numbers in a vacuum. You are more likely to die of a car accident than dying of COVID-19. We need to deal with this virus. Hiding indoors and masking everyone just prolongs the virus and delays herd immunity. With this approach, we will never be able to come out of lockdown, and we'll be wearing masks forever. All you are achieving is the destruction of our economy, impeding children's education, and increasing deaths of despair. If the health officer does not provide adequate evidence to the governing body, the Board of Supervisors shall proclaim the termination of the local health emergency at the earliest possible date.
Thank you,
I call upon the board to ask necessary questions to assess the whole picture.
Please mute. Thank you. Thank you. Nydia Bello is next. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
You have a minute and a half. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Nidia, and I'm an organizer with CAUSE. Today I'm here because we need to protect our most underserved workers. I was here last Tuesday on this same issue. I live in South Oxnard with my boyfriend and his family. Every day his mom gets up at 5 a.m. to get to work, harvesting tomatoes and cucumbers. She does not have transportation, so she carpools every morning with 4 other people. These are 4 other families. This leaves us worried. If one person in that car contracts the virus, we would all be exposed. This is something common. Farm workers carpool to work every morning. And we need to make sure that workplaces are doing the most they can to keep their essential workers safe. So today I'm here asking the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make Cal OSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspections on the fields. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I know that our departments are working with My Cop and Cause and have provided a letter also. Thank you. Next up is Elaine Tolteca. Elaine Tolteca? Elin.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hi, my name is Elaine Tolteca, and today we'll be speaking on behalf of farm workers. I need a Spanish translator, and I also wanted to state you should really check yourself when it comes to IoT. We are asked for better resources and aid for our farm workers that don't necessarily have it. Hola, yo les quiero compartir la injusticia que se vive en los campos. Mis compañeros, protecciones para protegernos del coronavirus. Nada para protegernos y estamos seguir de las regulaciones que se deben de seguir. Y pues yo hablé y hubo represalias contra mí y mi sueldo fue afectado. Y más ahora que todo es más caro con lo del virus. Por eso hablo para que se haga algo por mí y mis compañeros. Our farm workers. But education is not enforcement. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make Cal OSHA guide is enforceable by law, and conduct inspections of the fields. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jennifer Martinez. Let's see. I don't see her on.
Hi.
Oh, hello, good morning. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Martinez. I am a community leader with Cause. I was here last week making a similar public comment. I am here because I am concerned for the safety and health of our farm workers. I am here to represent my parents. They have been farm workers for almost 20 years, mostly working in the strawberry fields. In those 20 years, they have seen the treatment of farm workers improve greatly, but not to the point where they truly feel satisfied with their rights and their job. Especially since the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, they have questioned why they, as essential workers, are not being treated fairly. Farm workers feel and are treated as disposable workers, yet their job is very important and crucial to our lives and economy. There is fear among farm workers. Many fear testing, like my parents, because if they do test positive, they only have the options to keep it to themselves and risk the health of their coworkers, or they tell their employers and risk losing their jobs and being laid off without receiving sick pay. Many fear testing positive since many lack healthcare and financial support that does not allow them to take time off. They worry about their families. Many have younger children and are worried to risk contracting COVID and risk the health of their children. Their safety has not been prioritized during this time. I ask the board to take action by making sure that Cal OSHA guidance is made into enforceable law, along with an increase of inspections in the fields, likely ensuring that there are clean bathrooms and water, and make sure that we are doing everything possible to protect the safety of essential workers and our community as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Carolina, your mic. We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Carolina, and I am part of the Young Adult Committee for Cause. Coronavirus has deeply impacted communities of color, and it's heartbreaking to see the disproportionate rates in these communities compared to the wealthier communities. This is due to the lack of resources and the language barriers. I see this issue firsthand through my mother, who is a teacher, and the majority of her students' parents are farm workers. It's difficult for my mother to contact these parents because the majority of them work 7 days a week. I see the heart and soul that these workers put into their daily hustle. For them, it is a difficult decision to either not go to work or put food on the table for their family. It is a basic human right to educate these farm workers on the rights that they have when it comes down to sick pay and sanitation issues. We ask for continued inspection of H2A housing facilities by the Public Health Department and to make sure it allows for social distancing. This is of great importance because it will make the workers feel safer and secure, knowing that those working beside them are being cautious as well. Thank you.
Alex Gonzalez. Go ahead if you're there. Unmute your phone. He's not there. Okay, Odette Lopez. Odette Lopez. Please go ahead.
Can you? Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Odette, and I am a Cause Young Adult Leader from Oxnard. We are here today because relaying information from the Farm Worker Resource Program is not enough. We appreciate our county's efforts with this program, but telling employers and companies to relay this information, again, is not enough. We need to protect our county's farm workers, as they are one of the biggest underserved groups in our county. And again, to start saving and protecting lives, regulations need to be 1, in place, 2, followed, and 3, enforced. Yes, the outbreak at the Ryder Oxen facility happened in our county, and just because no one died, it does not mean that they could not have. Our county was lucky that no one died, and luck is not something to be proud of. The truth is, again, that crises such as pandemics continue to highlight the vulnerability of our agricultural community, and I repeat, these should sound an alarm, serve as a signal that change needs to happen. We are asking for the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make Cal OSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspections in the fields. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your comments. And next is Soledad Camacho. Soledad?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Before I speak, I am gonna need a translator.
You'll need a translator.
Yeah.
Okay, we will come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Manuel Perez? Manuel Perez?
Hi.
Hi, Manuel. You're on video and we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Manuel Perez, and today I will be speaking on behalf of Adriana. I need a Spanish translator.
Okay, we will come right back to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Inez Ponce?
Hi there, I will need a Spanish translator. Can you guys hear me? Can I get a Spanish translator?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Good morning and greetings to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Yesenia Ponce. I'm a cause youth leader from Oxnard, and today I will be speaking on behalf of Teresa. Hola, mi nombre es Teresa y soy una líder comunitaria con causa.
Inez, we will be right back for you so that we can get a Spanish translator. There's someone coming down right now. So thank you.
Inés, en un momento, por favor.
The next person would be Jane Sheehan.
Good morning, Chairline, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. Good morning. My name is Jane Sheehan, and I serve on the Villa Coligos Board, and I'm a longtime member of NAMI. I'm concerned about the need for more treatment and crisis services for the severely mentally ill in our communities. I've been aware of the need for over 20 years and sadly see that the need is still great as when I began advocating all those years ago. I have a chronically mentally ill son who is diagnosed with a severe mental illness. I have lived much of the heartbreak I hear from other families. When I see articles in the VC Star about a mother desperately seeking help for her son, it strikes a chord with me. I am the mother and had an article printed in the Star years ago. Here we are asking for the help that is so clearly needed. Please consider a psychiatric facility that is dedicated solely to people in mental health crises. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Robert Atkinson. Okay. So Robert Atkinson?
Yes. The Honorable Ventura County Board of Supervisors, I respectfully ask why Ventura County officials have been unable to justify that emergency and medical services are being or will be overwhelmed caring for COVID-19 patients using quantitative data or disease simulation modeling since March. Please proactively support Assembly Concurrent Resolution ACR-196 to end the COVID-19 state of emergency and terminate Governor Newsom's emergency powers. If there is a real state of emergency in Ventura County, the California Emergency Services Act allowed local jurisdictions to declare an emergency to receive aid from federal, state, or other jurisdictions. Ventura County will be able to serve and protect vulnerable individuals who are older than 75 years old with underlying health conditions, including farm workers, better without having to follow arbitrary one-size-fits-all and more restrictive public health orders, guidelines, or metrics. During the July 21st Supervisors meeting, Dr. Levin and Health Director Vargas did not present any quantitative data, updated statistics, or disease simulation modeling to justify continuing the COVID-19 state of emergency to protect institutions in Ventura County from extreme peril of being overwhelmed caring for patients. Also, they did not compare continuing enforcement of arbitrary public health orders to potential medical or economic hardships for children, individuals, businesses, or county services. California and Ventura County public health officials do not meet my expectations when communicating about the status of government response to manage COVID-19. I prefer more concise and clear communication from public officials with more meaningful facts, not meaningless and irrelevant facts, fewer opinions, and no inconsistencies. Regards, Robert Munoz Atkinson's PMP.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. And then Victor Espinoza.
To the Honorable Board of Supervisors and CEO Powers, I write again to ask that you act to protect the health and safety of farm workers in Ventura County. The county has indeed considered farm workers, its response to COVID-19, and dedicated resources to address the health, information, and language needs of some farm workers. We hear you, we see you, but the county should do more, much more. The county should act to enforce applicable labor laws, particularly in regards to farm worker safety and COVID-19. The county should hold growers accountable, even at the expense of political capital, for unhealthy work environments. Ultimately, the county needs to say enough to the rationalized cost system, which our agricultural and service economy is organized. For it is acceptable that dangerous working conditions, poverty, wages, food insecurity, and substandard housing are normal facets in our socioeconomic system, then our praises for farm workers who put food on our tables ring hollow. And dignity and humanity, Victor C. Espinoza.
Thank you for your comments. And then the next read is Victor Espinoza. No, we just did Victor Espinoza. Arsenio Lopez.
Dear Board of Supervisors, first of all, thank you for the outreach and education work to the farm workers community in Ventura County. I appreciate your response to the MyCop Cause joint statement last week. It is important for farm workers to be educated on COVID-19 related labor rights, but this becomes worthless when they are afraid to exercise them. Last Friday, Governor Newsom stated the need for more strategic enforcement in protecting the essential workers. He mentioned that he prefers the term compliance. MyCop agrees with Governor Newsom. Whether compliance or enforcement, both are missing. We cannot allow employers to lay off workers after they report their C-19 positive results. We cannot allow employers to repeatedly retaliate their workers when they ask for their 80 hours C-19 sick benefits. Workers shouldn't be afraid, demanding their labor rights be respected. We ask that the system of enforcement be created in this county to protect one of the essential workers populations of Ventura County, the farm workers. Arsenio Lopez, Executive Director to the Mixteco Indigenous Community Organization Project. Michael.
Thank you. And CC Casey?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Cece Casey, who served on the Mental Health Board in 2005 when the Mental Health Service Act was enacted. It was a deplorable time for those who were severely chronically mentally ill, as services and treatment for them diminished. As demonstrated by the recent VC Reporter articles, treatment for those crises is seriously lacking. There are too few adequate services for those crises, such as IPU beds with stabilization and medication management, public guardian services, caseworkers, discharge planning, and housing for those who present high level of functional impairment. And the most recent article about a mother who spoke at the advisory board meeting twice while I was present pleaded for her treatment on behalf of her son who was in a crisis situation. I felt saddened at the sense of shame that the Mental Health Board in 2005 did nothing to adhere to the intent of the Prop 63 MHSA to treat the most severely mentally ill individuals. The intent was to prevent negative outcomes for the severely mentally ill, such as incarcerations, homelessness, suffering, hospitalizations, and to provide permanent housing with treatment supports and services. So many years and much suffering has passed. Hear the anguish of the mother who has pleaded over and over again to prioritize treatment for her son. To prioritize the severely mentally ill and their level of functional impairment would create a responsive, effective system to treatment as demonstrated in other serious illnesses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Judy Alexandria?
To the Board of Supervisors, my name is Judy Alexandria, a resident of the City of Ventura, a mental health provider for 35 years and a longtime advocate for those experiencing homelessness. I am the founder of Step Up Ventura, which services children ages 0 to 5 whose families are homeless or at risk homelessness. I am also chair of the Ventura Social Services Task Force. Approximately 1/3 of those experiencing homelessness have severe persistent mental illness. We as a county do not provide adequate emergency treatment or the necessary long-term supportive affordable housing that is required to address the needs of the vulnerable population. It takes more resources and funding than is now provided. It must become a funding priority. Without the needed resources and services, families are torn apart, live in fear, as their family members deteriorates and is not able to access what is needed. The streets and our jails are not the place for those suffering with mental illness. I urge you to make adequate resources more available. I offer myself to assist in any way that would be helpful. Thank you. Judy Alexandria, PhD, LCSW.
Thank you, Judy. The next person is Kathy Powell.
Some years back, my sister committed suicide. Many people gasped at that, but the true tragedy was years leading up to that act, years spent in a mental hurricane for our whole family. I am very familiar with mental illness, and I have been volunteering with the homeless people here in Ventura County for 10 years. As I have tried to obtain services for the mentally ill homeless people so many times, there are unbelievable and insurmountable barriers, and that is with myself and others assisting them. Imagine being mentally ill, homeless, and trying to do this by yourself. I remember a one-time head of behavioral health coming to a meeting at the Ventura Social Services Task Force telling us we would never be able to comprehend how high the bar was to get someone admitted to Hillmont and how low the bar was to let them go. As people stay on the streets, their minds deteriorate and they begin to be angry and helpless, not knowing how to take care of themselves. I have been with them in the hospitals and in the gutters, visiting at jails and at their funerals. The toll it takes on the community is astronomical. You have many kind people living in Ventura County, in the county, who have just lost their patients with the mentally ill, roaming the streets, clearly presenting a danger to themselves and to the community, and to the community members, and to live in the midst of it. And that's at the 250 word limit.
Thank you for the comments. Next is Sonia Gray.
Hi, my name is Sonia Gray. I have a loved one who has suffered with mental illness for more than 30 years. I have been a mental health advocate for 20 plus years. As a member of NAMI Ventura County, I have participated in many of the NAMI education programs and served on the NAMI VC board. I spoke at the CIT trainings, served as adult family member liaison, helping VCBH implement the Mental Health Services Act, and participated in the Laura's Law work group, etc. I'm submitting this public comment because I am extremely concerned regarding the need for improved crisis services, treatment, and support services for the serious mentally ill individuals in Ventura County. The recent VC Reporter article about the mother trying to get help for her son is factual and recounting what many family members go through, much too often, to stabilize and to get the appropriate treatment and care for the loved ones who is suffering with serious mental illness. This article shows without adequate treatment options, people with SMI can easily become homeless, fall through the cracks, and they end up cycling through jails and hospitals with nowhere for them to go. Sadly, we know that when someone with SMI, delusional, and hallucinations remain untreated without appropriate services, the whole community is affected, and incidents like Borderline and Aloha Steakhouse can and do happen. Thank you. Sonny Gray.
Thank you. And there was one last to be read, which was Sammy Collado. No, that was Sonia Gray.
Yes. And this one says, Eduardo Munch's famous painting, The Scream, is an accurate depiction of how a person with untreated schizophrenia feels every moment of every day. The disease is torture, pure torture worse than anything physical you can think of. Just imagine loud voices on a dozen radio stations screaming in your head simultaneously, voices telling you what to do, static noise, and murmurings of nonsense. This is frightening. None of the stations can be turned off. Try it. See how long you can bear this torture. Schizophrenia is a disease of the brain. Cancer is a disease which can attack the brain. We do not put people in jail for having brain cancer. We do not put the developmentally disabled in jail, nor the autistic for their brain disorders. We treat their brain disorders humanly and with professionals who are trained to treat them. Why is it different for the people who suffer so gravely from schizophrenia in Ventura County? Schizophrenia is not curable. The disease causes significant brain damage in most cases. It requires a daily program. There are good medications to treat the negative symptoms with the help of good clinicians, but more is needed to treat this illness. Teaching them how to live with a disability is a must. Theirs becomes a life which is starting over after the disease strikes. It is called rehabilitation. Our village, these are human beings. They are our children. We are not ashamed of them. We love them and we want treatment for them. Sammy Collado.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Powers, I apologize. You were going to say something earlier.
That's all good. Thank you, Chair Long, board members. Appreciate the mental health advocates raising concerns as always. And these are important issues. I'd like to ask our CEO of VCMC, Dr. John Fankhauser, to share some important information on this subject. If you would, Dr. Fankhauser. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Powers, Chair Long, and board members. My name is John Fankhauser. I'm the CEO of Ventura County Medical Center, Santa Paula Hospital, and including the inpatient psychiatric unit. I'm also a family doctor by background and a sibling of someone who's challenged or who was during her lifetime challenged with behavioral health issues. And that last speaker's comment about these being people who are our family members and our neighbors and our sisters and brothers and children really resonates with me. And I can assure you that it's we recognize our mission to care for the most vulnerable in our community. And these are the most vulnerable in our community. Some of you know I went on a humanitarian mission in 2013, and prior to that I was the medical director, and in that position was very close to what was going on in the inpatient psychiatric unit. And I can tell you that right now the coordination between our inpatient services and our outpatient services are better than ever during my tenure here at VCMC. And the cooperation and the coordination and the communication has improved tremendously, and we're committed to continue to improve the care that we do provide in the inpatient psychiatric unit. I don't want to speak to the case that's been referenced here because that is an individual who has his own rights to privacy, but I will say that we do respond to not only this case, but each case and have very intentionally and carefully provided the care that is needed. Recognizing that it continues to be frustrating to care for these chronic illnesses in many ways similar to other chronic illnesses, where it's an ongoing challenge that we have to continue our commitment to. And then I just want to thank you as a board for approving the expansion of our inpatient beds by 20% in the inpatient psychiatric unit, and doubling the number of beds and chairs available in our crisis stabilization unit, because we believe that that will go a long way to providing what is needed in the community. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Fankhauser. And just also to point out that the VCMC IPU is now one of only 2 inpatient psychiatric units left in the county. Over the last 15, 20 years, 4 or 5 private facilities have closed. So the role, the burden is greater, but the system is responding and expanding. So thank you, John, and thank you, board members, for your support.
Thank you very much. We will now go back to the Zoom speakers. We had some with a translation, and our translator had an issue, but she's here now. So thank you. We're going to first go to Gabriela Valencia. Gabriela?
Hello?
Hello. Did you?
Translator?
Yes. You'll have 3 minutes with the
Okay.
translator, so 1.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, hi, my name is Gabriela Valencia, and today I will be speaking on behalf of farm workers. Hola, yo les quiero compartir mi situación de trabajo ahorita durante la pandemia del COVID-19.
Hi, I want to share my experience during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Y también en las condiciones que hemos estado trabajando por mucho tiempo.
And the conditions that we've been working in for a long time.
I'm sorry. Yo trabajo en una nursería y los baños están muy sucios. Están tan sucios que yo y unas compañeras de trabajo lo hemos estado limpiando.
I work in a nursery and the bathrooms are very dirty, and they're so dirty that me and my coworkers have been cleaning them.
Pero el baño de los hombres sigue sucio, entonces ellos usan nuestro baño. Y
And the
pues
bathroom for the men also is dirty, so they use our bathroom.
no es higiénico para nosotros.
And they don't have toilet paper for us.
Y ha habido situaciones donde los mismos clientes
And there have been 2 situations with our clients
de la nursería
in the nursery
han usado el baño de las mujeres
where they've used the women's bathroom,
por lo sucio que están todos los baños.
even with how dirty all of the bathrooms are.
No es justo que durante esta pandemia
It's not fair that during this pandemic,
yo y mis compañeras tenemos que limpiar el baño
me and my coworkers have to clean our bathrooms
y con nuestros propios recursos.
and with our own resources.
Our farm workers are not being protected. We thank the county for the educational campaign they've done, but education is not enough here. We need enforcement. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make Cal OSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspections of the fields. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I know the Farm Worker Resources Program is working with CAUSE and the farm workers on this issue, so thank you. Yanez Ponce?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm gonna need a Spanish translator.
Okay, we have one. Yes.
Good morning and greetings to Board of Supervisors. My name is Yesenia Ponce. I'm a cause youth leader from Oxnard, and today I will be speaking on behalf of Teresa. Hola, mi nombre es Teresa y soy una líder comunitaria con causa.
Hi, my name is Teresa, and I am a community leader with CAUSE.
Yo estoy muy preocupada por lo que está pasando
I'm very worried about what's happening
en los campos, sobre todo con nosotros los trabajadores campesinos.
and very much so about what's happening with the farm workers.
También les pido
I also ask you
y a todos los representantes del condado
and all the representatives of the county
de que desarrollen un plan
that they create a plan
donde se nos da protección a nosotros los campesinos.
where they give us protection for the farm workers.
También les pido que se les obligue a los campesinos
I also ask you that you make it mandatory
de que les tomen la temperatura
that they take the temperature
y que les hagan preguntas a los campesinos
and that they ask questions of the farm workers
relacionado con los síntomas del coronavirus.
if they have symptoms of coronavirus.
Nosotros en el campo
We in the field,
no tenemos nada de eso.
we don't have any of this.
Y yo sé que otros lugares que
And-
trabajan sí
And
lo
I know that
hacen.
other workplaces,
Sí lo hacen.
they do this.
Por eso les pido que ustedes como nuestros representantes
And because of this, I ask you as our representatives
que nos ayuden a que esto sea posible.
that you help us to make this possible.
Porque nosotros no estamos seguros en nuestros trabajos.
Because we're not safe in our workplaces.
Tenemos miedo de infectarnos
We're afraid that we're going to become infected
y llegar a casa y de infectar a nuestros hijos y familia.
and that we'll come home and we'll also infect our children.
También les pido que respondan qué es lo que estás haciendo para ayudar.
¿Lo puede decir otra vez?
También les pido que hagan un plan donde las viviendas de los campesinos
We also ask that you make a plan that our field workers
sean inspectados al igual que los campos.
are otra vez, perdón.
The H2A,
Oh, the H2A workers are also protected.
there are realities in this field. Our farm workers are not being protected. We thank the county for the educational campaign they've done for education. It's not enough here.
Well,
We need
Perez,
enforcement. We are
thank
asking
you.
the Board
Please
of
mute the
Supervisors
mic,
to
please.
direct the Public Health Department to make
Please mute the mic. Thank you. Manuel Perez, please.
Hi, excuse me, can I add something before we start?
You have a minute and a half. If you need a translator, it's 3.
Yeah, I need a translator.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, Manuel.
Hi, my name is Manuel Perez, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Adriana.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hola, mi nombre es Adriana, soy líder comunitario con CAUSE.
Hi, my name is Adriana. I'm a community leader with Cause.
Queremos que asegure las condiciones laborales de los campesinos.
We have to make safe the working conditions for our farm workers.
Yo como campesina le puedo contar y confirmar que nos dan las protecciones adecuadas para protegernos del coronavirus.
I, as a farm worker, want to ask that you give us the protections that we need as a farm worker.
Por eso le exijo que desarrollen un plan de emergencia donde también nos incluyan a nosotros.
Because of this, I ask that you create a plan that includes protections for us.
Muchos compañeros del trabajo ya se están enfermando y están enfermando a sus familias.
Many of my coworkers are getting sick, and they're also infecting their families as well.
Y nadie hace nada por ayudarnos.
No one does anything to protect us.
Yo como campesina le pido que nos apoye, ya que si alguien de mi familia o yo nos llegamos a enfermar, ¿cómo nos vamos a mantener?
I ask you to provide protection as a farm worker, that either you or someone else who can protect our family.
Por eso hoy yo les exijo que nos cuenten a nosotros también.
I ask that you take account of us as well.
¿Cómo cree que nos sentimos nosotros los campesinos sabiendo que nos podemos enfermar porque no sabemos cómo vamos a poder sobrevivir?
Because we believe that we might get sick and we don't know how we're going to survive this.
Si ya sufrimos mucho en el campo con los malos tratos que recibimos, imagínese cómo andamos ahora.
Because if you think about us working in the fields and the poor treatment that we have, perdón, otra vez.
Si ya sufrimos mucho en el campo con los malos
If we
tratos que
suffer a lot in
recibimos,
the fields with
imagínense
the
cómo
poor,
andamos ahora.
if with the poor treatment that we receive, how are we going to experience this now?
Y le quería también pedir que este plan sea incluido a los trabajadores HS porque ellos también cuentan.
I'd also ask that this plan include the H2A workers because they count in this plan.
Thank you for your comments, Manuel. The next one is Zeluth Lucero. Hello, I see you.
Hello. Yes, I'm
Hi.
here now.
Thank you very much.
So I will be doing it in English. I will be needing a translator.
Okay, hold on one second. She will need a translator. Un momento.
Sorry, no translator. No
Oh,
translator.
no
It's
translator.
okay.
Sorry. I couldn't hear you quite well. Okay, so please, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you again. And I was here last week. So again, my name is Juliet Lucero, and I'm a community organizer with GAUS. I want to share today that almost on a daily basis, I get contacted by farm workers in our community asking for resources or asking questions about COVID-19. One story in particular that I thought it was worth sharing today is from Maria. Maria describes the conditions of many farm workers in our community. She explained that growers are not sharing with farm workers about their paid sick days, about their 80 days and 90 days, or about staying home caring for their sick relatives or their children. She also mentioned if someone tests positive in the fields, the growers send everyone home so they won't have to pay the sick days, which means everyone goes home and doesn't have a job. As you can hear, our farm workers are not being protected. We thank the county for the educational campaign they have done, but education is not enough here. We need enforcement. We are asking the Board of Supervisors today to direct the Public Health Department to make COLOSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspection of the fields. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next person is Antonio Villanueva. Antonio?
Hello.
Hello. Please continue.
All right. I need a Spanish translator.
Yes, one is here for you.
Hi, my name is Antonio, and today I will be speaking on behalf of Manuela. Hola, mi nombre es Manuela. Soy líder comunitaria con causa en la ciudad de Oxnard.
Hi, my name is Manuela. I'm a community leader with Cause in the city of Oxnard.
Yo y todos en mi familia estamos muy preocupados de lo que está pasando en nuestra comunidad.
Me and everyone in my family are very concerned about what's happening in our community.
Ya que las personas latinas como yo se están enfermando más que otras personas.
Yes, because more and more people are becoming ill with the virus.
Y es porque tenemos que salir a trabajar y a exponernos.
It's because we have to leave to work and we are being exposed to it.
Porque si dejamos de trabajar, ¿cómo nos mantenemos?
Because without working, how do we maintain our life?
¿Cómo mantenemos a nuestros hijos?
How do we support our children?
No hay ningún recurso ni ayuda para nosotros.
There's no resources for us.
Nos dicen trabajadores esenciales, pero no nos tratan como cual.
They say that we're essential workers, but they don't treat us like we are.
Yo no soy campesina, pero al igual me estoy exponiendo como todos ellos.
I'm not a farm worker, but I'm being exposed to the virus like all of them.
Conocidos y parientes sí son campesinos y a ellos no les dan las protecciones suficientes.
Acquaintances that I have are farm workers and they do not give them the adequate protections.
Lo que yo me fijo es que a otros lugares y compañías sí les hacen que les den a sus trabajadores lo que se necesita para que no se contagien.
I've seen that in other workplaces, yes, they do give their workers what they need in order for them not to contract the virus.
¿Y por qué a los campesinos no?
And why to the farm workers do they not do this?
Ya ve lo que pasó con los trabajadores HS.
And that what's happened to our H2A workers?
Our farm workers are not being protected. We thank the county for the educational campaign they've done, but education is not enough here. We need enforcement. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make a call OSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspections of the fields.
Thank you for your comments. Next person is Cristel Gonzalez. And if you have similar comments that have already been stated, you can say that, you can just say similar as the person ahead of you.
Hello.
Hello, Cristel.
Hi, my name is Krista, and today I will be speaking on behalf of Soledad. I need a Spanish translator.
Yes, she's here.
Okay. Hola, mi nombre es Soledad. Soy líder comunitaria con casa en la ciudad de Oxnard.
Hi, my name is Soledad. I am a community leader with Cause in the city of Oxnard.
Yo me siento muy mal y con temor de andar trabajando con esta situación y aparte del virus.
I feel really bad and I am very worried to be working because of what's happening with the situation with the virus.
Los rancheros no los dan las protecciones que nos deben de dar.
The ranchers don't bring us the protections that we need.
Entonces yo como campesina exijo que se nos brinden las protecciones acuerdas a todos.
So as a farm worker, I ask that they provide us the protections that they give to everyone else.
Y que las protecciones también incluyen a los trabajadores.
And that those protections also included the workers.
Por eso le pido que se acuerde de nosotros los campesinos.
And for this, I ask that you remember us, the farm workers.
Nos dicen trabajadores esencial, pero no nos tratan como cual.
They say that we're essential workers, but they don't treat us like we are.
Otras campesinas les están dando todo lo necesario a sus empleados y como a nosotros no.
Why is it that they give other workers the protection that they need and to us they don't?
Y porque nadie está haciendo nada para ayudarnos, por eso nosotros nos movilizamos.
And because why are they providing? ¿Puede decir eso otra vez? Perdón.
Por eso nosotros nos movilizamos para exigir mejores derechos para nosotros.
For that, we're organizing so that they give the things to us.
Our farm workers are not being protected. We thank the county for the educational campaign they've done, but education is not enough here. We need enforcement. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make Cal OSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspections of the fields.
Thank you for your comments. Itzel Chavez.
Hello.
Hello. Please go ahead.
Necesito un traductor, por favor.
Aquí estoy.
Yep.
Hola. My name is Itzel, and I am a young adult leader with Cause. Today I'll speak on behalf of Gabriel. Hola. Mi nombre es Gabriel. Soy líder comunitario con Causa.
Hi, my name is Gabriel. I'm a community leader with Cause.
Todos nosotros nos estamos exponiendo mucho más al virus que otras personas.
We are being exposed more to the virus than anyone else.
Y por eso hoy le hablo para exigir mejores condiciones de trabajo para todos. Y sobre todo para las personas que andan trabajando en los campos, en las empacadoras y en las fábricas.
Because of this, I ask that you provide us the protections that we need and moreover for those who work in the packing houses and in the fields.
Les pedimos que se les exija que se les dé lo que es necesario para protegerse de infectarse.
And for this, I'm asking that you give us what we need in order to protect ourselves.
Y también para pedirles que pongan más atención con los trabajadores de contrato que traen de otros países.
And I ask that you pay more attention to the workers who come here as contract workers from outside of the country.
¿Cómo es posible que tanta gente se haya enfermado?
How is it possible that so many people have become ill?
¿Y por qué es? Porque nunca ponen atención de cómo viven, de cómo los traen trabajando y del trato que les dan.
And it's because no one pays attention to how they live or how they work or the treatment that they receive.
These are the realities in the field. Our farm workers are not being protected. We thank the county for the educational campaign they've done, but education is not enough here. We need enforcement. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make call OSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspections of the field. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kimberly Garcia? Kimberly?
Good morning.
Hello?
All right, so good morning. My name is Kimberly. I'm policy leader, and today I was...
Excuse me. Can you turn your
Yep.
mic up? We cannot hear you.
All right, so good morning. My name is Kimberly. I'm a cause youth leader, and today I will be speaking on behalf of Cecilia, but I will be needing a Spanish translator.
She is here. Sí.
All right. Hola, mi nombre es Cecilia y soy un líder comunitaria con causa.
Hi, my name is Cynthia, and I'm a leader with cause.
Yo soy trabajadora del campo y me preocupa mucho mi salud y la salud de mis compañeros.
It is hard to hear. Can you speak into the microphone more?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yo soy trabajadora del campo y me preocupa mucho mi salud y la salud de mis compañeros.
I'm a farm worker, and I'm very concerned about my health and the health of my coworkers.
No puedo estar presente en la junta debido a mi trabajo, pero le dejo este mensaje porque le quiero pedir a usted
And I can't be here in the meeting today, but I am leaving this message with you.
y a los representantes del condado de Ventura que actúen ya y desarrollen un plan para protegernos a nosotros los campesinos.
And for the representatives of the County of Ventura, I ask that you create a plan for the field workers.
Porque no solo nos afecta a nosotros los campesinos, pero también a nuestras familias.
Because this doesn't affect only the farm workers, but this affects their family as well.
Por eso le pido que actúen en forma en que nos den protecciones para evitar el contagio del coronavirus.
I ask that you act in a way that you can provide us protections that will protect us from coronavirus.
Yo estoy muy frustrada y asustada porque tengo miedo de enfermarme, ya que yo sola sostengo a mis hijos.
I'm very worried about the virus and about protection for myself because I'm worried about infecting my children.
Ya miraron lo que le pasó a los trabajadores H y me preocupan ellos también.
I'm worried about what happened with the H2A workers and what will happen with us also.
Le pido que consideren mejores protecciones, como que ordenen a que los campos se revisen, se mantengan limpios.
I ask that for better working conditions and that they help inspect the field so that they stay clean.
Que se aseguren que los rancheros están siguiendo los protocolos que deben de seguir.
And that the ranchers are following the rules that they need to follow.
Lo invito a que vea cómo nos tratan en los campos.
I ask that you see how they treat us in the fields.
These are the realities in the fields. Our farm workers are not being protected. We thank the county for the educational campaign they've done, but it's not enough here. We need enforcement. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make Cal OSHA guidelines enforceable by law and conduct inspections of the fields. Thank Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, and I want to make sure people know that we are addressing the farm workers with the County of Ventura and our public health and our farm worker resources. We will be having an update with the COVID-19 after our time certain and also the remaining public comments. Soledad Trevino. Soledad? I see a Soledad Camacho, but no, not there. Okay. Osvaldo Trevino. Osvando. Thank you. Amy Ramirez. Amy Ramirez.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you speak into your microphone? We cannot hear you.
Yes. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Amy, and I am a young adult leader with Cause. Today I am here to make sure the needs of our farm worker community are met. I attended and commented on the last week's meeting. In that meeting, I asked the Ventura County Board to make sure that the Cal OSHA recommendations were made a requirement and for them to be enforced. The protection of our farm worker community and their safety are essential to the safety and well-being of our community as a whole. If reinforcements are not made, we can be putting a lot of people at risk of contracting COVID and spreading it. We are aware that the Farm Worker Resource Program does not have the power to enforce. And while we are glad that they are informing workers, informing is not enough. We had 2 significant outbreaks within our farm worker community. This is not okay. We cannot pat ourselves on the back just because no one has died. What we need is enforcement and accountability. We ask the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make Cal OSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspections of the fields. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Estrella Torres. Estrella Torres. Estrella?
Hello?
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 Hello, please continue.
Okay, I'm gonna need a translator.
Yes, I will need you to speak into the microphone more. You're very faint.
I'm gonna need a translator.
She is here. Please continue.
Okay. Hello, my name is Estrella, a youth leader with Cause, and I'm gonna be talking on behalf of Estela, a farm worker.
I cannot hear you very well. Can you talk into the microphone?
It's hard for me. Yeah. Estrella,
Can
¿puede
you hear me
hablar
now?
un poco más fuerte, por favor? Porque no le puedo escuchar muy bien.
¿Me puedo oír ahorita?
Sí. Gracias.
Okay. Hello, good morning. My name is Estrella, and I'm a youth leader with Cause, and I'm going to be talking on behalf of Estela. Estela es madre y trabajadora campesina, y ella me comenta que en su campo sí les dan guantes.
No le puedo escuchar muy bien. ¿Puede hablar más fuerte? Perdón.
Yeah.
Estela es madre y trabajadora campesina.
Okay. Estrella is a mother and a farm worker.
Oh, I'm talking on behalf of Estela.
Yeah.
Oh, Estela. Perdón. Estela is a farm worker and a mother.
Me comenta que en su campo sí les dan guantes, gel antibacterial y cubrebocas.
Estrella, es muy difícil escucharte.
No sé por qué. ¿Me puede oír ahorita?
Sí. Hay que hablar muy fuerte, por favor.
Okay. Ella me comenta que sí les dan guantes, gel antibacterial y cubrebocas.
She tells me that they need gloves and hand sanitizer and ¿cuál fue el otro?
If they need the material. Is what it is.
Cubrebocas.
Yeah. And masks.
Mhm.
pero que a otras en su familia no les dan.
Otra vez.
I can't hear her.
Pero que a otros en su familia no les dan.
But others in her family, they don't give that to her.
¿Y cuál es el motivo de ella estar protegida si sus familiares y si llegan a casa la van a contagiar a ella y sus hijos?
She's worried that if she doesn't have the protections that she needs, how will she protect her family and her children?
¿Y cómo es posible que unos ranchos sí están siguiendo los protocolos de seguridad y otros no?
How is it possible that some ranches are following rules and others are not?
We thank the county for educational campaign they've done, but education is not enough. We need enforcement. We are asking the Board of Supervisors to direct the Public Health Department to make Cal OSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspections of the fields. Thank you.
Thank you, Estrella. And just for future, it was very hard to hear you.
And
But
Madam-
thank you.
And thank her for trying to make the presentation.
Yes.
It's- Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank her.
Next is Genevieve Harrow. Or Harrow. Genevieve Flores Harrow. Hi, Genevieve. I see you, but I can't hear you.
She's ahead of Mike.
Yes, she is. I see you, but I cannot hear you.
How about now?
Oh, great.
Oh, great.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Genevieve Flores Haro, and I'm the Associate Director for the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, or MICOP. When I stood here before you all in December 2017, while the Thomas Fire raged in our area, I spoke on the need of language access as our Spanish-speaking community was left out of crucial information. You listened, you adapted, and you provided the needed information for the 1/3 of Ventura County residents that speak Spanish at home. Since the Thomas Fire, you've continued to listen and adapt, and now residents in Ventura County can receive information in English, Spanish, and Mixteco from the county. Partnerships like the one between the county and community-based organizations like MyCop are crucial, especially during the global pandemic we find ourselves in. At the request of Ventura County Public Health, MyCop began convening leaders in South Oxnard, leaders in Santa Paula and Fillmore to address the gaps that we are seeing on the ground and to provide feedback and ideas on ways to slow the spikes in our area. Some of those ideas were reflected in the letter we submitted to the board earlier this month, and we thank the county for your response. As Governor Newsom mentioned, at the start of this pandemic, there's no one-size-fits-all to address COVID-19. We cannot understate the importance of education, but as we continue to try and bend the curve, we need to think outside the box. We need to enforce accountability of laws and protections that are already on the books. We need to move away from recommendations and move into set guidelines, especially in the agriculture workplace. We know that together, Ventura County can continue to set the tone and be the innovative leaders that we've always been. Lives depend on it. Thank you so much.
Genevieve, thank you for your comments. Next is Alex Gonzalez. Alex. And this is the last speaker for our
Good
public.
morning.
Hello, Alex,
Good
please go
morning.
ahead.
Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. I'm a young adult leader speaking for a cause, and today I wanted to just further touch on the topic that all of us have been speaking on, and wanted to let you know that just because no one has died in our BIPOC community, which the coronavirus has affected quite drastically, it's a basic right, human right, on their rights that they have when it comes down to sick pay and sanitation issues. We just have been stressing that we ask for continued inspections on H2A housing facilities by the Public Health Department and make sure it allows for COVID practices such as social distancing, which I think this is of great importance because it will make the workers feel safer and secure, knowing that those working beside them are being cautious as well. And we just have been stressing this quite a bit, and we ask you guys to direct Public Health Department to make Cal OSHA guidance enforceable by law and conduct inspections on the various fields that all of our workers have been working on. And I just want to thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments, Alex. And I would like to say thank you to CAUSE and MyCop and many other organizations and what the county is working with for the benefits of all of our most vulnerable, including the farm workers. We have a lot going on, and with COVID-19 update, we'll be providing more information for our community, but would like to thank everyone who has spoken many different items for public comment today. Mr. Powers, did you have a comment?
I did. Thank you, Chair Long, and thank you to the speakers for advocating on behalf of farm workers today and to my cause. Appreciate your advocacy, and like for you, this is a top priority for our Board of Supervisors. And for those reasons, you can see a lot of the responses to the important questions that you've raised today in our response to my COP and cause. It is posted on VenturaCountyRecovers.org, VenturaCountyRecovers.org, and you can see a lot of the information there. I want to let you know about today's agenda. You can see some additional supports that are being recommended and supported, including an $880,000 outreach contract for health to assist with healthcare coverage through Medi-Cal in partnership with MyCop, as well as additional funding being recommended to support farm worker housing. And also we'll hear a report on additional pop-up testing in our communities. So lots more to come there. We also heard some specific issues and of concern, and if you do have those, we urge you to call this number. This is the Farm Worker Resource Program, 805-385-1899. 805-385-1899. And if there are specific concerns like you're raising, please do call immediately so we can work those through with you and the farm workers. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank all the speakers and thank CAUSE and thank Mike Cobb. And I know they're young individuals, and it's a good opportunity for them to share their concerns about the farm worker program and other issues. And I think it's good for them to be able to participate in the public and share their concerns for their farm workers, for the siblings, for the parents, and so forth. And again, as was mentioned by Mike, I know that our Farm Worker Resource Program has done an excellent job. They go out in the field and they give a tremendous amount of information to the farm workers, and we support them 100%. And there are individuals that provide the food, and they're the essential workers that we depend on. But I want to thank all the speakers today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other supervisors?
Chairman Long, this is Steve Bennett.
Yes,
I just
Supervisor
wanted
Bennett.
to say, if we didn't have the farm worker program resource program right now, we would have to invent it, given the significant need that's out there. So I do appreciate that we have the program, and that doesn't mean that's the only thing we should be doing, but it certainly is a vital link for us and stuff. So I really appreciate the Board of Supervisors voting to create the Farm Worker Resource Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Parks, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I too wanted to echo how glad I am that we do have the Farm Worker Resource Program, and kudos to Supervisors Bennett and Zaragoza for bringing it forward, and Mike Powers for seeing that it gets put together. We stand so far ahead of other counties with farm workers because we already have that entity to assist us in ensuring that during these COVID times that we can provide services in a more efficient manner. So I appreciate that. Also, since this is the end of public comments, I also wanted to thank Dr. Fankhauser, and it just makes you realize as we discuss mental health issues, how close to home it is to so many of us, members of our Board of Supervisors, the directors of our departments. We have all had close contact with family members and know of others with severe mental illness or who had it. And I know that helps us as a county to continue to strive to move forward. And I also appreciate the fact that we are increasing our crisis stabilization unit beds and chairs, as well as our inpatient psychiatric unit, and almost expanding that too by 20%. This is also necessary, but in the end game is to see that these people have all the necessary treatment available to see that they recover. But certainly when people are in crisis, we want to assist, but we also have to look at the long term too. And so appreciate the comments from people from NAMI, and I also look forward to working to continue to increase the services that we have for people with mental illness in our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Long,
Yes,
this is
Supervisor
Steve Bennett.
Bennett.
Could I just add one thing? I appreciate Supervisor Parker's comments about the Mental Health Board. And I also just want to recognize that Supervisor Parks has served on the Mental Health Board since she came on this board, and it certainly has been a passion for her with what she created out at Growing Works is I think just a real testament to her commitment, and so she's earned a lot of credibility on this issue, and I appreciate her insights in terms of this very complicated issue of trying to address all of the mental health needs that we have in Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as always, we very much appreciate the public process and the public comments for our community. We are here to serve and to do the best we can for our community. We will be going to the time certain at 10 o'clock, as I announced earlier, and then we will go to the COVID-19 just because there's a lot of information on the COVID-19. I don't want to break it up. So with that, we have items for the 10 o'clock time certain, which is the presentation of a resolution proclaiming the month of August 2020 as Child Support Awareness Month. Supervisor Bennett, this one is yours. It's item 63, if anyone is following with your agenda. Please come down. Go ahead, Supervisor Bennett.
Yeah, thank you very much, Supervisor Long. I really appreciate that we have Mr. Mitchell here for Child Support Awareness Month. And I know we're busy, so I'm going to turn it right over to him. He has a number of videos for us to take a look at. Welcome, and we look forward to hearing some good updates about child support and the valuable work that you're doing for the children of Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell. Good
Thank you, Chair Long and Supervisor Bennett, board members and CEO Powers, for honoring the important work we do, as well as the children and families we assist to thrive with this proclamation declaring August as Child Support Awareness Month. For the record, my name is Marcus Mitchell, and I have the privilege and honor of being the director of the Ventura County Department of Child Support Services. We do really important work at our department that impacts many lives. Here's a brief overview of our department, if we can go with the first slide.
You have the clicker.
I do.
You do. We give you all the control.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone.
August is Child Support Awareness Month. At the Ventura County Department of Child Support Services, we understand that your children are a priority, and we want to be the catalyst on improving the lives of children and their families. You are not alone. We understand that children need the financial support from both parents. We help families thrive by working to ensure children receive consistent support from both parents. We do this by helping parents navigate the complexities of the child support process through the good times and the bad. If you have fallen on hard times and need guidance on your support, we can help. We can explore the available options and move towards a solution. Together, we can help you and your family thrive.
With all that is facing the world today, child support is an important source of reliable income for parents raising their children. We deliver, oh gosh, see, you shouldn't have given me the. We deliver quality customer care and accessibility to help our families thrive. We educate and engage our community to build awareness about the true power of child support. And we help parents to process every step of the way, ensuring that they feel comfortable walking through the process. The COVID-19 virus has impacted every aspect of our lives, and it has impacted mothers and fathers who receive and pay their child support. I am truly proud of my team for being able to be innovative and develop ways to continue to provide our excellent child support services while being a link to other community services to assist families during this time. Today, I have brought with me my Assistant Director, Lee Fisher, and my Community Relations Manager, Iris Hammonds, to help tell our story. Next, I would like to share a story of one of our child support specialists with you, and then Lee will have a few words.
When I was looking at the agencies that the County of Ventura has, the Department of Child Support caught my attention, in particular because of the way that it helps the community and the families that we serve within the community of Ventura County. One of the most rewarding parts of my job as a child support specialist is the ability to be able to create a clear communication with both parents. I think when we are able to speak to both of our parties and really educate them about what our services provide for both of them, and being able to acknowledge that now they have received the information as to how we can help them. I think for me that's the most rewarding, because now I feel like they know they can come to me or our office as a whole when they have questions regarding their case, and that we're here to help them with any questions or concerns they may have regarding their case. One of the things that I would like our community to know more about the Department of Child Support Services is that while we're here to provide the service of a child support case, we are also here to be a point of contact for any other services that they may need within the community. Even if it's not a service that we necessarily provide, we are more than willing to provide them with the resources so that they can get the help that they need. Our staff is also widely bilingual, so we strive to help the diverse community within the County of Ventura.
Good morning. I'm Lee Fisher, and I'm the Assistant Director for Ventura County Department of Child Support Services, and it's my privilege to highlight some of our department's outstanding accomplishments in federal fiscal year 2019. In federal fiscal year 2019, we served a caseload of 19,608 families. We collected and distributed over $58 million for families. This is an amazing number. And while we haven't crossed the finish line yet in fiscal year 2020, we have some indicators that in this very challenging year, we might actually exceed them.
Could have everyone mute their microphones. I couldn't hear you quite well. Sorry.
Sorry. We also served a total of 19,670 children in our caseload. We established the very important legal right of parentage for 523 children. The department established and modified 3,075 orders for support, and our call center assisted an amazing 345,223 customers over the phone, with a level of customer service second to none. I myself could continue talking about our department's accomplishments, but I think my words come in second to the words of a parent, a mother who actually received support in our office. And so we have a short video that features a wonderful client testimonial, and then we'll have a few words from our community relations manager, Iris Hammonds.
Hi, my name is Celeste Morales, and I applied for child support services in December of 2017. It's been overall really positive. It's been a great experience for me to have an outlet to go to whenever I needed anything from child support. I've never had to wait on anything. They've always been really great at calling me back. If I ever had any important questions that needed to be responded to, they were always good at, calling me back and helping me out with whatever it was I needed. I think the best so far that's been amazing is your guys' different networks to connect to. So for example, if I need a call on the phone, I'm able to reach out to you guys over the phone. if I don't have time to talk on the phone, and a quick email is always great. And then I noticed too that you guys now offer a texting website, so that works just as great whenever I need to just, have my phone on hand and I need to reach out to you guys. It's just a quick text away. And again, like I said, it's always a response back, whether it's in a day or even sooner. It just depends. But just having that there is great. So child support has helped me and my family by providing that support and network to be able to reach out. Again, like I said, if I ever have any questions, they're always there to answer. Whatever I need help with, whether it's with the other parent, they're always the middleman to come to both families and help them out without having to worry about getting anything else, twisted, I guess. They're always like the ones to support both parties, and it just makes it so much easier for both parents. The legal service, that is extremely important because as a first-time parent, there's a lot of things that I don't know what to do when it comes to the legal part of child support, and you guys have been an amazing system where you guys can explain everything. Wherever I need help filling out any applications, you guys are more than welcome to explain everything in terms that I can understand, so I know what I'm filling out and I know what I'm doing when it comes to filing for child support, or if I need help with any legal terms in regards to child support, you guys are always there to explain so that I know I'm reassuring, get that reassurance that I need. So that is amazing. Child support to me means everything. Being a full-time student, a first-time parent, and most importantly, working part-time financially, I know I would not be able to provide for my son without that support from you guys. And, receiving that support from the other parent and having you guys be that person to help both of us out is amazing, because again, like I said, financially, I don't know where I would be without that help from child support. And my son and I, we appreciate it. It's been an amazing experience with you guys.
Good morning. My name is Iris Hammonds, and I'm the Community Relations Manager with the Department of Child Support. I'm happy to be here today in celebration of Child Support Awareness Month, and I wanted to share just what we're doing for the month of August. For Child Support Awareness Month, we continue to share our message with our local partners and agencies. And although we can't meet with our partners in person, we continue to engage them in different ways by sharing our message via Zoom presentations and in local newsletters. We continue to engage our community by sharing. We continue to engage our community through social media and our online platforms. And we are also have implemented innovative ways to expand access to our program to better serve our customers during these unprecedented times, ensuring that our customers have many options to connect with our office while observing social distance. And we continue to explore new and innovative ways of providing services. Our Director, Marcus, will be coming up to share some closing statements.
It really is important to me that you recognize that it all goes out to my staff. I have an amazing team, and I want to say thank you to them. This is, since with social distancing, can't have anyone here, but I am honored to be the director, but without my team, I would be lost. And they are doing such great work serving the children and families of Ventura County. With that, I would take any questions that you have.
Well, Marcus, thank you so much. I have a proclamation to bring down on behalf of Supervisor Bennett and the board, and I just want to reiterate what everyone is talking about. Think of this: 1 in 4 children in Ventura County are utilizing child support in one way or another. How much you and your departments are really changing our future is just great. And I want to say thank you very much for all the work that everyone is doing. And thank you to the parents that are reaching out for that help too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Long, for those comments. And I too want to just think about that. 1 in 4 children in Ventura County rely on child support in some way. That is a a statistic that we should all ponder for a variety of reasons. But it would really be a tragedy if 1 in 4 students, 1 in 4 children didn't have those regular checks coming in. And so you're blessed to be doing important work that is consistent with the overall mission of Ventura County. We're blessed to have you doing it professionally. You're blessed to get to do it and have work that is so meaningful. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, as I take the photo, I want to thank Marcus and thank the team. And I know, Marcus, I noticed that your team is about 98% young ladies. What happened to the men there?
Hey, they're there. We're getting stronger. This has been really, in other places I've worked throughout the state, we have more men in the child support program here. And so we're really engaging fathers to make a difference too.
Congratulations. Good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Marcus and team, what I love about the work that you're doing is that you're connecting the personal side of it, the family side of it, helping kids and families. I know that's a passion of yours, and you can see it reflected in the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And as we'll be moving to 64, which is the status report on the Westminster Clinic, I'd just like to reiterate to staff, anyone who is speaking with the microphones, to speak loudly and project. These masks do get the volume diffused a little bit. So if we could just talk a little bit louder. I've gotten some texts from staff and those watching that they're having a hard time hearing. So the next item, Supervisor Parks. This item is yours.
Hi, this is an item that we do annually. Generally, we fill the boardroom with these wonderful high school students who volunteer for internships. And so today we're bringing forward Lisa Safinelli, who I think has a video instead. But I also just want to thank Westminster Free Clinic, as Supervisor Zaragoza knows, and Supervisor Bennett. We now have them out in the Oxnard area, which is wonderful. And they are already out there and assisting us with COVID response. So at this, I would like to turn it over to Lisa. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes.
Can I advance my slides? That's the only thing I wasn't sure. Am I able to advance my slides remotely?
Ooh, I worked.
Yes.
There we go.
Oh, I didn't do it though. Someone else did it.
I did. Supervisor Long, keep going.
Okay, so I'll just tell you when to go.
Yes, please.
So,
we got this.
Okay, so you can go back one. Oops, wait. Go the other way.
Okay.
Go the other way. The other way.
Oh.
There we go. Okay. Honorable County Supervisors, Chairman of the Board, CEO Mike Powers, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today and tell you about the work that we've been doing during COVID-19. I'd also really like to thank you for honoring our high school students. Once again, it means so much to them. All the students you'll be honoring today, yes, as Supervisor Parks said, usually they come in mass and it's really a meaningful event for them. But this is also, it's still very, very meaningful for them to get your recognition and receive this honor of their service to the community, creating access to care for over 1 year. So all the students that you are honoring today have given at least 1 year, if not more, to their community, creating access to care, taking temperatures, pulse, respiration, patient interviews, and helping the patient through the whole healthcare process. Many of them, most of them are from their own families who are uninsured and low income. But today, what I wanted to tell you, because I thought you probably wanted to know mostly what we're doing during COVID-19 and probably mostly what we're doing in Oxnard. I want to briefly, in the 15 minutes I have, tell you what's happening in Thousand Oaks, and then really spend my time giving you a little bit more details on our Oxnard clinic. So with that, we can move forward, and then the next slide. All right, so these are the services that we've continued to provide during, since from March 15th to July 15th. And so the only one that's missing, I forgot to add onto the slide, is we did antibody testing for over 500 individuals in partnership with the Oxnard Fire Department and Congresswoman Assemblywoman Jackie Irwin. And we were one of the most successful sites at getting the low income uninsured to participate. So we were very proud of that. But as you can see, we're continuing with basic primary care, chronic disease management being the main thing that we do at our clinic, case management, mental health counseling, and emergency dental services have continued. But one of the things that has increased the most is our food distribution. We were always giving out food thanks to a great partnership with Food Share for the last 16 years. To all the 100 families that would come in a clinic night to make sure that when we told them to eat healthy, they actually could take produce home and eat healthy. And so when COVID happened, so many of our families lost their income. And so food insecurity became a really huge issue. So we've quadrupled the number of people we're serving with food now from 100 to over 400 a week, which is over 1,600 different people, mostly children, of course. And so with that, I'd like to show you a 1-minute video. You're gonna recognize the soundtrack because it's a great soundtrack. And if you could press the button, whoops, go back, go to the next slide. And no, oh, this slide, yes. So this is just showing you our growth for food distribution and how it's gone up. This was as of July 15th. And then if you go to the next slide, you can see, if you press that, yeah, it's a 1-minute video. It'll just give you a visual of what we've been doing with food distribution. My amazing team and our youth are leading this project. We give out free masks every week to the people in their cars, to their children as well as adults. The masks that we have at our Thousand Oaks site actually are cloth so they can wash them. Every week we're giving them out. People are very anxious to have them, so that's been a really popular program that we've been offering there. We also give out grocery gift cards for $20 as many weeks as we have enough donations to do so. So that would be for the perishables. The food that we give is only heart healthy, which is really important to us since most of our patients are diabetics and have high blood pressure. So we give a brown rice, dried beans, oatmeal, and then fresh produce to our families every week. And they've been really, really appreciative. One week they put signs on all their cars thanking us. And it's been something we can do. Of course, they're very concerned about their rents and how they're going to pay their rents. And we have a 40% increase in the number of people who are uninsured, brand new uninsured. So here you can see where people come from. If we go to the next slide, you can see most of the people we serve are adults, which hasn't changed. Most of the people are women. That hasn't changed. Next slide. Most of the people are in the restaurant service industry as well as the hotel cleaning industry for the Thousand Oaks East County site. So the people we're serving are primarily in those job sectors. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see that most of them have diabetes and high blood pressure. This came from our electronic health record system, showing you what our top diagnoses are during this time. Next slide. And you'll see we added telemedicine starting March 15th. But for many of our people that we serve, they don't have internet. They don't have a space that's really, they don't have the technology. They don't have literacy. So we have paperwork they need to sign when they're a brand new patient. And so they have to at least come in for a first in-person visit. So we've been doing both. Our waiting rooms are outside. We've been following all of the requirements and mandates by the county and the state. And so our model looks very, very different than it used to, where we had large groups of people in rooms. We don't have that anymore. But we do have doctors volunteering. We have at least 4 a week that are coming in person, and then we have other doctors helping us with telemedicine. Next slide. And then you can see here, we're doing a lot of mental health counseling. Actually, as of today, we're over 900 clients. This is again from July 15. And they were in home and as well as over the phone. And go back to the other slide, please. Oh, no, the other way. Thank you. We are doing emergency dental at our local dentist's office who does root canals, and we've had people with abscesses and things that just can't wait. So that has continued. Everything we do is free of charge. So next slide, please. And then our teenagers who you're honoring today, they are mainly, well, half English, half Spanish speakers. Majority are females again. I don't know what that's all about, but the majority always that interview and come to us that want an internship are female. Next slide, please. And we have mostly first-generation students at our clinic. So you can see that 65% are first-gen students. Their parents are immigrants to this country. Next slide. And these are the high schools that the students come from that you're recognizing today. So this cohort, and I was looking for a group picture. This is just 1 week at clinic. So we have 2 different groups of students that come every other week. These are just the students that you're honoring. There's a whole other group of students who are training these new ones at the time. This was a year ago or so. And then we have, and then in a whole nother cohort that comes the following week. So it's every other week. They come 12 months of the year. So, but these are actually the young people that you'll be honoring, half of them anyway, that you're honoring today. So thank you for that. And now I'd like to tell you about Oxnard, because that's I'm sure what you're most wanting to know about. So with that, we have been open. Well, we got funding in September. In the first few months, we found a site. We built out the storage facilities for storing the equipment, purchasing the equipment, getting all the medical supplies in. We had that all done by December. And then in January, we had created a partnership with Port Hueneme High School and Pacifica High School to have their health careers students have the opportunity to apply to be an intern at our clinic. And so they applied and we interviewed them and they were selected and then trained. And that happened in January. At the same time, we had a partnership with a career education center for the county, and the high school students who were in the medical assistant training program had asked us for spots at our site. And so we saved 30 spots for the medical assistant high school students. And so for the cohort of 62 high school students, they were all trained by the end of January and we had a soft open in February. These are the services we've been offering. We've been open the entire time during COVID-19, but because we were just starting out in February and we only had a few doctors recruited by that time, we were mainly seeing patients from the children's family. If you go to the next slide, please. This is you're seeing pictures of the kids at Oxnard there. You'll see most of our families that we're serving are from Oxnard. We are seeing a few from Santa Paula, Ventura, Port Hueneme, Moore Park because they work in Oxnard in the fields. So that's why Moore Park, so it's closer. And then you can see that most of them are adults again, most are females again, pretty typical for healthcare. And next slide. You can see about half are from the agricultural industry. So we're serving a lot of farm workers and you can see some of the other industries there. A lot of the kids, their parents are farm workers, so they're getting this opportunity to have a future and a professional career, and they bring their family members, their aunts or uncles and relatives in for healthcare because they are uninsured. And so that's where we began. And unfortunately for us, we didn't have a lot of time to ramp things up before COVID. So I was just giving presentations to the doctors. I've given presentations at Ventura Kaiser, Oxnard Kaiser, VCMC, also St. John's, and also to the Women's Healthcare, the Women's Physicians Network. And then COVID happened. And so everybody was just starting to get their information. And, of course, we have to get them under our malpractice insurance and all those things. And then everybody kind of pulled back when COVID happened. So with that, we didn't advertise widely. We let some of the local nonprofits know we were open. We sent them flyers. We did do some canvassing, but we didn't do as much as we would have once COVID-19 happened because we didn't have the capacity with more than 2 doctors to see a lot of people. Also, we found that some of the people weren't coming because they were afraid. They thought, and I think this is true across the county, people were afraid to use healthcare services because they thought they might catch COVID. So that was another issue that we faced as far as challenges go. We were building volunteer teams. So we were just starting to build our volunteer team in Oxnard, and we continue to do so. And we had a lot of success right at the beginning before COVID, getting everything ramped up really fast. In 6 months, we had everything ready to go by March. And so we're really excited for our next steps. And our next steps include continuing to reach out to the nonprofits and reminding them we're there, and to let the farm workers and others know that there are free services, early access to care. Of course, we know when people have diabetes or high blood pressure that's out of control and neglected, they're much more vulnerable if they get COVID-19 to have more complications. So we want to be able to help them early have access to health care for those kinds of issues. We had one patient that came, and by the time she'd come, she'd never taken care of her diabetes. She was uninsured. She needed to go to county, referred her to county to go on dialysis, at which she is on dialysis now. So we want to catch people much earlier than that so that we can prevent those kinds of very complicated and expensive things from happening. We also are going to interviewing at this time our new group of teens for Oxnard. So we've been advertising on our website and in other ways to let the youth know. We had, so this last cohort, we had 2 Miztec speaking youth. We had an Arabic speaking youth, a youth that spoke Tagalog, and we had students from as far as Santa Paula. So we had 5 students from Santa Paula coming. So we had a really nice variety of young people, and we hope to select another great group of students to start training. So we'll have them selected in August, and then we'll see how COVID goes and if we can start their training process. So that's our next step with the youth. And then we're working with Food Share right now to, they said after July 4th, they would talk to us about being a site on Tuesdays for food produce distribution. So that would help more people know that we're there at 1800 South Oxnard, and also help them feel like more comfortable coming to us, because you have to build trust and a relationship. And then finally, the doctors are starting to reach out, coming back to us again, saying they're kind of adjusted to the new normal and with COVID, and starting to have more doctors. And one of the most cool things is we have a residency partnership with CMH, and they are ready to bring as many residents as we can handle. And they have a physician that's coming with them each week. And so right now we had 2 this last week, and we can have more as we have more patients for them to see. So I think our capacities, we're ready to go. We have a residency group ready to start helping us. And so that means we can handle a lot of patients. We're all set up and ready. So that, with our students there that we were honored, you can see the languages they speak, and you can see how many are first generation and not first generation. And we wish these were the high schools they came from. We wish they could have stayed with us longer before they graduated, but these are schools they came from. We're selecting a whole, not all, but some of them are coming back, but a new group for this fall. And the picture you see there is one of our physicians who has volunteered all the way through COVID and did a training for the students back in February when they were going through their training. So thank you. These are the students. Thank you to the students for their incredible commitment and dedication to helping their community. Thank you for honoring them. And we look forward to this continued partnership for many years to come. And we've gotten some great media recognition for our work these last few months. And we're just really grateful. I have an amazing team that makes this possible, and I really want to thank them, and thank our students who are also part of our amazing team. And we hope we can continue to serve a lot more people and partner with a lot more agencies and organizations. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Lisa. Supervisor Parks?
I want to thank Lisa and her amazing team and congratulate the students. it is so wonderful in helping them to build their confidence and also to build their resumes and also help them to apply to college. And it's just such a wonderful pipeline from Westminster to being, you know, the first student in their family to attain college degrees. So it's just such a good thing for the students. And I really think you have gone quickly. It may not seem like that, but certainly to ramp up that fast. And unfortunately, you know, having the COVID epidemic right in the middle of all that. But just so happy that you're out there. And I'm sure the other supervisors have more to say on that. But thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yeah,
do you have a
I
comment?
want to thank Lisa again and also thank Supervisor Bennett and Parks. I remember a couple of years ago, the first information I got or visit was over in East County when we visited Westminster Clinic and saw all the students there. And we said, oh, it'd be great if we could have it in Oxnard in West County. And here we looked at, when we proposed that a couple of years ago, we were looking at different sites. We looked in El Rio, we looked over in Island Acres, and finally we ended up in Oxnard. But I want to thank you and thank all the students, you know, the intern students that are helping out, helping their siblings, helping their families, and providing that telemedicine right now because of COVID-19. But Lisa, you've done wonders, you know, and it's absolutely grateful of what you've done with our students. And most likely we probably end up with some good doctors out of this whole process. And it was initially, I think you named it Westminster, and it was in East County, but I think now it's a correct name, Westminster, because we're in Western Ventura County. Thank you, Lisa, for your good work. And thank you, Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the students. Supervisor Bennett, do you have a comment?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chairman Long. When I listen to this, Lisa, I'm truly astounded by the impact that you're having on so many people's lives. And I know it's not you alone, there are a lot of people, but you clearly are the link and the organizer and the energy, and all of this springs from you. And so I want to, one, say thank you, and two, without belaboring it, encourage you to recruit 4 or 5 people that are capable of replacing you someday, whenever that day may come, because this is such a valuable program, and we wanted to make sure that if something happens to your energy or whatever, that it can continue. So thank you very much. I really am humbled by what I just saw today and what you've been able to do in Oxnard after doing it for so long in the East County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I am training a future replacement.
Wonderful.
So
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hi, this is Supervisor Bob Huber. I just want to say thanks to all of you. You're doing a great job, and I very, very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving to item 65, which is our presentation for the resolution proclaiming the month of July 2020 as Park and Recreations Month in Ventura County. And I have the pleasure of having Coulter Chisholm here, our Ventura County Parks Director. And as so many of you are using our parks and recreation areas with COVID-19 to get exercise, we felt it was very important to provide a chance to get an update on our parks and recreation. So hello.
Hello. Good morning, Chair Long, members of the board. I'm very excited to be here joining the parks team just a few months ago in May. And I can tell you, I'm excited to be here to declare the Parks Month and walk you through our portfolio, the ones that folks know, the ones that folks don't know, and look at some really cool photos of our parks and our staff. All right, first, coming from national parks for the last 15 years, I can't say enough how impressed I am with how fun and diverse the portfolio is here. We have 455 campsites, 15 regional parks, but also the 3 beach parks, 4 regional trails, 5 community centers, 3 golf courses, 3 historic properties, concession-operated park, all within 5,300 acres of parkland and just over 23 miles of trail. Photos here, this is what people know us best for. You see Faria Beach Park, see one of our rangers helping out a guest, and of course the Rincon Parkway. Some of our lesser known parks, and I'll be honest, being here for the last 6 years, being a park enthusiast, I'm always out. I didn't know of all these. And you see Foster Red Mountain Campground. You see some beautiful views of the Ojai Valley at Denison Campground Park. You see people recreating in the Ventura River at our Foster Park, the Ojai Valley Trail. And then these really neat historic resources, the San Ventura Aqueduct, and then a really phenomenal skate park in Piru. Easily our biggest challenge this year has been managing through COVID-19. You can see this is at Soul Park, one of our premier parks. Super popular any other time, but we've been restricted. You know, today, one fact to hang on to, we're 7,142 COVID-driven cancellations for reservations. That's camping, day use, community centers since. And those are COVID related. But what do? You work hard, you get with public health, you get with a team, and you work on ways to reopen. You can see the Rincon Parkway on the left lower photo, fully restricted, no one there. When we worked again with public health to phase in, we did 50% of parking initially, and then went all open later on. Each time we had a phase reopening, they were fully booked to the nearest reservation within the day that we became open. So the enthusiasm for these parks is full. Big shout out to our team, Teresa Lubin, Jim Martinez, Leslie Reed, and here you see our maintenance crews doing some tremendous work, and it's everything in parks: beach cleanup, trees, restrooms, signs up, COVID closed, COVID open, COVID partially open. This team adapts, and it's been really great to be a part of that. And our rangers too, your field customer service, also keeping visitors safe, dealing with parking restrictions and making our ordinances, keeping our ordinances in place, but doing so with a smile. And you see these guys and ladies, and it's a tremendous team. They diffuse confrontations and make for a really safe, fun environment out there. Thank you very much. One goal I have moving forward, of course, we want to get to fully reopened. We were on track for 87,000 camping reservations this year. We ended up at 71,000. We want to get to 90 this next year. I think we can do it. We'll make some tweaks on our reservation system, and we work hard. And again, with the public, help us get open, do the masks, do the distancing, and that'll help us get open. It's a team, and thank you all very much.
Well, and I would like to say thank you for the partnership with our cities and also the state and federal in making sure that we get as much of our recreation open as possible in a safe manner. As stated before, wearing the mask, not having multiple campsites, having barbecues together, doing things in a smart way to make sure we can still enjoy the outdoors, but in social distancing. And that has been really a huge effort on our department's part. And thank you very much for joining us. And then also in rebuilding, because we've had so many fires in the last 3 years and so many different things having to be rebuilt and cleaned up. And the way our department has really activated and made sure we're clean and open for use for the community, I just wanted to say thank you and make sure that people have the understanding of how much, over 5,000 acres of property that we are open to our public. And to make sure that we can continue that is by making sure that we're following the social ordinances with the COVID-19. So I just would like to say thank you. I have a proclamation for you. I will come up and I'll also open it up to any supervisors that would like to say anything.
I just want to thank GSA and thank you for the good work. And your team, you got a good team out there, you know, trimming the trees and cleaning up the parks and so forth, and making sure that the public follows the rules, especially the guidelines for COVID-19. Thank you again for your team, and GSA is doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would also like to say thank you to the parks, our Ventura County parks. I know that Congress has just passed $12 billion bill, or I'm sorry, $9.5 billion. What's a few billion? $9.5 billion to provide for our national parks, another $900 million in our land and water conservation funds that can be matched at the local level. So I know our board just recently voted to allow for the purchase of open space and parks without having to having the funds to maintain it in perpetuity, right? So we have that ability, and hopefully we will look to do some matching funds and add to our park resources. So you guys are doing a great job, and look forward to being able to do more in the future.
Hi, this is Bob Huber. I just want to say thank you for your thorough presentation and for your hard work. Very much appreciated.
Thank you very much. And we really did throw Colton into the fire. He had just started, and we had him on the press conferences talking about beach closures and stuff, and appreciate how quickly you were able to respond to the needs of our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are a little bit behind. Apologize because we want to get to the COVID-19 items. However, we have a item 66, which is our 10:30 item. I understand we have speakers for that as well. Okay, how many?
Looks like 20 speakers.
Okay, with 20 speakers, we're going to be limiting it to 1 minute. I want to make sure I am talking about that first, so that people can prepare their comments, and stress that if it's a duplication, you can always state that. We have Zoom and those that have submitted comments, just to let people know. Also, please submit your comments to clerkoftheboard@ventura.org. So with that, Supervisor Zaragoza, I'll pass this on to you and Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the board members. And first of all, I want to thank Supervisor Bennett and myself for working on this item. And this item is a very, very important item. I want to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to share a couple of items. And first of all, we're going to, of course, have some highlights of the board letter. We're not going to read the whole letter. And then I have a 2 to 3 minute PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to share. But before I hand it over to Supervisor Bennett, I'd like to share that the subject and the recommendation are the same, Madam Chair. And I want to read the recommendation. This is direct staff to study the advantages and disadvantages of the use of a county workforce agreement, a CWA, for certain county and dependent special districts, public work projects, and report back for the implementation of a community workforce agreement to the Board of Supervisors by September 15th, 2020. The recommendation is the same as the subject, so at this time, I'd like to hand it over to Supervisor Bennett, and he'll share some of the highlights of the board, and then I'll have a little presentation. I'd like to share a little PowerPoint presentation for about 2 to 3 minutes. So Supervisor Bennett.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza, and I really appreciate all of your proactive efforts on this over the last few months in terms of helping us with this. And so, Madam Chair and board members, the few highlights that I just want to point out: California law defines PLAs, project labor agreements, as pre-hire collective bargaining agreements that establish the terms and conditions of employment for a specific construction project or projects consistent with federal law. And a PLA has to prohibit discrimination in hiring and dispatching workers for the project. They got to permit all qualified contractors and subcontractors to bid for and be collective bargaining agreements. They contain an agreed upon protocol concerning drug testing for workers who will be employed on the project, guarantees against work stoppages, strikes, lockouts, and similar disruptions, and provide that disputes arising from the PLA shall be resolved by neutral arbitrator. Generally, these CWA labor organizations agree to not engage in work stoppages and resolve disputes through the grievance and arbitration procedures, while the contractors agree to pay union or prevailing wages and contribute to the employee benefit funds. an example of CWA we've got in the board letter, and there's been considerable time having these things reviewed by the CEO and county council. So thank you very much, and look forward to our discussion today.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to have a little slide presentation, but before I start that in a minute or so, dear board members and members of the audience, the main reason I'm bringing this before the board, hopefully to get an approval to help improve the standard of living for thousands of our constituents here in Ventura County. A community workforce agreement will provide the opportunity for them to receive certified training and employment in the construction industry. Additionally, these well-trained construction professionals will become middle-class residents. Their increased economic prosperity will improve their standard of living, thus increasing funding for services provided by the county currently. So board members and ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we need to keep our jobs here in Ventura County. And I want to share this again. This is extremely important. We need to keep our jobs here in Ventura County. And I have the short presentation I'd like to share with you. And it's going to highlight some of the current Ventura County employment and economic statuses and the need for a community workforce agreement. So we'll start off. First of all, we have economic impact before the COVID-19. I'm going to share that virus in Ventura County. Also some housing affordability. The COVID-19 has further affected Ventura County economic stability and the recommendations to enter into a community workforce agreement. So next item. Affordable housing affordability crisis in Ventura County. Ventura County's unaffordable and overcrowded living conditions. That reduces the quality of life. This is according to the Census 2019. The median home price in Ventura County is $559,700, almost $600,000. And the median gross rent between 2014 and 18 is $1,700, and this is for an apartment 800 square foot. But as you probably saw in the paper yesterday, this is an article by Ventura County Star, and according to the report from the National Low Income Housing Coalition, the current rate of wages, for median wages across the U.S. is $23.96. This is what is needed to rent an 800-foot square apartment here in Ventura County. However, in Ventura County, you need $37.37 an hour to afford a two-bedroom apartment here in Ventura County. So that means that individuals that are earning $10, $12 an hour, they need to have probably almost 3 jobs or maybe 3 persons in a family to afford an apartment here in Ventura County, which is really, really crucial. The coronavirus has further affected our economy. A year ago, we were at 3% unemployment. Today, we're at 12.6%. This is according to the EDD. And we have approximately 52,000 people that are out of work right now in Ventura County. This is per Bruce Stensley from Economic Development Corporation. He's the chief executive officer there. And many of the unemployed are people that are in service, in the service industry, retail industry, and also with our construction individuals. In fact, I talked to some of the construction individuals that mentioned to me that at one time or another, we have approximately thousands and thousands of construction workers that are out of work, So one of the things that I believe that we need to do is again, put our people to work. So one of the recommended items that I have is for entering into a community workforce is to keep our jobs in Ventura County. This workforce will keep them employed. It will provide jobs, training opportunities in the construction industry for the disadvantaged communities, and especially minorities and women. They will find work as electricians, iron workers, plumbers, and numerous other trades. One of the things that's extremely important is that by having the CWA, we can have the opportunity to include apprentice and pre-apprenticeship programs. This will provide thousands of hours of general and specialized training in mentoring, work experience, and also community works the community works agreements will provide an opportunity for the county residents to earn middle-class wages, or better based on their expertise and for a desire to move forward. The Community Workforce Agreement will make more local work available for our constituents. Bruce again mentioned that he calculates that our economic benefits is at a 2 to 3 ratio. That 2 to 3 multiplier helps in purchasing power, in generating tax revenue, and creating a robust economy in our county that will absorb major impacts such as the current COVID-19 that we're experiencing now. Additionally, okay, I think we lost one. That's it. Well, I just wanted to share that I think we lost one PowerPoint presentation, but I'd like to share that of course, you know, the last one would be okay, one more. Is that it? That's it? Okay. Anyway, I believe that we need this community workforce agreement here in Ventura County. And one of the things that I want to mention before, this will really help individuals that are also graduating from high school. Right now, we have high school seniors that are going to college, and some seniors that are going to the military, and other seniors that are really going to be looking for work. And this apprenticeship program with the CWA would really help our individuals here in Ventura County. And basically, that's all I have at this time.
What do you and Steve think about the cannabis initiative?
Yes, we'd like to have that come back by the.
Okay, I'll ask that from our Public Works then. Supervisor Bennett, did you have any further comments before I move on to our public comments?
No, I don't.
Okay, we have 20 speakers. And we will start, it'll be 1 minute for everyone. If everyone could, as you're getting ready, please make sure that your volume is up so that we can hear you. We've had some issues with Zoom of not hearing people. So with that, please, we will start with Richard Marcuson. And you have 1 minute. Richard, are you there? He's not there. Okay. Next one is Eric Kristen. Eric Kristen. Eric, are you there? No? Okay. Next one is, oh, he is there. Perfect. Technology is slower than us? That's shocking. Much appreciated. Hello, Eric.
Sorry, yeah, the technology is really something. Thank you, Eric. Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. Supervisor Zaragoza, and really what can only be described as just disjointed comments trying to justify this discriminatory workforce agreement. You're only going to, prevailing wages aren't an issue. They're already going to be paid to the workers, union and non-union alike. A non-union worker, however, is going to lose the money that goes into the union health, welfare, and pension plan because they will not vest. Prevailing wage isn't on the issue, yet he makes it sound like it's about wages. It's not about local jobs. You cannot mandate that people come from a particular zip code. All that PLAs do are put goals into place, so it's not about local jobs. Strikes happened under PLAs. We can send you dozens of examples. So what is the problem that this solution is pretending to come here to solve? It's a special interest giveaway that seeks to discriminate against the 85% of the construction workforce that happens to be union free. Think this through, take a survey of your local contractors, and do your job before you jump in and hand a special interest group a monopoly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next item is Lori Bennett. Hello, Lori.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, hooray for public parks. I want to tell you, I was a park ranger myself back in the 80s. Walked miles and miles on the Rincon. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the board for bringing this up. Fortunately, the construction industry is growing, and it's very busy during this period of time. Much different situation than 2008 to 2013. A community workforce agreement will not make more local work available. Will not. The work is currently available for upwards of 80% of the local workforce. It will force contractors to sign with union representation and will absolutely increase the cost of the project. So let's keep more construction projects for our local workforce. I wholeheartedly agree with workforce development and investment in our county with both open and closed shops, union and non-union. Let's get the funds focused in junior high and high school as well as post-secondary programs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your comments, Lori. Elisa Garcia. Elias Garcia, thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Elias Garcia, and I am the Regional Government Affairs Manager for the SoCal region. Here on behalf of Associated General Contractors of California, we are here this morning to ask you to bring contractors to the table when discussing the terms of this proposed community workforce agreement. AGC represents nearly 1,000 contractor members throughout the state, and we believe our industry is vital to the success of California and will be critical to the region's recovery from COVID. We are committed to helping local governments deliver high quality, on time, on budget projects for the residents that don't compromise design or safety. When it comes to PLAs, what is important to remember is that it is the contractor that will implement and be held to the terms and conditions listed in the agreement, and the contractor who is responsible to deliver on the project. Having contractors at the table will help mitigate unforeseen issues and will allow for all contractors to comply and complete. On behalf of AGC and our membership, we thank you for your time and look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you for your comments. Tony Skinner.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Tony.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Tony Skinner. I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-County Building Trades and the President of the IBEW Local 952 here in Ventura. The CWA is the only way to ensure local hire on your projects, as well as providing a skilled and trained workforce. We now have a track record in Ventura County that shows that agreements like this work. We have an agreement with California Resources Corporation that has put many of our members to work here in the county. The port is in their second year of the CWA, and the numbers for local hire there were off the charts. After the CWA with Oxnard Union High School District for Rancho Campana was complete, in a unanimous vote, they agreed to a CWA for a 5-year agreement that covers their Measure A bond. By all accounts, everybody is very satisfied on how this model works for them. The Building Trades has also partnered with the Workforce Development Board to create a pre-apprenticeship program that will be a gateway for applicants to enter into the union apprenticeship programs, and hopefully will start sometime before the end of the year. I urge you to move forward with this process.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question for you. You had stated that this has worked other places. CRC, are you aware of a limit, say a price limit for other counties? Like a project of like...
It varies. I've seen as little as 500,000. I've seen upwards of $1 million to $2 million.
Or 5 million? Okay.
Or 5 million even, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. Donna Lacayo. Sorry, Donna.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That's okay. Good morning. On behalf of the Port of Hueneme, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the agenda item regarding a study of the advantages and disadvantages of a community workforce agreement for Ventura County, also known as PLA. The Port of Hueneme has a PLA with the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council established as of December of 2019. If county staff are directed to explore the possibility of a PLA, we stand ready to assist staff with this research and provide any information from our experience that may be instrumental during the process. The port has been very successful in our implementation. We work closely with the Trades Council to develop a 3-year agreement. On behalf of Commissioner Rooney, she's very supportive of the PLA. She's 100% in favor of it, and it saved the port over $1 million and ensured local employment. It resulted in over 83 local jobs. The last project that we did was on time and successful. 25 of those jobs were by residents of Port Hueneme and 35 from Ventura County. So thank you for
Donna.
your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Russell Johnson.
Yes, Russell Johnson on behalf of the Associated Builders and Contractors Southern California chapter.
just wanted to state in regard to presentation, the wages are all prevailing wages. So with or without the community workforce agreement, the wage rates are all the same. In fact, without the CWA, workers on normal public works jobs would actually get to keep more if they're not required to pay union dues, which they would be required to do under a CWA. Furthermore, it shuts out local workers that may be part of a core workforce because the core workforce for the contractor would be capped. So even though the worker already meets the definition of local, they would be shut out and be prevented from working on the job. And last, I want to point out that ABC's apprentices and other unilateral apprenticeship programs that are not affiliated with the building trades would also be prevented from getting their state mandated hours of on-the-job training and would be discriminated against and shut out from working on these projects. Please do not do a CWA.
Thank you for your comments. Jose Ramirez.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, yeah, yes, no, I submitted my comments by email, so those will be read, right? So
Okay.
once again, that I'm in support of the CWA.
Thank you very much. So his comments are submitted via email. Okay, for the record. Amy Fonzo.
Good morning, Chair Long, Honorable Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. My name is Amy Fonzo on behalf of California Resources Corporation, also known as CRC. We urge you to support a community workforce agreement with the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. CRC has had a statewide project labor agreement with both the state and Tri-County Building and Construction Trades Councils for nearly 5 years. We are proud to be a California business in a highly regulated industry, and members of the Tri-County Trades perform all of the construction and construction maintenance on our facilities throughout the county. Our decision to partner with the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades was based on the opportunity.
I just saw that.
Highly skilled work in the energy industry to our safety first culture that internal training, policies, and procedures. That partnership PRC and earning 22 National Safety Awards in 2019 and having the best safety record in our long history of fields and operations with 0 employee injuries for well over a year.
Yeah.
CRC supports champions of the
Thank you for your comments, Amy. Appreciate it. If you are trying to be on Zoom, please make sure your speakers are muted. Really appreciate it. Jose Ramirez, if you can mute your speaker, that'd be great. The next person up is Armando Delgado.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Armando.
My name is Armando Delgado, and I am a lifelong resident of Ventura County. I'm also a United States Marine Corps veteran and an 18-year experienced tradesman. I've worked for 3 small employee companies and even leading a 56-man crew, multi-trade. Today, I am a union professional carpenter with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters Local 805. The Gold Coast Carpenters are a large portion of our workforce living right here in Ventura County. Our trained and skilled carpenters hold themselves to the highest standard and walk with pride throughout our communities, as they should, because they have earned every bit of respect, graduating through our only accredited carpenter training program in the area. Even the use of our Ventura County tradesmen, union or non-union, has a positive impact on our local community through set goals for local hiring, provisions of education, stabilizing the wage floor with better pay and opportunity. They have better health coverage and a probability of success in the individual pursuing careers in our trade. We are not.
Thank you, Armando. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is going to be Scott Zimmerman. Is he on? Scott Zimmerman.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, you got 1 minute. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, honorable board members and members of the community. Just wanted to say here that a community workforce agreement enhances collaborative efforts towards establishing.
Scott, can you get closer to the speaker? We can't hear you. Scott. Go ahead. Oh, thank you.
Still there?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's establishing a spirit of harmony, peace, stability between labor and management to support timely construction of public works projects. Parties who are involved in a community workforce agreement and contractors who are sent to work under a CWA acknowledge that social equity, workforce diversity, and development of local workers for construction careers as a top priority. It also ensures the timely completion of projects without delay with skilled workers and agreed upon procedures, such as labor compliance, holding contractors accountable to paying the correct wages for work being performed, also known as worker misclassification, which is a very common tactic used by out-of-area contractors to destroy the competitive bidding process. It's not something we want to see continue in Ventura County. So,
Scott,
please,
thank you. Thank you, Scott.
move forward with this.
Thank you for sharing. Our next person is Anthony Ventura. You got 1 minute. Anthony Ventura.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, supervisors and residents of Ventura County. My name is Anthony Ventura. I've been a resident of Ventura County for over 20 years. I'd like to talk about why a local hire for jobs here in our community. I'm a union carpenter of Local 805. We are 1,100 members in the county. We are just one of many trades that live in this county. I come here in support of the community workforce agreement. What we as a community should be concerned about is that we provide jobs that are a livable wage in our county so that our children will be able to purchase their first home and raise their children just like we were able to do in this great county of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Next speaker is Madly McNitch. Is that correct? Madly, you got 1 minute?
That's correct.
Go ahead. You
I'd
got 1
like
minute.
to just speak directly to some of the false statements I've been hearing earlier in the comment period. The speakers get up and they say that because it's a prevailing wage job, that everyone's going to be paid the same like they're supposed to. Being out in the contracting industry for over 30 years, that is blatantly false statements that are being made, because more often than not, the non-union contractors out there will misclassify their workers. They will pay less than what they're supposed to. They go so far as not paying the benefit package that they keep saying that the people are going to get more and take home with. That is blatantly false in itself. I can tell you from numerous projects over the 30-year career I've had that only too often contractors know they're going into these projects bidding low numbers on their workers, knowing they're going to get away with it because those workers are happy to have that job, and they're going to keep their mouths shut, and they're going to take that lower pay. The only way to assure that doesn't go on is through one of these workforce agreements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madly. Our next speaker is Anthony Mireles. Anthony, you got 1 minute. Anthony? Is he on?
Wait, I'm coming on. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Chair Long, Supervisor and CEO Mike Powers. I'm Anthony Mireles, Business Manager of Labor's Local 585. I represent 1,000 skilled workers. So I'm going to wear the hat of I chair the Clean Green Committee for the county. And we've been, for the last 6 years, trying to find programs on how to find Ventura County residents and put them to work. And then right now with COVID-19, you have restaurant workers, retail, everybody's out. You're not going to be able to put money into the high schools to put these people to work. These are construction craft jobs. We're successful. We've, in the last 6 months with our community workforce agreement at Oxnard High School, 521 jobs were created, generating $2.5 million, leading up to 29,000 man hours. So it's successful. We are successful what we're doing. We need more programs through the county, and we need to get more grant opportunities to put people to work.
Thank you, Anthony. Supervisor Long.
Thank you. Next up is Jesus Torres. Jesus? Go ahead. Jesus, I am not getting any sound, only feedback. I cannot hear you, Jesus. I can only see your lips moving. Try it again, Jesus. Maybe the AirPod's not working.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, perfect.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me mute myself here. Okay. Again, I'm Jesus Torres. I'm a public affairs and diversity consultant, but I'm speaking as an individual on this item. The county has an opportunity to address systemic inequality by using a community workforce agreement as a tool for economic empowerment and inclusion. CWAs are one of the most effective tools to both create local career path, job opportunities on public works projects, and increase access and equity for underrepresented groups. So that said, the county has the ability to use a CWA as not only a procurement tool, but as a workforce development and job training tool. It's in a unique position to create linkages between CalWorks, CalFresh, foster youth, and justice involved individuals. So the county can utilize the CWA to build bridges to a more equitable and inclusive future for more women and residents of color. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, Jesus. Next is Jose Garcia. It's a read. Oh, yes, it is. Hey, we're moving on to the reading emails. So that completes our Zoom portion of the public hearing, public comments, and we'll now start with the email. Too many things in my mind at one time. Go ahead.
Chair Long, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jose Garcia, and I'm a proud member of Leona Labor's Local 585 Ventura for over 33 years. I'm writing to you to please move forward with the study and eventually pass a similar CWA for county work. This will ensure that local workers, local contractors, and local vendors are utilized on these projects. I really would like for you to see or study the PLA being used in Los Angeles School District. They are one of the biggest builders in California and started with a one-year pilot program, PLA, and found that their projects were being delivered on time and included in their community to work on these projects. Since this time, they have implemented a 10-year PLA, aka CWA finding. It was so successful for many reasons. Construction here in the county has been in recession for years and is a good chance to provide work and opportunities for local workers, which in turn keep our tax dollars flowing through our community and not into another city or county. During these pressing times, we need to focus and create these kinds of opportunities for our citizens. Thank you so much for listening, and I urge you to do the right thing.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Tony Skaggs. Is it read?
Yes. Dear members of the board, I am writing to the board today regarding the Community Workforce Agreement, CWA, proposed by Supervisor Zaragoza, item 66 on your agenda. As a contractor who would likely bid on a project, I am strongly opposed to the CWAs and urge you to vote no on this item. CWAs discriminate against 83% of California construction workers that are non-union, including my company. This means my employees and apprentices would be prevented from working on county public work jobs. These discriminatory agreements have three things in common. 1, prevents apprentices from unilateral apprenticeship programs from working on jobs even if they live and work in the local higher target area. Number 2, require contractors to run all labor through the union hall, including the contractor's existing employees. And 3, require contractors to pay into union health and retirement plans for non-union workers. These benefits non-union workers will never be able to take advantage of. These items found in every CWA mean that my company will not bid on this project if a CWA was put in place. My employees would have to surrender their personal information to the union hall. My current workforce would be prevented from working on the job, even if they are local. My apprentices wouldn't be allowed to be dispatched on site and would have to pay into union programs if they don't benefit my employees. All of these requirements make it hard to compete and discourage contract participation. And that's at the 250 word limit.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Rosalind Okab.
Dear members of the board, I am writing the board today regarding Community Workforce Agreement proposed by Supervisor Zaragoza, item 66 on your agenda. As a contractor who would likely bid on the project, I strongly oppose CWAs and urge you to vote no on this item. CWA discriminate against 83% of California construction workforce that are non-union, including my company. This means my employees and apprentices would be prevented from working on county public work jobs. These discriminatory agreements have three things in common. One, they prevent apprentices from unilateral apprenticeship programs from working on jobs, even if they live and work in the local higher target area. Two, require contractors to run all labor through the union hall, including the contractor's existing employees. And three, require contractors to pay into union health and retirement plans for non-union workers. These are benefits non-union workers will never be able to take advantage of. These items found in every CWA mean that my company will not bid on this project if a CWA is put in place. My employees would have to surrender their personal information to the union hall. My current workforce would be prevented from working on the job even if they are local. My apprentices wouldn't be allowed to be dispatched to the site, and I would have to pay into union programs that don't benefit my employees. All of these requirements make it hard to compete and discourage contractor participation. And that is at the 250 word limit.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Jack McCormick.
Supervisor Saragosa, I am writing as a representative of a construction company with over 35 years of experience working in the underground utility industry in Ventura County. Travis Ag is a privately run non-union company that operates in the private and public sector. We have over 50 employees, and we are proud to have weathered the recent economic storms and maintain employment opportunities for these great employees. Specifically, we are writing to voice our concerns over the community workforce agreement that the board is considering. It has been our experience that project labor agreements tend to limit competition due to the excessive requirements laid out in the bid documents. These requirements heavily favor unions to the degree in which many companies will not even submit a bid. This limited competition leads to higher project cost, even way higher than engineers estimate. This also encourages union companies from out of the area to bid on these projects, thereby taking work from our local companies and your constituents. We here at Travis Ag urge you to vote no on any project labor agreements to help maintain a progressive economy for our local workforce. Respectfully, Jack McCormick.
Thank you for your comments. So that concludes the public comment portion of this item. Is there any more? There's one more. Okay, please go ahead. Who is that? Oh, Christine Nahaku? Yes, please go ahead.
As a Simi Valley resident, I write this email in opposition of community workforce agreement. As a mother of children who were raised in Ventura County and working in the trades, my children should not be discriminated against because they do not work for a company under union representation. We all agree these are difficult times. Jobs are sacred for all and deserve the same opportunity. Please vote no on this. It is in the best interest of our county to keep competition in the trades. Thank you for this opportunity. Christine.
Thank you for the comment. So that concludes the rest of the public comment. Supervisor Zaragoza, I'll hand
Yeah.
that back to you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to thank all the speakers that spoke today, you know, the pro and cons. And like I've always said, there's always two sides to every story. But one of the things that I'd like to emphasize again, that we need to keep construction jobs here in Ventura County, henceforth contributing to our economy. And I know that quite a few jobs, when they come in and they bid in jobs, are individuals that come from out of state, they come from other cities, and they take the monies back to their cities and that help our economy. So we need high-paying jobs here in Ventura County. And I think it's important that we keep them here. And as I mentioned before, you know, we have high school graduates, not just the regular individuals that work every single day, but high school graduates that are graduating every single year, that potentially some of those go to college, and they join the armed forces, and there's others that are looking for work. And then with the apprenticeship programs that CWA would provide for the pre-apprentice and also for the apprenticeship program for low-income wage employees, for minorities, for men and for women that need those jobs. And I think it's important that we do that. So I'd like to make a recommendation that we approve this item at this time. And I'm sure this other board members are going to share information to direct staff to study the advantages and disadvantages of the use of the community workforce agreement and bring it back in September the 15th. Thank you.
I second that motion.
Okay,
Steve
Supervisor Bennett, any further comments on it?
I have a comment.
Yes, Supervisor Parks.
I'm concerned about the timing of this because both Supervisors Bennett and Zaragoza will be moving on to other positions, I think, in the future. But their terms are up in December, right? And so this is something that would tie the hands of future boards. And I feel it's important for those future boards to weigh in on what they would like to study if they want to move forward on this. So I just don't think it's the right time to be doing this, and would look at it and consider it for a future board.
But
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Madam Chair, the County of Ventura, the City of Oxnard, and the 9 other cities, we're all partners. This is not just the County of Ventura. The workforce is throughout the entire county. It's going to benefit all of us, and it's going to benefit a lot of the work that we do by providing the high-earning jobs for, and not tying the hands of the Board of Supervisors. And I think potentially that we can help each other, help the cities and the county work together. And I think that we need that. We need to have the cities and the county work together. So thank you.
Supervisor Huber, did you have any comments? No. Jeff Pratt is here. Could I ask you a question? I do agree about the timing of this item. I am concerned with COVID-19 and all the other items that we're doing right now. That is September 15th, a deadline that we can hit. I don't want to set, I prefer to under-promise and over-deliver. And so my concern is that we might not have all the information by September 15th to make any type of judgment on this.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, Jeff Pratt with Public Works. If I understood your concern, yes, it is a tight turnaround. I think something that we don't collect on our contracts on a regular basis, we have in certain instances, is how much is local labor, how much is union, how much is non-union, and so on and so forth, how many apprentices were used, that sort of thing. So we're in the throes of doing that. Certainly we can get you something by September 15th, but if we had a little more time, it would be better. It won't be tight at that time, but it would be qualitatively better than nothing at all.
Well, and I apologize for putting you on the spot with this question. I know you want to, you serve all of the board members here. And the questions I have also was in regards to the contracts. I know like our hospital contract, we had a very high percentage of local job force that was here. I believe it was 54 or some number that was a lot larger. In our contracts currently, we have veterans, women-owned minority, we have local. Is that correct?
There's a number of things that both the state and your board have adopted to try and ensure that there's a diversity of workforce, that locals have preference, that prevailing wages are paid, and so on and so forth. And it's too many to list right now, but the answer to your question is yes. And in the case of the hospital, and speaking to some of the folks about out-of-state, I'm only aware of a couple of out-of-state contractors and all the several $100 million worth of projects we have out. And basically they come in because we don't have the workforce here. So that was the case with the hospital. Even Taft Electric couldn't do the hospital, for example. So they had to bring people in from far away. Right now, in the review of the contracts where we are now, there's a handful of folks that are from LA County, other parts of California. But by and large, it's mostly, and I don't have a percentage for you at this time, local contractors using local labor. And so we're busy trying to sort through that, and then trying to sort through. It's incredibly difficult to figure out who's union and who is not union because they switch hats all the time. Mm-hmm. They can be union today and not union tomorrow, and back to union again, just depending upon how they do things. So what we were hoping to do is, so that there's not a bunch of noise the next time we see you, is get that information together and have the laborers, the trades, and the carpenters agree that our analysis is correct. We haven't heard from the trades yet, despite a couple of requests, but we have heard, thank you very much to the laborers and the carpenters on those that are unions from their perspective. So we're working away, but if we're going to make that target, we're going to need everybody to cooperate. I hope they're still listening. So Tony, I'm talking to you right now.
Yes.
I need your info on those trades. He's got like 33 trades under him that, and he's going through the list of contracts we have. So, did I go too far?
No, this is why I asked you up here, because I appreciate Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Zaragoza wanting local hire. And I appreciate that we need to have educated community building our projects. I know we've had a firehouse that we had some complications due to a labor contract person who did the job. I'm very sensitive to that. I prefer veterans to be working and our women, minority businesses and local. We really, with COVID-19, local, I want to make sure. But I understand also, if we go forward on this, that there are other counties that have started off these projects with a level. So say $5 million projects and so forth. I know I've talked to some of the trades about the Fillmore Library project, which is about a $3 million, and that wasn't really a big enough project for them. Maybe I'm misspeaking right now, but I think that's what the conversation was. So I wanted to make sure if we're making something of this large of a contract, which I think is good, that we give you avid time to do that. And so that was my concern with the September 15th deadline, to make sure if anything, if this is the motion, because I've had it heard first and second, that if we don't have the information, all the information by the 15th, that we are allowed to continue into the getting it more information to make sure we can move this forward in the right manner.
Jeff, you've been working with the unions and you're putting information together.
Yes, sir.
What we're looking for, what are the advantages and disadvantages? And I know that the harbor's doing it. Oxnard Harbor has now put a PLA together, CWA. Oxnard High School is doing it now. The Oxnard Elementary, they have a $350 million project over at the Malhart property. I think we need to know, what are the advantages and disadvantages? Is it money too low, too high? We need to know that. But I go back again, that I think is really, really important that we get jobs here. And we've had, look at the Todd Road, we had a company from out of Las Vegas came over and took that job. And those are the kind of things, those people work here, the employees go back and they take the money back there. We need the money here. We need our employees to be put to work. And that's what I'm looking for. So is the 15th too early? I know initially we had it on the 1st of September, and then we talked about the 15th, and the 15th, my understanding is there's some time that you can work with. So I think it's really, really, Madam Chair, it's important that we hear the advantages and disadvantages. We've heard individuals that don't want it, they want to continue paying low wages, and there's individuals that do want it and pay high wages. We need to bring more people into the middle class. And for example, we've been using CARES money to help businesses, help the employees. We help the CARES money to help people, landlords with their rents. We need to help our individuals here, people that need that jobs here in Ventura County.
Well, and I appreciate you saying that, because really it is, how do we employ those local here? And what is the best way of doing it? So when I hear advantages and disadvantages, I want to make sure what we're talking about.
That's right.
In regards to that. So it's local hire, it's what is the level of the jobs that we can do. We learned that from other counties too that are doing it, not just the school districts.
That's why we need recommendations from Mr. Pratt. Yeah.
Okay, I would just, for myself, that's a lot of information to put together. And so I have concerns of the September 15th, but there is a motion here in a second. And I would just state that if you need more information, I would really urge that you ask us to come back with more time if needed. Are there any, I think I've taken up enough time here. Any other supervisors that have any other comments?
Jeff, is the 15th plenty of time for you? I mean, we're talking the whole month of August and half of September.
Get you something by the 15th if that's what you want. My experience with this, and we've been through this issue with your board once before. My experience with this is on the pros and cons. There's if you go to cost, there's probably as many studies that say cost increases don't. If you go to any of these are kind of subjective items. What I think really your board needs in order to know that you're trying to accomplish what it is you're trying to accomplish is the statistics on where we are with our some $1 billion worth of projects. And what keeps getting thrown out is this anecdotal data. Fort Union's got one project that, as far as I know, our people talk to them. Oxnard Union's got a project or more, but they've already determined that costs are higher. So if you want to get to the bottom of that, that's a lot of phone calls in the COVID time or a lot of research in COVID time that doesn't happen quickly. So the anecdotal data, I think, if you want to get past just anecdotal stuff and get to what's actually happening here, it's going to be tight on the 15th, but we get to what we have. And if you think it needs to be tightened up, we can proceed from there.
So the question is, can you bring something back by the 15th?
We will have something for you on the 15th. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other supervisors, questions?
Thank you, Jeff.
Hearing none, there is a motion by Supervisor Zaragoza to direct staff for the advantages and disadvantages of this PWA. That just changed on my screen, so yeah. It's for disadvantages of the use of the community workforce agreement for certain county and dependent special district public work projects, and to report back to us for implementing the community workforce agreement on September 15th. I'm only reading that to make sure it's clear for those that are watching the public comments that they understand what is actually coming back to this board. So there's been a first and a second, and if there's any further discussion from our board members, roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yes.
Supervisor Parks?
No.
Supervisor Huber?
No.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Chair Long?
Yes. And with that, I'm sure this will be for further discussions.
Thank you.
So that is passed 3-2. The next item is our crop report. Wait. 67, we are going to, it's 11 o'clock, I apologize, but it's now 12 o'clock. And we are going to pull 67 for the record. So the next item is 68, which is the report regarding implementation of the Voters' Choice Act. We have Mark Lund here, I believe. Or is there a CEO's office?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and she's on Zoom. Hey, sorry, I look at the audience and forget about Zoom sometimes. So yes, please. Who is speaking on this item? I don't have that.
Tina Wang?
Thank you. Tina, please go right ahead. We have your PowerPoint up. Tina Wang. Come back to that one and go to 69? Or is that okay? Okay, thank you. Apologize, Mark. We'll move to 69 as we get the other PowerPoints together. So this is the item for our Ventura County Crop and Livestock Report for 2019. And I have Mr. Ed Williams and Rena Bell here. And I just want to say thank you so much. This is the second year in a row we've had this crop report. As soon as it's done with all this COVID-19 items, which we would understand the delay, but ag is so important to our community and what's going on. So really thank you so much for hitting this report on such a timely manner. So Ed, with that, I pass it over to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Long, Chair Long. Supervisors and the CEO, Mr. Powers, appreciate the opportunity to come speak to you about agriculture in Ventura County, and particularly the ability to present to you this year's crop report for 2019. Unfortunately, I have to deliver a little bit of disappointing news this year. We were actually down about 5% overall in our crop report. And there's some interesting factors that came into play this year. So can we go to the, where's my?
There should be a clicker. We'll hand it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So this year we wanted to focus on family farms in Ventura County. As you know, farming has been a long held strong tradition in this county that has really built the foundation of Ventura County since very early centuries ago, actually. So this year we're focusing on families that have made Ventura County farming successful and that continue to work hard to provide the food and the resources that we all appreciate, along with a lot of the open space that and beautiful landscape that we appreciate living next to in so many ways, in so many places. So our estimated gross value for Ventura County is just under $2 billion. We've been over $2 billion for the last 2 years, and now we've dropped a little bit under below that. $1.99 billion, which, as I said, represents a 5% decrease from 2018. I wanted to point out that this reflects a gross valuation and not the actual amount that the farmers get to keep in their pocket. They have costs for labor, they have costs for water, they have costs for equipment, they have all kinds of different costs that inputs that they put into growing the crops that we are able to produce here in this county. We have approximately 95,000, just under 96,000 acres of irrigated cropland in Ventura County and several 100,000 acres of pasture land and cattle production. Our top 10 crops, strawberries again have hit #1, but they have shown a 24% decrease in overall value. And a lot of that has to do with the weather that we had last year. We had a lot of rain. So we had some reductions there, and that was an impact. One of the best news items for Ventura County is that celery had a marked increase of about 18% over the previous year. As many of you may recall, a lot of people were getting juiced celery in their healthy drinks last year, and so there were times where the market value was very high and did very well for the celery producers. Lemons have dropped from the #2 to the #3 spot. Raspberries have actually increased to 4th over nursery stock, which has dropped to the 5th spot. Avocados have remained in 6th and have increased actually by about 12% over the previous year. Even though the crop volume was down a little bit, the prices were good and the growers made some money. Tomatoes have remained in 7th place, slight drop there. Cut flowers have also remained in 8th place, a slight drop there. Peppers have stayed in 9th place with a 1% drop. And with a 94% increase over the previous year, hemp has hit our top 10 this year and is likely to not be there again in 2020. So we had a $35 million valuation for the hemp crop that was produced this year.
And the lemons, that decrease was due to importation?
Actually, the market was part of the difficulty. We're going to see a little different look to the crop report again next year because of the COVID-19. There's been some significant impacts, and so lemons have continued to take a little bit of a hit for the crop for this current 2020. But in 2019, they had a great volume of fruit.
Right.
The prices didn't hold up as well as they had hoped. So.
Right. I just remember there was some importation from South America, Peru area that hit our lemons on the market.
Argentina, Peru,
Argentina,
and
yes.
different areas also started to produce more
okay.
that impacted our crops. Okay. As you see, avocados had a good increase. Tomatoes had a little bit of a decrease.
Well, and the increase on the avocados also was because of our fires, wasn't it?
That's a part of it.
Okay.
Avocados are kind of a cyclical crop, and one year the volume is up, and one year the volume is down. And the people that actually were able to, that had a good crop, got a good market as well. So,
okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
And don't we get a lot of avocados from Mexico too? Does that
we do get a significant number of avocados imported into the United States.
So consequently, the 4%, or because of the weather, or why? You know.
I'm sorry.
What was the reason for the decrease in 4%?
Actually,
there's an increase.
Oh, it was an increase. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Actually,
I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yes, sorry. This is the peppers, but
okay.
The avocados actually had a 12% increase in
Great
value. The volume was not that much different than the previous year.
Okay, thank you.
And again, hemp hits our top 10 for the first time, and cabbage has dropped out barely. Cabbage and kale both are very close to the same valuation.
Right, and the hemp will be changing based on the emergency ordinance and that process going.
Yeah.
It was our first year of producing hemp for this area.
Yes, there will be a significant change in the next crop year. This is, we had 3,600 acres planted of hemp last year, about 10% of the total hemp acreage in the state that was here in Ventura County. Most of it was grown for biomass, some was for flower seed and transplants. Organic farming remains strong. It's almost 10%, a little bit over 9% of the total crop report for Ventura County. So this is really strong. Statewide, it's about 5 to 6%. So Ventura County kind of is a leader in the area of organic production. One thing I wanted to mention is that next week, August 2nd through the 8th, is National Certified Farmers Market Week. So I want to encourage people to get out and enjoy the farmers markets, get some fresh produce, and this is the best time of year to do it.
Ed, is that increasing the farmers market? I know we have one in Oxnard every Thursday. Is that?
Yeah, the farmers markets have done fairly well this year. They've had to restructure their business, but they've done fairly well. So.
And I know we have another one over at the harbor. You know.
Yep.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
Thursdays and Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we wanted to focus on the families of farming in Ventura County. We're featuring the Ortiz family, Peralta family, Pablo's Produce, the Grether family, the Hasagawa family, and telling their stories. We just wanted to try to focus in and give you a little bit of insight what it takes to continue farming as a family operation in the county. The Clitich family, the Vanonis, the Terry family, and the Muranaka families. We're focusing. Another area that you can take a look at in the back of our crop report is we're featuring the different programs that we're involved in, the things that we do to try to help protect and promote agriculture in the county. We have 29 different programs. We have a staff of 63 that work those programs. Some of those staff are here today that have been instrumental in helping to develop this crop report. Corinne, our chief deputy, is kind of our coordinator and our compiler of the data. She's done an amazing job year after year of putting this report together for us. Linda Bellamy is our photographer, and she's done a great job of getting the vision of agriculture for the county captured. And we also have Brenda Tello in our room that has helped to, and they've helped to put together a nice little spread in the back room for our supervisors and our staff to enjoy and take a sample of some of those top 10 crops.
And Ventura is rated what in California for ag? Are we the top 9th? Have we moved up?
Hard to say at this point because not all the crop reports are in, but we're in that same area, 9th or 10th.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure people know we are 9th in the state for ag. That is huge. Many people just think we are an urban county, and we are so diverse in this area and lucky to have that. So thank you.
And the area, the land area that we work with, 96,000 acres compares to our closest, one of our closest competitive counties, Kings County, has over 400,000 acres of cropland.
How many, Ed, compared to?
About 400,000 acres
compared to
in Kings County. That's cropland, cultivated cropland, and we have about 96,000.
So we're very good then.
We're growing a lot of
amount
high
of the land
value, high dollar
Yep.
crops that allows for some of our growers to continue
That's great.
to operate.
Mm-hmm.
And we have some information about exports in the back,
Mhm.
our different programs and services. Any questions for the group? For us today?
My question really is, this is a fabulous information that we went through quickly. And so for our community, how would they be able to read this? Is it online? Do they go to the Ag Commission? Does it get mailed? How does our community get this information?
Yeah, we print several hundred copies, and so these reports will be available at our office if people come into our office to get one. We also post them online at the Agriculture-Commissioner website for Ventura County, so they're available.
You know, Madam Chair, I think it's
online.
One probably seeing it online is probably great because it's going to be available. The whole information is there, right? This is beautiful. Whoever did this work did a really good job.
And that reminds me, thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza. Matt Krieger from our General GSA office always does
It's a beautiful work, yeah.
Of laying these things out and getting the print job done for us. And we push him hard to get this on a timely basis. So they're amazing. They really are.
I really appreciate the family theme. Without our families here in Ventura County, we wouldn't have the ag that we have. And I know not everyone says thank you to them. We sometimes take it for advantage that there is farmland and open space all around it, but it's because of these ag families that we've been able, and our farm workers have been able to still cultivate that land and utilize it for the best for our community. And I would like to say at this time, thank you very much. And to all the Ag Commissioner, I know we are stressing very hard right now with COVID-19, and you'll be giving us an update on that later on. But I do want to say thank you again to all your staff for inspections on so many different levels of not only COVID, but the beetles and the pests, all sorts of things that are going on, weed abatement, we've got our fire control and so forth. So just thank you.
And Ed,
Supervisor Zaragoza?
I just want to share with you that this is really great because my family's been here for 100 and some years, and we all benefited from working in the farms and the strawberries and the lemons and the celery and so forth. So we've grown, with the farmers, and they provided jobs and for the community. in this beautiful land, we have beautiful, beautiful crops. You know, you're wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other supervisors? I see
I do have a
Supervisor
question.
Parks.
Thank you. It is notable that hemp all of a sudden made it in the top 10, right? And we don't anticipate that next year because of the ordinance that's coming forward. The question I have, and I think I saw Mark Lund out in the audience, is there is going to be a cannabis initiative on the ballot, as I understand. And I'm wondering if the Agriculture Commissioner has any thoughts on, if that is approved by voters, what that would mean to our agricultural industry, and also to hemp, if it does have any implications. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you know, that could probably wait till we get to that item. But I am curious to know his thoughts on that.
Yeah, the cannabis initiative would limit the quantity of cannabis that's planted to greenhouses and no more than 500 acres. And that could have a real significant impact on, because cannabis is at least 8 to 10 times the value that hemp is, it could have a significant impact on the value of crops grown here. Cannabis is not considered a quote-unquote crop or commodity according to the U.S. government, and it's not allowed actually to be put into our crop report. So it would be tracked separately as a separate item, but potentially there's some value there for the county if voters should approve that. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other supervisors? Any questions, comments? Again,
Yeah, this is Bob.
Huber.
This is Bob Huber. Yes, thank you. This is Bob Huber. I just want to say thank you very much for the thorough report. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I look forward to getting the hard copy, and I also am jealous for what you have waiting for you in your closed session room with all the nice fresh fruits and vegetables with the crop report.
They brought us some samples of the fruits and vegetables.
We can sample it for the supervisor.
Thank you. Somehow that doesn't go through Zoom. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. This is a receive and file. So a motion to receive.
So moved.
Thank you by Supervisor Zaragoza.
Second, Huber.
Second by Supervisor Huber. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett? Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
Supervisor Huber?
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Supervisor Long?
Yes.
Supervisor Bennett?
Okay. The vote is majority. Thank you very much. We'll move back to 5068. I believe Mark Lund is back in the house. And we have CEO is Tina. Is she on? Robert. Thank you. Hi, Robert.
Hi. Apologize for not being available earlier.
No.
So good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board, and Mr. Powers. For the record, Robert Bravo from the County Executive Office. Back in April, your board requested the CEO's office to work with elections and return with a report on 2 items related to the November election. The first item we looked at is to assess the feasibility of enacting the Voters' Choice Act. Our review found that this was not feasible due to extensive requirements, limited time, and recent gubernatorial executive orders and legislation. The second item that we evaluated was a 100% vote by mail option. Currently, 72% of the voters vote by mail, and so we assessed the cost of the additional 28%, which came out to be about $780,000. If we were to also add some of the elements of the Voters' Choice Act and implemented those, the total cost would be about $2.3 million. Just briefly, Voters' Choice Act was enacted in 2016 Currently, 15 out of 58 counties have adopted. All registered voters receive a ballot by mail. This expands the in-person early voting by 5 to 10 days and requests new multi-service vote centers where voters can go to any vote center within the county. As mentioned, there's been numerous executive orders and legislations that have occurred since March. This kind of lists that. This chart kind of talks about what the voting centers would do versus the traditional polling places. And you'll go from 47 locations to from 389 locations to 47 locations. These would be open for 4 days, 3 days prior to the election. And as I mentioned, you could choose any vote center. And the current process, as you know, is just open during the day of the election. In terms of cost, the original budget was estimated at $7.5 million. Adding the additional cost of the 100% vote by mail and some of the other voter choice elements, that would bring the total cost to about $9.8 million. But this would be offset by about $3.2 million from federal and state grants. So the net county cost would be about $6.6 million. Additionally, yesterday, $270,000 was awarded for outreach and communication for this drastically different way of voting. At this time, I would like to invite Mark Lund, County Clerk Recorder, to discuss the November election and the Dominion Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Good morning, Chair Long, honorable members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, Mark Lund, Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters. Late yesterday afternoon, Mr. Bravo assigned me to cover the last 3 slides. So I just asked him respectfully if he would be the slide person for me this morning. So we're going to hear something going forward, and you'll hear a lot of it as we do our outreaches. Voting has never been easier or more costly, but voting has never been easier for us. Everybody's going to get a vote by mail. We have the ballot drop boxes. There'll be 31 of those available throughout the county where folks can take their ballot and drop them in a secure ballot drop box if they elect not to use the United States Postal Service. And of course, now we're implementing 47 locations throughout the county where they can do in-person voting. So the next slide, please. Now, this is still technically a vote by mail election, and we will be asking people to vote by mail. Because if we remember back in April when your board and Supervisor Bennett first brought this, we were at a different place in April. We were kind of getting in the middle of the pandemic, and what we decided is we needed to do was to go to all vote by mail, and one of the supervisors talked about that. That is by far the cheapest voting way, but for our purposes, it didn't work out. The legislature had other thoughts. So this is where we are today, is where the legislature has put us, and it's not a bad place. We'll eventually get to a much better place, but we're going to be asking our voters to please, please, please use a vote by mail ballot, because I'm not a doctor. Dr. Levin is here, but we are in the middle of a pandemic, and in November we're going to be in the middle of flu season. And why people want to be together during that time, I don't know. And so that's why this county's support was for an all vote by mail election. So the vote centers information is there. The next slide. What we're asking for today is to go to we are really kind of going to a vote center light model. Now, we're asking for the purchase of 55 mobile ballot printers systems. And what those will do, they'll go into the local in-person voting places and allow us to pull a ballot up so somebody can vote at any place in the county and have their own home ballot, rather than now that they go to another place other than their assigned polling place and they won't get it. The last 2 bullets on this slide are optimistic. I'm an optimist by nature, but they do save some money in terms of printing costs, but the elections going forward will be a lot more expensive. So I want to talk just briefly and recognize this board's concerted effort to make our job to conduct elections and free and fair. You've been very supportive, and I want to publicly thank you for the time and the efforts and the resources to get that done. In addition to bringing us here today, we have some employees in elections that have been here for over 40 years. And we have never seen anything like this. We now have manuals and all sorts of things to tell us how to run this election. We're in a different place, but in the years to come, we're going to be in a better place. If we make this investment, the Voter Choice Act, however it ends to be in the years to come, will be an easy way for people to vote. And that's what we want. The more people that show up to vote, the better. So today is E98. 98 days from today, we'll be doing an election. One of the things I wanted to mention in Dr. Levin's behalf is one of the curveballs that this has thrown us is to be able to conduct the election, we can no longer operate just out of the mothership. So we have two additional, part of the costs that were so eloquently described in the board letter, part of the cost is to get us two separate facilities so we can take critical voting components. And we don't want to be struck down if we have a positive diagnosis for COVID and lose an entire operation. So we had to build some redundancy in and also the social distancing. So with that, I'm available for questions. And if you have any.
Yes, actually, I do. I was contacted by a couple people in East Lockwood Valley in my district in regards to wanting to personally drop off their ballot.
Yes.
So is there a way that everyone can get the information as to where are all these boxes so that they can personally drop their item off?
Great question. We'll be doing extensive media and community outreach. When they receive their vote by mail ballot, 29 days ahead of the election, that all that information will be in there. Absent all that, they could call our office and we can help them with that. There's a lot of places that they can drop their ballot off in a secure place if they elect not to use the United States Post Office.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. Supervisors, any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor
Mark,
Zaragoza.
you said we have 72% currently that people voting by mail. Do you expect that to go up another percentage to what percent?
You know, it's been rising. For the decade that I've been here, it's been rising every year. I do expect that it will rise. Once people understand that they can sit home in their jammies and get a ballot 29 days before Election Day, and they go, oh, this is pretty easy. So it's just a matter of teaching people and allowing people to understand there's a new way to vote here in Ventura County now, and it's probably a better way to vote.
And you said something important right now, especially because of the COVID-19.
Yes.
It's an opportunity for people to be at home and relax and make sure that they fill out their ballots and mail them in. And I think that's very convenient. So,
and I think that's my responsibility as a registrar to continue to make that message, is to keep people. We want them to live their lives, but you know, we have given them a lot of processes to be able to get that ballot back to us. Take advantage of it. Don't go into a group. We don't expect a big turnout at the in-person voting centers because of what's happening.
That's right.
But going forward, I think that this is the best thing for Ventura County. We're pre-COVID. It wasn't because of all the expenses. So we're just at a better place.
And we're the leaders here in Ventura County for a lot of things, you know.
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
indeed.
So,
Supervisor Parks, did you have a question?
No, I'm glad that this is coming forward. It is very timely, obviously. And I think it also will help us to avoid technical problems of voting machines at polling booths. Here you've sent it in the mail, and we know that it will get to the elections division and go into their machines without having that extra step. So it actually will likely decrease the time when people know about the results, right? And then also, I think maybe reduce some of the glitches that can occur.
That's a very good point. One of the things about the vote by mail, a great question that brings up a topic. Nationally, they're talking about a distrust for the vote by mail ballot. That couldn't be any further from the truth. The premise of that is incorrect. If the law is very specific as to when we put somebody on the voter rolls and when we take somebody out and when we count their vote, we've got to be a legally registered voter in the county of Ventura for us to count their vote. If we have not been notified because somebody has passed away and a ballot goes to somebody's house, for example, we hear this all the time, and we haven't been officially notified, and we work those files every day. If somebody does something bad and completes that ballot that's not their ballot and sends it in, it isn't going to get counted because it's got to have the signature of the registered voter. So, and all the contacts that you have out in the community, there's no concern for that.
And you match the
We have a
signatures.
valid,
Right.
a very vibrant voter fraud unit that looks at all of this stuff. So I'm happy that the vote by mail is out there. I think it'll serve democracy well.
Thank you. Any other supervisors, comments? Mark, I would just like to say thank you. 72% of mail-in ballots, that's huge. I think we're very high in compared to many of the other counties, and that our community trusts you and your department and your staff to do the good work that you do, and all the volunteers that for this process. There's a lot of work to be done. I know the guidelines for the COVID-19 will be here that we all have to follow. And just appreciate during these tough times that we're doing the good work still.
Yep.
So thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the recommendations by staff?
So moved.
So moved.
And it's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza and second by Supervisor Huber. A roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett? Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
Supervisor Huber?
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Chair Long?
Yes, and so that motion approves.
Thank you for your
very
support.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will be now moving to 48, which is the approval and authorization for the Brain Sharp Corporation contract for integrated property tax assessment and collection system. PTAX for another acronym.
Hi, Brian. Thank you.
All right, we got to get back on track.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair
Good afternoon.
Long, members of the board, CEO Powers. For the record, I'm Brian Ganley, Chief Information Officer. I'm here today to give an update on the property tax system. The bottom line on the property tax system is that we have reassessed where we're at with the project, and we're going to request moving the go-live date to July 1st, 2021, along with an additional $3.9 million of funding to get us through that extra year. I'll talk about both of those things a little bit more. Brief history of the property tax project. In 2013, we brought a motion to your board asking for a $19.7 million contract with a vendor called Thomson Reuters. Thomson Reuters at the time was working with some other counties on a property tax upgrade. Because of the delays and some of the concerns about that work with the other counties, we elected to terminate that contract, and instead we came back to your board in 2016 with a $13.3 million project to do the work in-house and with a vendor called Brain Sharp. In 2019, I was here before your board giving you an update that we needed an extra year and we needed to spend our contingency funds. This year, we need one more year, and because we have expended those contingency funds, we need $3.9 million to get us through that year. That total is about $17.2 million, which is still $2.5 million less than the original Thomson Reuters contract from 2013. Preventing more delays. So at this point, we're confident that we're going to finish this by July 1st, 2021. And the reason is because of the changes that we've made, the assessment that we've done, and because we're much closer to the finish line at this point. So as we approach the finish line, the resources and the work remaining becomes more obvious, and we get more accurate with our estimations. We have changed the project plan structure. We have implemented IT quality checks. We have increased that from once every 3 months to once every 2 weeks. So we're keeping much more on top of the remaining work to be done. And we're implementing formal change management to manage the remaining scope of the work. We're about 90% done with the software development on the project. And this is a perfect segue into this next slide. We will complete software development by the end of the calendar year, December 2020. And then that leaves approximately 5 months of work to do with the 3 agencies for testing, training, and go live, which will happen July 2021. This is a detailed breakdown of the cost of the $3.9 million that extra year will take. It is the vendor Brainsharp that we work with, some contractors, the additional county staff, servers, and equipment necessary for the project, facilities, and a $500,000 contingency. We've been to the Financial Planning Committee last week that recommended using the revolving credit line. That's a general fund debt service, will be paid from account 1080. And with that, I've covered all the details and I'm available for any questions.
And this is a great service to public how?
This is a terrific service. This will be a one-of-a-kind system in the state, an integrated system for the auditor, controller, the assessor, and the treasurer tax collector. All of them will share information among each other, allowing us to provide great customer service and more efficiency during the process. In addition, we're doing things like digitizing all of the maps. So we'll take a lot of the delay in the project has been the manual processes now are all being automated, put online, again, for better customer service and efficiency.
Thank you. And I asked that because of COVID-19 and trying to keep people from coming in to do work when they can easily have it online is really important for us to provide better customer service. And I really appreciate the different departments working together on this. It really is good county business, good public works. So thank you. Supervisors, do you have any questions?
I just want to thank you, but I got a good explanation on this subject. And I agree, I think it's going to really help our constituency and help the three entities, three agencies that need to work. And like you said, it's going to be probably the first, for many agencies. But I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
Thank you. And it's motion, and it also was brought to our finance committee as well.
Thank you.
Just to make sure people know that. Is there any other discussion? There's been a motion on this on the floor. Can I get a second?
That it is a big project, and we understand that, and I know that we want to support it and make sure that it works well. And I'm glad that you have plenty of time for seeing that the software is implemented, that 6-month period, and that there'll be adequate training involved. So I wish you luck. I know 3 departments will be very much interested in making sure that it works well.
Great. So can I get your second on this motion then?
I think Supervisor Huber might want a second.
Yes, thank you. Second.
Okay, Supervisor Huber, second. There is no public comments on this item. So it's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza and second by Supervisor Huber. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes, and I apologize. I got muted and I could not get myself unmuted. I have some kind of technical problem, but I'm here.
Great.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, that motion is approved. Supervisors, if I can get your commitment to move quickly on these. It's the 49. This one is Supervisor Bennett to reappoint Terry Wright to the Ojai Valley
Yes,
Municipal.
I'd like to make the motion.
Thank you. It's been motioned by Supervisor Bennett and second by Supervisor Zaragoza. Any discussion? Roll call.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza. Yes. Chair Long.
Yes, motion is approved. Next item is 50, our recommendation, Supervisor Parks to appoint Mark Rohde to the Santa Rosa Valley Municipal Advisory Council.
Yes, move the approval.
And a second?
Second.
It's been first by Supervisor Parks and second by Supervisor Zaragoza. Roll call.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, motion is approved unanimously. Next item, I am making a motion to appoint Gregory Cervantes to the Piru Cemetery District Board of Trustees.
Huber, second.
It's been first by Supervisor Long and second by Supervisor Huber. Any discussion? Roll call.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, motion is approved. Next is the recommendation by Supervisor Zaragoza to appoint David Williams Goodman to the County of Ventura Fish and Game Commissioner.
So move.
It's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza, a second.
Huber, second.
Second by Supervisor Huber. Any questions from supervisors? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved. The next item is 54, receive and file the elections official signature verificating certificate of the initiation petition for adopting an ordinance to allow commercial cultivation, processing, distribution, and sale of cannabis. Mr. Lunn, you're back again. Welcome.
Hello, Chair Long, honorable members of the board, and Mr. Powers. In the interest of brevity, we conducted a signature verification according to the guidelines laid out in the elections code, and we're asking one of the two recommendations is for you to receive that certification. And the second one would be action on your part, as noted in the board letter, to either adopt the ordinance, submit the ordinance without alteration to the voters, or to order a report back. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay.
Chair Long,
Yes, Supervisor Parks.
I think if this is approved by the voters, there could be some very significant impacts. Primarily, the kind of impacts we're seeing relative to hemp, only more so in that there's less buffer recommended, for example, between places of growing, even if it's in a greenhouse, from residential areas. It doesn't buffer from schools and universities, rather. And I have some real concerns about the potential impact. And I'm wondering if those kind of impacts are what could be studied if we choose the option to study and then put it on the ballot.
County Council? Or who would be answering that question?
Yeah, the county council, yes, those are certainly included in the impacts that staff could study.
How quickly do they have to have that back for it to be able to be on the ballot?
Going to be on the, well, depends what ballot you're talking about the November ballot?
Mm-hmm.
Then the study would have to be back before August 7th, I believe.
That's correct.
And that's spelled out in the board letter. Ordinarily, do we have 60 days or 30 days to do the, I
believe it's 30.
Up to 30 days. But if we took the full 30 days, it would have to be on a future election. It would not be timely for the November 2020 election. But if the report back was, it had to be more than the report back. It'd be report back and the board would have to meet in special session before August 7th to qualify for the November 2020 ballot.
They can't be concurrent, having approved it for the ballot and also get the study back with adequate time, using the whole 30 days if necessary.
I don't think you can mix those two things. You either refer it to a study or you approve it for the ballot, or you adopt it today. Those are the three options.
I have a question. This is Steve Bennett.
Yes, Supervisor Bennett.
Can we approve it for the ballot and still direct staff to do a study that that we don't use to decide whether to put it on the ballot, but just that we have a study that then becomes sort of public information? Or, you know, it'd be the same kind of study we do to put it on the ballot. Something that would be objective, neutral analysis.
Well, the issue, I think the answer is yes, but the critical part to that is an objective study, because once it's ordered to the ballot, you cannot spend public money campaigning for or against a ballot initiative. But you can have an objective study and have an objective factual statement. So it creates a
Yeah,
little tension.
that's what I would be, that's what I would be interested in. I mean, when you have these kind of things, I mean, the question would be, can we do it objectively? But after being gathering signatures, I'm not, it'd be hard for me to not have this go onto the ballot. But to the extent that there is something objective, that's the devil's in the details on that side of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have one public comment just to let you guys know. I know we're going to continue this conversation, but we do have one public comment. Go ahead.
Piggyback on what Supervisor Bennett said because I wasn't clear. Are you saying that you personally will have trouble being objective because you personally help gather signatures?
Who are you directing that to?
Mute himself, but I wasn't sure about that. But I would think that there's definitely facts that are out there that we can look to find out what kind of impacts, being closer to residential areas, for example, odor impacts, and also the consumption of land that's necessary for legal impacts regarding enforcement and those type of things. I would imagine that there is going to be significant impacts and that we should know about. And I would like to know about impacts to our government as well as to the surrounding area.
How many votes did this need to be put on the ballot? How many votes did they have to get, or signatures?
I don't have that number, Tracy.
It is on the ballot. I mean, they have enough signatures. So the question is, do we just okay it for the ballot, or shall we also ask for a study and okay the ballot, as I understand?
Some background information on that is that the first step in the process is a random sampling, and it's a mathematical formula. It easily passed the random sampling. So if that's information for your consideration. Do you happen to know the number?
I don't have the exact number, but I know there was 110%, between 95 and 110%. And to get to 110%, they had to have over 34,000, and they had a little over 38,000.
Thank you. I just wanted the community who's listening today to know how many signatures they had to get to be able to put this item on the ballot.
And that was Tracy Salcedo, for the record, the Assistant Registrar of Voters, and she directly implemented that process.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Parks, was there anything else that you wanted to comment on? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm in support of doing a study, and so I would like to include that in the motion.
Okay, Supervisor Huber, I heard you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, I would. Thank you so much. I think it's important to respect the will of the people when they choose a place a measure on the ballot for voters to consider. However, this initiative will have an impact on many aspects of county government. As far as I know, our county staff has not had the opportunity to do analysis of the provisions of this measure and the impact it will have on county residents. I suggest directing staff to do an analysis and report on the impacts of this proposal as directed by California Elections Code Section 9111 on the following. 1, ask the Sheriff's Department to do a study on the impact of the measure on public safety. Secondly, ask the Agriculture Commissioner to do a study on the impact of the measure will have on the county's agriculture industry, including the county's hemp crop. Ask the CEO to do a fiscal impact report on the measure on the county fund and on the analysis of the impact of the property values as a result of the smell when cannabis fields are placed near homes. Ask the Resource Management Agency to do an analysis of the measure on its impact to the proposed general plan. The voters will get their chance to vote on this measure. With additional input and analysis by county staff, voters will have more information and can better decide on the initiative. Thank you.
This is Steve Bennett.
Supervisor Huber. Supervisor Bennett, I had
Thank you.
Supervisor Zaragoza ask first.
Let's go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza. I appreciate it. It's a combination question for County Council and statement. I appreciate Supervisor Parks and the idea of a study. I like to get, if we can get that factual information. So I assume, I mean, county council has to do an analysis of the initiative because you have to write a summary of this. So I would assume that you would be able to make sure that whatever comes out of a quote study is only a listing of objective facts. And you would be able to make sure that we could do a study that meets the test of objectivity. Am I correct with that assumption? And then also you will be writing the summary, so you'll have to do some analysis of this also, correct?
Yeah, well, two parts. Number one, the summary's already written and it's an exhibit to the board
That's right,
letter.
I forgot.
But the point is, the summary is just a straightforward recitation of what the initiative contained, with no commentary. As far as the report, yes, I think county council could work with staff to make sure that whatever product is produced as part of a report would be objective and we wouldn't get in the trap of electioneering. So we would
Would we
review
be
that.
able to post? Would we be able to post that objective analysis then on a county website for the public?
Yes, I think we could do that. Yes, as long as it's just factual.
Thank you very much. I'm ready to second the motion of Supervisor Parks.
Well, can I get clarity before you first and second? Thank you. A question I have is, this is vote, they've gotten enough signatures to put this on the ballot. So the question for us is to, one was to put it on the ballot, two, to do a study and then figure if we put it on the ballot or not. I just wanted clarity because the vote of the people signing this could put it on the ballot right now, and we can also do a study just to understand what the
impacts.
What are the impacts? But it doesn't stop us from putting it on the ballot. Can you clarify that for me?
Yeah, because it should be clarified. You left out one thing. The board has the power to adopt the ordinance today. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So the
Sorry.
board has three options: adopt the ordinance, it becomes law.
Mm-hmm.
Refer it to the ballot, it will go on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot, or order a study and defer this decision. The study results would come back within 30 days, and then you have to decide, you only have two choices then: adopt it or put it on the ballot.
But you could also, as a third, is adopt it to put it on the ballot and do the study so you understand the impacts, because that's what I heard.
But what I want to make clear is you need to choose one of those three things. You can't choose two out of the three. So this motion, I interpret the motion as this: agree to put it on the ballot November 3rd, and ask staff to do a study and report back. But that study is not a study under Election Code 9111. That's something.
That's correct.
That's just a study to help everyone understand the objective facts.
Correct.
So that's how I understand the motion.
Okay.
But it would go on if that's passed, it would go on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot.
Okay.
Thank you, and I appreciate that because I think it's very important that all of us understand. Supervisor Zaragoza.
No, that's a clarity that
Okay,
I
so that's the motion from Supervisor Parks. Am I clear on that?
second by Bennett.
Yes, and I also appreciate Supervisor Huber's list of things to include in the study. I'm interested also, in addition to his list, is the land use implications.
Okay.
And those can be stated factually, that it does not, for example, require buffers between certain sensitive uses in the county and where it does. And I just think that's an important feature because that is what we have been hearing the most from our constituents as far as the voters understanding the impacts to them. But obviously we, also understanding the impact to our county resources is also important, and to the agricultural industry. So.
Okay, thank you for that. I just needed clarity on it. I do have a public speaker before we go into motions and voting, in case there's anything else that we need to discuss. So with that, Mark, is there anything else before we go to public comments?
No,
Okay, the person we have is in the house. Steve Hintz. So if he could clear a spot so that he can come over to the dais. 1 minute.
That should about take care of it.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Stephen Hintz, Treasurer, Tax
May I
Collector,
ask
Ventura
if he's
County.
Speaking on behalf of himself or
My comments here are solely intended to encourage the Board of Supervisors not to enact the ordinance today as written. I recognize you don't have the ability to amend this proposed initiative, and there are a number of fundamental errors in there, but as long as you're not going to enact the ordinance today, I have no more to say, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to say that.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks asked if you were speaking on behalf of yourself or your position.
Position.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Judge. Okay, that is all the public comments that we have here today. And this is a receive and file and direct. There's a motion. If you could, Supervisor Parks.
yes, it would be to direct that it does go on the ballot.
Okay.
And then also to ask for a study that incorporates the items listed by Supervisor Huber, as well as looking at implications to sensitive uses.
And could you also clarify that that study is not the study that is identified in the election code, but our own separate study?
That's correct.
Thanks.
Thank you. And as anything else, I want to make sure we are super clear on this.
Good.
Just to,
Mr. Powers?
thank you, Chair Long. Just to clarify, what is the time? Is there a deadline for the study?
Do they have to have the study done by a certain time?
28,
Not in that code.
I think August 28th.
No, it doesn't have to be done at any time, but that's a good point. It probably should be part of the motion, I guess, or an expectation or something. It would be useless if it comes after November 3rd.
So before
Would
the, go ahead.
I think it should be our next meeting in September,
Okay, I was going to say October, but yes, certainly.
because no, the absentee ballots will be out by then and all of that.
Okay.
Well, legal counsel, what would you direct us to do?
And return by September 1st.
Yes, September 1st makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity. It's important for our staff to know when it needs to be, and also because of the legality of it all as well. So that is the motion. Are we clear, Clerk of the Board?
Yes.
Okay. And so that has been a motion put on by Supervisor Parks. And was it second by Supervisor Huber? I thought that's what I heard. Bennett, thank you for the clarification. First by Supervisor Parks and second by Supervisor Bennett. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
No.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes.
Yes. So that motion is approved 4-1. And we will be getting back.
Supervisor Huber, the reason for his no vote.
Yes, Supervisor Huber is the no vote.
If he doesn't mind, may I ask why he voted no?
Because I don't agree with the motion.
Yeah, I don't think there's a clarification that's needed, but thank you very much.
I thought it incorporated what he wanted in the motion. That's
Oh.
why.
He doesn't want to put it on the ballot.
I see. Thank you. That was what I was wondering. Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I am going to take a 1-minute break. We just need to line up the rest of the agenda. So if for all of you, just hold on tight. 1 minute, we'll be right back. Thank you. Thank you so much for keeping up with us on the board agenda item. We've had to bounce a lot because of just so much going on. I want to announce that the COVID-19 update will not be until after the 1:30 so that staff can do what they need to do. We are going to move forward with the healthcare agencies of 60, 61, and 62, and then go to our 1 o'clock time certain. I know 1 o'clock is right now, and then 1:30. And so our COVID-19 will be after that. Apologize, but that's just how the day is going. So with that, we're moving fast and furious. Item number 60, which is the healthcare agency direct to accept a grant from California Health Facilities Finance Authority for the Children's Hospital Program. This is item number 60. Dr. Frank Hauser, we might have had him step out for a minute. Barry, hi, how are you?
Well, I'll check. I'm not an adequate stand-in, but we'll cover the item really quick. If Dr. Finkhauser is available, hopefully he'll run up here as quickly as we can. This has been a long-term project, actually, has been in concert with the Ronald McDonald Room that has been established there, as well as some activity to focus in on pediatrics. And so this is a grant in which Prop 4 funding, we were able to secure the total funding, and it's a total of $14 million to expand. Dr. Finkhauser, you're up. Good. All right. We'll turn the time over to
Good
Dr.
job
Finkhauser.
filling in for John, for Dr. Finkhauser. Thank you, Barry.
I'm a little out of breath bounding up the stairs. Chairwoman Long, CEO Powers, and Board of Supervisors, thank you for giving us the chance to come to you to talk about Prop 4 funding. The state, in their wisdom, has voted to set aside $1.5 billion for the children's hospitals in California. That's 13 children's hospitals. As a part of that proposition, they also included general hospitals and set aside a small portion of that for general hospitals that had California Children's Services programs within the hospital. And VCMC applied for one of those grants. And the grants were really for hospitals that have inpatient pediatric programs to expand the program, and included construction, and includes equipment, and it's specifically for programs that have outreach to the underserved in the community. We learned last month that VCMC was one of the 11 hospitals, general hospitals in California, to receive one of these grants. The maximum for each hospital was $15 million, and VCMC was awarded that entire $15 million. The grant fund will be used along with the bond money that was part of the hospital replacement wing to restore the Feiner wing, which is the 1984 construction in the hospital that used to house 2 West, our obstetrics unit, and our ICU DOU unit. That construction should be completed in March of 2022. This is just, the plans are not final. In fact, we just met with the architect last week to go through some more of the detail of the construction, but the location is certain. And that location will be 1 floor above the emergency room on the 2nd floor of the Feiner wing. And that will allow us to create a unit that is about twice the size of our current pediatric unit. There are some adjacencies in that location that really make a lot of sense for us. Here in the upper left-hand part of the schematic, you see the pediatric intensive care unit. That's our 8-bed unit. In between the unit and our future pediatric floor, there's a rooftop playground, which is just beautiful. It's a tremendous design for children to have some recreational therapy during their recovery. There is also an amazing adjacency with the Ronald McDonald Family Room that just started construction a week and a half ago. That room is right down the hall from this second floor area. So the quiet room and the family living room will be right outside the door of this unit. And then just the impacts of the project. I think we recognize the need for coordinating care of these children with the family. Families want to stay with their children. We're creating space where moms and dads, family members or guardians are welcome to stay with the children. The rooms will be large enough for that. This will expand access to inpatient pediatric care, and it really fits with our overall quality project with pediatric care in the hospital. We've become, I think, at VCMC, really the regional expert for inpatient pediatric care. We've long been a pediatric cystic fibrosis center. We've added the PEDS ICU. We have pediatric oncology program. We have specialty care from endocrine to cardiology to GI. We have pediatric general surgeons and pediatric orthopedic surgeons. And I shared with you recently the addition of a pediatric plastic surgeon. And this is really just a part of a comprehensive plan to become more and more of a regional pediatric care provider for Ventura County. And this also provides the kind of facility that matches what is already tremendous care that's provided by our pediatric team. So with that, we come to you requesting approval to receive the grant funds that have been offered through Proposition 4.
This is a great opportunity. I remember Francine Castano was talking to me about this grant, and that Fiona Ma had stated that there was funding for the child's hospitals and systems, and just really appreciate their heads up with that as well. I think this is just fabulous, what we're going to be doing with this funding for our community, and it's just impressive. So supervisors, do you have any comments? Because I would definitely motion to approve this.
Huber, second.
All right, it's been first by Supervisor Long and second by Supervisor Huber. Any discussions? There are no public comments on this item?
No.
Okay, roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Yes, and that is unanimous. Thank you so much, and I can't wait to hear as it gets finalized and done. So thank you. Next item is 61, a resolution to add one full-time equivalent fixed-term position for Administrator 3 for Mental Health Services Act.
Thank you, Chair Long, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. Given the time, I'm going to be very short. Our department is requesting your support in adding 2 positions, one fixed term as a program administrator to support an innovations project with MHSA, interagency coordination, Human Services Agency, Healthcare Agency, Sheriff's Office, to better understand the clients that we jointly serve and be able to decrease hospitalizations, incarcerations, homelessness. The second position would be to delete a behavioral health division manager and then to add a senior manager, which is a lower classification, in order to better integrate our quality improvement and our electronic health record. I'm here for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Supervisors, do you have any questions on this? So it's 2 positions, one full-time and one
fixed term.
One fixed term.
One will be regular, correct.
Thank you for the clarification. Supervisor Zaragoza, I'm hearing your move to approve staff recommendation.
Huber,
And
second.
Supervisor Huber, second. Roll call, please.
For the record, I'm told to state my name, Savette Johnson. Happy birthday, Lori.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Always appreciate you, Savette.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes. And that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you, Savette.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is 62, which is the authorization for Ventura County Health Care Agency Director to sign some agreements. Hello, Rigo Vargas.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Briefly, this item before you is to authorize a healthcare agency or his designee to enter into an agreement with Dr. Wallace Baker to serve alongside Dr. Lean Castell as our TB controller doctors. This would be a 1 day a week joint effort with Dr. Castell. Dr. Baker currently works at VCMC, and he's the medical director of the Academy Academic Family Residency Clinic, and so he 1 day out of his schedule would be devoted to our clinic. And the second action item is to authorize your board to allow us to extend this agreement for 2 additional 1-year terms. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from our supervisors?
Move approval.
There is no public comment, so we'll move approved by Supervisor Zaragoza and second by, did I hear you? Supervisor Huber? Okay. Supervisor Huber is second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and that motion is approved unanimously. Thank you for making sure we got this done. Okay, next item, we have to go to our time certain, which is our 11 o'clock. And that is, oh, there's one more?
1 o'clock.
Did I miss it?
1 o'clock.
Yeah, our 1 o'clock. And this is our county's estimate cost on implementing the proposed 2040 general plan program. Again, the COVID-19 will be after our 1:30 time certain, and we seem to be running long, so that might be estimate 2:30, just an estimate for people as you're gauging. Thank you.
Do you want the PowerPoint? Oh, there we go.
Thank you, staff, for holding on tight. I really appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Board. Scott Powers, County Executive Office, Madam Chair, Mr. Powers. James Importante from our office has led this effort, and he, as he gets online, he'll be presenting to you the cost study that was directed by your board, and there he is. So I will pass over to James.
Great, thank you, Scott. So yes, my name is James Importante, Management Analyst with the County Executive Office, with the presentation of the proposed 2040 General Plan implementation programs in the first 5 years. So I think we can advance to agenda here. So briefly, we'll be providing a background of this item as well as a brief overview of the general plan itself. We also have presentation of the purpose and scope of the analysis, as well as the methodology and assumptions that went behind. And finally, we have the estimated costs as well as potential impacts to.
Okay, thank you, James.
So again, pursuant to board direction, this is wanted to emphasize that this is a receive and file action, and the information before you today is not a funding request. And so again, it's just a presentation of the estimated cost. So, okay, next. In terms of a brief overview of our general plan, general plans are a jurisdiction's constitution and blueprint for future decisions related to land use, health and safety, and resource conservation. It's used by a variety of stakeholders, residents, property owners, as well as county staff as the basis for regulatory measures and procedures. And so, even though we've had a number of years of working on this program, the plan itself is not static, and so it is periodically monitored and revised to meet the needs and conditions in the community. So each jurisdiction is allowed to amend its general plan up to 4 times per calendar year. So And then lastly, specific to Ventura County's general plan, it integrates the climate action plan, whereas some jurisdictions have addressed this separately. So it is included with our general plan. In terms of the general plans, it does address state mandated elements there, as we see listed there at the top. However, the county has arranged its general plan with the elements you see onto the left, which actually touch upon several of those state mandated elements, as well as 4 optional elements that were important to our community, which are agriculture, water resources, economic vitality, and again, the integration of our climate action plans. Specific to each element, we wanted to focus on 3 aspects of each element. One are goals, policies, and implementation programs, which are the focus of this analysis. And the reason for that is that goals tend to be broad statements. And so policies get us a little further along in terms of actionable items. But really, when we're talking about trying to determine the cost of actions that the county will be doing, we're looking at our implementation programs as the enacting language. So, to provide an example, we have a goal here from our public facilities and services to provide equitable and accessible facilities. As we move on, same goal, but a policy that enacts that goal here. And then finally, what we get to is an implementation program that not only enacts that policy, but as well as a whole host of other policies within that program or element, excuse me. So that's implementation programs. Other aspect of board's direction was to look at programs in the first 5 years. And why that's relevant is that over 80% of the implementation programs in the proposed general plan are within this time frame. We'll be talking about some of the drivers of that in a moment. But so not only are we interested in taking a look at the impact overall of the county, but as well as the impacts potentially on individual departments, where we see here that 2/3 of the programs are led by 2 agencies, the Resource Management Agency, as well as the County Executive Office, which has 21 programs related to CAP-related programs in the Sustainability Division, as well as some programs in economic vitality. As I alluded to earlier, some of the drivers for this 80% in the first 5 years is related to the integration of the Climate Action Plan program. So as we see here on this chart, this is a chart showing emissions in terms of metric tons of CO2 over the next through 2050 as it relates to one, a business as usual scenario, and then accounting for state and federal actions, and then the target that is outlined by the state, which is 41% below 2015 baseline levels by 2030. So some of the actions or programs in our climate action plan include the monitoring of our GHG strategy, establishment of the Climate Emergency Council, and then an energy consumption performance for county buildings.
James, can I ask a question for you on that slide? You're stating that 60% of the programs need to be put in place in the first 5 years. Are these needs or wants? I've asked you that before, and I just want to make sure that it's clear for the community listening. So these are state mandated. What portion of the 60% is state mandated versus the wants to get? There are certain things that we are required to do and certain things that we want to do based on this plan.
Right. So I believe I think is Dave Ward in the meeting room as well. He may be able to speak to this as well. But the understanding is that these are targets, and so in terms of
he is here,
mandated,
Dave.
Right.
Thank you, Chair Long, board members. Part of the early implementation of the general plan relate to mitigation measures that are associated with the environmental document, the EIR, that we need to show reasonable progress in implementing those mitigation measures. There's also the objectives of the climate action plan in that chart showing how the greatest decline over time is in those early years where we are actually implementing those programs that will have reductions in GHG. So if our intent is to try to do as best as we can with that trend line, it is to implement those early on. You would not get the greatest bang for the buck, so to speak, by delaying those when we know the target is the 2030 and 2040 targets.
Thank you, and I appreciate you just speaking on that because as we talk to the monetary values associated, I wanted people to understand why we would be doing the program 60% in the first 5 years. So thank you.
Oh, Dave Ward, Planning Director.
Thank you. Continue, James.
Thank you, Dave. So that's part of the the scope and purpose of the analysis. And so how we went about approaching this, our office teamed up with the Nadelson Dale Group, who you may be familiar with the preparation of our economic vitality strategic plan. And so they had familiarity with county departments and working with them. And so we met with their departments last fall and asked some of these questions that you see here. First and foremost, is the program that's being asked of them a new or existing program? And then you consider what tasks would be involved in implementing those programs. And then one-time and ongoing resources that may be needed. And those may be labor, services, and supplies in the fixed asset categories. And then what do those resources currently cost? And then finally, is there a revenue source that could offset these costs? So next slide. As we wanted to note what we mean by our labor resource here, and they are expressed in terms of necessarily mean that these are new county employees. This is essentially a unit of measurement. As you'll see later in this presentation, that the tasks are quantified in numbers of hours. And so that may not be as intuitive for us or the public in terms of imagining how much work would be involved. And so we translated those hours into roughly a full-time equivalent. And so in practicality, our first preference would probably be to use existing county staff. And then so where there are tasks that may be required that's beyond our existing resources, then we would consider new county staff or involving consultants or service contracts, most likely a mix thereof. So one example I'll use is our general plan team, as an example of existing staff who are working on this project and which will come to its conclusion this year, but will eventually be working on programs after. So that's an example of, again, existing staff working on new programs. So as it relates to revenues, we wanted to highlight that the cost analysis is a little conservative in its approach in that we are primarily assuming revenues for existing programs. Most new programs are not assumed to have an offsetting revenue source unless it's tied to a permitting process where we're allowed to recoup our costs today. And so that isn't to say that the county will not receive revenues for some of its programs. In fact, the county has a successful track record of receiving grant revenues to offset program costs. And so, in fact, the general plan itself will act as a foundation as we apply for grants into the future. A little bit of our methodology here. We wanted to show you and the public kind of work that was involved in here. We're again working on our example from the public facilities and services. We show the number of tasks for this particular one, which is essentially the development of our capital improvement plan. And so, in fact, Scott has a hand in creating this document. And so what we reflect here is about 75 and a half hours or so, or roughly 0.04 FTEs. But if we imagine it does involve other folks, including not only Scott, but as well as our Capital Improvements Committee, which is representative of our CEO, Water Controller, and other departments. But in aggregate total, we're looking at around 0.04 FTE worth of work, about $6,500 annually. And then finally, we have a summary on this next slide. Some labor or some materials costs for a total cost of $7,000. So that just gives a sense of the work that was involved here. So this is a summary of Exhibit 1, the cost report. And so in total, we have $36.5 million in total net costs to the county. And of that, there are about $12.4 million that are related to existing programs that we believe are accounted for in our existing budget. So the net new number amount would be $24.1 million related to new programs. And then related to that, $18.9 million is related to the climate action plan. So I think Dave mentioned earlier about the general plan EIR mitigation measures. Dave and his staff was able to provide some cost estimates for those. As you know, that general plan EIR was presented to the Planning Commission just a few weeks ago. And so kudos to Dave and his staff to pull together some cost estimates for that, those programs. And those are estimated around about $405,000. So that would be in addition to the 36.5. In terms of labor, we're looking at 85 FTEs equivalent involved. And for the most part, about 57 will be related to existing programs, and then 28 FTEs related to new programs. And specific to the CAP, we have 26 FTEs related to the Climate Action Plan. And to summarize the Climate Action Plan on just a couple slides here, again, of the total general plan cost, about 18.9 is related to the Climate Action Plan. And so go on to, okay. Then we break those costs down into one-time versus ongoing costs. So roughly half of that amount, 9.1 million, is related to one-time costs, and then 9.8 million for ongoing costs in aggregate on that 5-year period. Looking at it from a fund perspective, that 18.9 million, 8.1 is related to general fund, and then 10.8 related to non-general fund departments. In summary of the CAP from an FTE basis, we're looking at about 26 FTEs, and then 10 FTEs one time, 15.8 ongoing. And then by fund, $11.4 million in for general fund, and 14.4 non-general fund. So back to the summary of the costs by fund. So this is a summary of Exhibit 3 of the board letter here. Is, again, taking the $36.5 million cost, $29.9 million related to general fund, and then $13.6 million related to non-general fund, with a total of 85 FTEs, with 68.4 related to general fund and 16.4 related to non-general fund. So just to show, again, focusing on the general fund, how those costs flow in terms of new versus existing, and then one-time versus ongoing. Again, total of general fund costs 22.9 million, 12.4 of that is existing, and 10.5 million are related to the new incremental costs that for the county. And then further splitting that between one-time and ongoing, of 3.3 million one-time, and then the remaining cost related to ongoing. So in terms of its relative impact to the general fund, if we take into account all of the general fund implementation programs, new and existing, that is approximately $4.6 million average annual cost per year over those 5 years. And in terms of order of magnitude, that's about 1% of the general fund's discretionary funding sources. And so that is general fund revenues minus intergovernmental revenues, state and federal, and really focusing on what is the discretionary revenues, which is primarily property tax and any allocations of local sales tax. So to summarize, again, $36.5 million for all general plan programs, 18.9 related to the Climate Action Plan. Of that, 12.5 million is related to our existing programs that we are accounting for already in our budget. And then the net new programs would be $24 million. And then further breaking that out, experiencing about $12 million one time, and then $2.4 million annually ongoing. From a fund perspective, again, $36.5 million between the general fund and non-general fund. We have 13.6, and then terms of general fund, we break that out about $3 million one time and 1.4 million ongoing. And that concludes a summary of the estimated costs for proposed 2040 general plan. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Yes, James, could you go back to that general funds cost? And what we're talking about is to facilitate these programs, so just the hiring of people to implement these items?
Yes, so with respect to the 68.4 FTE or?
Yes, because currently you're stating that there's $36.5 million to implement the general plan. Am I correct on that?
Correct. So yes, both existing programs and new programs that are outlined.
So that it does not include the economic impact of the general plan as a total. It only talks about the implementation of hiring people and the cost associated with it. Is that correct?
Correct. So it is, yes, it's a little narrower in scope. It's specific to, from a budget and finance perspective, the costs that the county would incur to implement, yes.
Okay, and so this is information for us to understand, but this is not approving that we spend the $36.5 million as of today, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I wanted to open it up to the county supervisors for any questions. I know I have some more, but I wanted to first open it up to anyone.
Supervisor Long?
Yes.
In relationship to the question that you asked regarding how much to implement, and I think the answer was yes, it would cost $36.5 to implement. However, that doesn't account for the fact that we're already implementing many of the programs, and that's why a third of the costs are already being done on a regular basis, so it's not new costs. The question I had, I noticed the report, for example, found about $7.5 million to implement energy performance programs. And I know that certainly we're really good at getting grants, but does it account for the fact that once you implement energy conservation programs throughout the county government buildings and such, the $7.5 million worth, does it account for the fact that your energy bills will be significantly less?
It is not included in the analysis, and so yes, there would be a net reduction in that cost. But for the purpose of this analysis, we wouldn't be able to do like an energy study to determine exactly how much energy would be saved. And so, again, as a conservative measure, we didn't include that as offsetting. In this case, it's not a revenue, but there would be a net reduced cost. In this
and those are your typical return on investments that are done if you add solar panels and things like that. So that those aren't incorporated into this. So it is nice to know that in all the figures that you do have some major savings that will occur also to the county, as well as using existing employees and transferring them. So it's not necessarily, as I was saying in the beginning, all new costs. A lot of it are just employees doing different work. Thank you.
And I agree with you, Supervisor Parks. We should know what the project's net result should be, the positive and the negative. I had asked our board when we had the general plan the last time to look at the economic impact of each of the policies so that we would know that. And this board said no to that. So it's very hard to move forward knowing which projects are successful and which ones aren't when we don't have those facts and figures in front of us.
And it is important to note that $7.5 million is a lot of money that's been allocated in the plan for the cost to do the energy programs that will bring us all the financial savings as well as greenhouse gas savings and such. So I think you have to kind of look at the scale of things. And if that big of a percentage is going just for energy, and that it's going to be more than likely funded with grants, because we've done an incredible job with Sue Hughes and the 3-county REN, that we have the ability to get grants for it, and then on top of it, reap the benefits of less costs as we work our way out of the heavy use of fossil fuels that are occurring now.
This is Steve Bennett, if I could
Yes,
jump
Supervisor
in.
Bennett.
Supervisor Long. Yeah, I just wanted to point out with regards to this discussion about cost, I believe that if as I hark back to that conversation, it's one thing for us to try to identify what the direct costs are to the county and what the direct savings may be to the county, like Supervisor Parks talks about in terms of lower energy costs. But the request for all of an economic analysis, I think, is so broad that we would never know when do you stop chasing it. Is it so that something has an impact on a private individual, and what does that private individual do? That's what I think the board rejected, is an analysis that of private impacts, just because it's impossible to know where the multiplier impact ends on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and you're right. I'm very concerned of how this cost associated to the general plan is going to be paid for, and the taxpayers that are paying for this. I think it's extremely important that we understand where the costs are associated. My greatest concern is seeing a $65.5 million general plan on the backs of COVID-19 and looking at a budget where we're still waiting to see the state and federal and where we're going to land on everything. So it's very hard for me as a constituent, as your board member, to say, yes, I want to completely fund all of this when there are so many other economic impacts associated with our community right now. So that's why I ask the questions that I ask, is because I would prefer to understand as a board when we're voting for a budget and so forth, that we know where the costs are associated. Like there's an economic downturn right now that we know is in hospitality. We also know, I think CRC was in the news for going through bankruptcy. We know there's a split roll Proposition 15 that's coming up that might hit the commercial real estate and so forth. There's a lot of unknowns there that I think not diving into every single detail, but the majority would be beneficial to us as board members when we're voting on these general plans and so forth.
So would you want to end the programs that make up a third of the programs on the implementation?
There's why I also like to understand what are required by the state versus what are required by our new policies associated, so that we can better understand when we go to budget what we can do and what we can afford or need are okay to put off for a year or so forth. So that's my comments. Supervisor Huber, did you have any comments? I think you're the only one we haven't heard of before we go to public comments. We have speakers? Okay. So we have several speakers, 5, I believe, for Zoom and in reading.
Yes.
So the first one is Michelle Newell.
How long will
You have 1 minute, each of you.
I'm sorry, how long did I have?
You have 1 minute.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Michelle Newell, and I'm chair of the Ventura Economic Development Association. The seat is concerned about the economic impact of the general plan during a global health crisis. In staff's letter, they acknowledge that the county is in a period of economic uncertainty and experiencing a reduction in revenues. Your board recognized this uncertainty in June by passing a preliminary budget and delaying approval of the final budget until the fiscal impacts of the pandemic are more apparent. At that point, Ventura County was projected to have an estimated $40 million budget shortfall due to COVID, but a recent report on Ventura County's economic health estimates the shortfall closer to be $60 million through 2021 and nearly $100 million in 2021-22. These numbers, plus a $36.5 million general plan spending increase with no guarantees where the funding will come from, should be alarming and warrant further study. Today, you received a report on the costs associated with the general plan. However, we believe it lacks a level of detail, analysis, and transparency necessary to reveal how these new policies and programs, and old ones, will impact the fiscal health of our community. We urge you to ask staff for a more detailed review before moving this plan forward on September 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Lampara, 1 minute.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Louise Lampera, Ventura County CoLab. Each year, the board must make choices in their budget. A decision to fund one program is also a decision not to fund another. Last August, when a commenter reminded the board of the costs of this plan, Supervisor Bennett quipped, "Health and safety comes first." Let's take a look at one of the choices that will need to be made if the county is to pay for non-health and safety related programs in the plan. The CEO's report estimates that the county will spend $1.1 million to fund the proposed program to plant trees. Will the county choose to fund that program, or will you choose to finally fund the establishment of a mental health crisis stabilization unit for the East County? That unit has been identified as necessary for health and safety for over a decade. These are going to be hard choices. We thank the CEO's office for their work, and we hope that Supervisor Bennett's assertion, "health and safety comes first," is more than just a slogan to hide behind, to force through politically driven
Thank you for your
policies that will
comments.
destroy good paying jobs.
Thank you. Brad Williams?
Hi, yes, Brad Williams. I'm a senior partner with Capital Matrix Consulting, and I'm here. I've done a couple of studies for California for Energy of Independence, and I'd just like to make a couple of key points here. The first is that the cost of administering and implementing a general plan to the county is really just the tip of the iceberg. The total cost estimate should take into account, in addition, the economic and tax revenue impacts of the plan. Even understanding there may be some uncertainty about those, I think trying to get a sense of the order of magnitude is very, very important before you move ahead. I had gone through the 6 key provisions of the general plan targeted specifically at oil and gas. I've submitted a report which includes the specific methods and assumptions, but my bottom line is that within a decade, the general plan would threaten most of the 2,700 jobs and 34 million in annual local revenues attributable to the industry.
Brad, thank you for your comments. Thank you. I think you said you submitted something? Yes, okay. Nancy Lindholm?
Oh, it's a read.
It's a read? That's it for the Zoom comments?
Yes.
I know many were submitted to be read and attached, but these are the ones to be read out loud. Go ahead.
Chair Long, Supervisors, and CEO Powers, on behalf of the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce, I respectfully ask this board to have board discussion today about the complete economic landscape facing county government and its residents. In the same way that this board delayed passing the budget in June due to economic uncertainty, I urge that the same action be taken with the general plan in September. The cost of implementation is an important piece, and there are hundreds of new programs and implementation requirements in this version of the general plan. Each new program is money that might be better spent supporting our most vulnerable residents and businesses at this time of need. During budget discussions in June, the CEO's office projected a $40 million deficit. This number is alarmingly low and did not account for extended and long-term impacts of the pandemic. This projection does not take into account the fiscal impact of the general plan will have on future revenues. At the very least, these should be evaluated as well. In tough times, the county should not support the general plan that will worsen the economic conditions and further the impact of revenue losses. Economic conditions in the county have changed since the board last reviewed the GPU, and the entire picture must be part of the discussion. The pandemic devastated our local economy. Unemployment is 12.6%, and the data doesn't reflect the second round of government-mandated shutdowns that hit already struggling employers. Over 106,000 residents filed for unemployment insurance or pandemic assistance claims between March and June.
Thank you for your comments.
That's the 250-word limit.
Thank you. David Grau.
The Board of Supervisors delayed passing a budget in June, citing financial uncertainty caused by the pandemic and unknown impacts to the county revenues. Yet the county seems determined to rush the general plan update, GPU. At this time the budget was delayed, revenue losses for fiscal year 2019-20 were projected to be $40 million before shutdown mandates were extended. It is reasonable to assume tens of millions of additional revenue reductions will be experienced during the next few budget cycles. The revenue shortfalls reflect the broad impact the recession is likely to have on the sales taxes, property taxes, and other revenues for several years to come. These reductions do not include an additional negative impacts that the county's general plan and the land use ordinance would have on development, construction, and other investments in the county. The $36.5 million price tag in the CEO's report is limited to the cost of staff time and the implementation of new programs. The programs shall be implemented in the first 5 years as we face continued economic uncertainty and the budget limitations. Many programs are questionable, and spending $1.1 million to plant trees struck us as wasting taxpayer money. At a time like this, in the middle of a drought and a pandemic, we shouldn't be spending taxpayer money on planting trees, and we should be investing in our most vulnerable people like farm workers, mental health, and homelessness. Last year, the majority of the board rejected the comprehensive economic impact analysis. It would have evaluated the GPU's impact on job, tax revenues, energy costs, and legal liability, and that is at the 250-word limit.
Thank you for your comments. And the last one is Jan Diedrich.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the budget analysis for the GPU. It reveals that programs planned are modest and lacking ambition, considering the goal of the net zero greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible. Since the plan does not achieve the goal, more investment is needed. I cannot find revenues from COS-M, the program to create a tax on oil and gas production. There is a typo in the latest draft on the plan, so you might ask which version was analyzed. The word new has been inserted. The commission and your board approved this program as applying to all oil and gas production, not just new. Earlier drafts in the final EIR did not include the word new. The net effect of this proposed excess tax on oil and gas production is a significant item for budget analysis. Scenarios at 10% have been estimated as shown in comments by industry, a useful estimate of revenue loss and gain. Besides correcting the typo, and any other similar typos in the current draft that are a lot of work to find, I recommend that the program COS-M be expanded to include a study and a full range of ways to tax carbon and unburnt methane. Many jurisdictions are adopting innovative carbon taxes. One more program that could affect the county's budget projection would be to take advantage of state law AB 857, allowing application for public bank charter with profits going to climate mitigation and adoption programs similar to what is being developed in San Francisco.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, are there any other comments on this? Any questions to Dave Ward or James, program manager?
I comment.
Yes, Supervisor Parks, please go ahead.
So as I see it on an annual basis, the implementation would be $4.6 million. Of which $2.4 million is new. So we're already doing the others. So that is my focus. So the $2.4 million is new. And looking over the first 5 years, the largest chunk of that actually is in the energy consumption performance. That's that $7.5 million one-time cost. If you take that out, it's close to $1.5 million of that 2.4. So to me, you're getting down to things that may not be mandated, but it is really important to reduce our energy consumption. And the fact that the programs in here in the analysis do not consider grants. So if we actually paid for that $7.5 million energy aspect, which makes up almost half of the new cost for the first 5 years, paid for that with grants, of which we've been really good at getting, and you're not then having to worry about return on investment because the investment actually comes from grants. And so what you're getting in response is lower energy bills, which will be a plus, but it's not looked at in this ledger. But overall, I think spending $1.5 million for energy programs makes a lot of sense, and that makes up, as I said, the majority of the new costs for the first 5 years. It seems very reasonable, and I certainly would support moving forward. This is something that has been eye-opening to see how much each of the different implementation measures could cost, but the fact that it doesn't incorporate things like, you know, what you're going to save as a result of it, and then also the grants that pay for much of all of what government does.
And I would agree, it is a good program to do. However, for myself, it's about the economic stability of this county as we move forward the next 3-4 years with our economic downturn, with the COVID-19 funding from the state and also federal. I understand that this cost analysis focuses on the implementation programs and not specifically general plan goals or policies. But I think that we are lacking as a board to not understand some of the financial implementation associated with what's going on in our environment right now, economically, in the industries and so forth. I can't go forward with a general plan when I know that we haven't set our budget yet for our county as far as what's coming in for the next couple of years. And I know things are changing right now. So that's why I ask what are the must versus needed, and then also what could we do if we did have those grants, like Supervisor Parks was stating, then we could implement those. You know, what is our leniency in that way? Those are things that I would want to know. But I think for myself, there are things lacking here with COVID-19 and all the different changes. But that's my own opinion. Any other supervisors have any questions, comments? We don't have any more public comment on this?
No more public comment?
Nope.
Yes, this
Okay.
is Steve Bennett. I just did.
Yes.
It's easy to come up with reasons not to do something. It's always harder to do something. We've been 4 years on this general plan, and I appreciate all the hard work staff has gone into, and all the decisions that had to be made to get this done. It would have been easy for them to come to us and say, we need more time. It's always easy to come up with a reason not to move forward. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
A move that we receive and file.
All right, there's a motion to receive and file by Supervisor Parks.
Second, Huber.
Second by Supervisor Huber. Please roll call.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yes.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
Supervisor Huber?
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Chair Long?
No. So the motion passes 4-1. Staff, thank you so much for all the work, and we'll be seeing you back again. Thank you very
I'd
much.
like to quickly commend James. He did a great job on this and leading this project. Thank you.
Yes, great job, James, and thank you for updating us as the board members. Appreciated making sure that we understand all the implementations that go along with this. So thank you. Next up will be our time certain for 1:30, which is item 41 or 71. 71, public hearing regarding the California State Office of Historical Preservation and National Aeronautics and Space Administration nomination to list the Borough Flats Cultural District aligned with 2,850 acres for Santa Susana Field Lab properties into the National Register of Historical Places. So our public hearing, please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Planning Director Dave Ward. I have Senior Planner Jessica Clevenger. You have not met her before. She's been part of the staff since January, so a few months now, and she's doing leading part of our condition compliance program and assisting on other programs such as our historic preservation program. So Jessica will provide you the presentation today.
Okay, let me ask if County Council has a brief statement on this item for legal principles or requirements, anything?
Well, I actually am not prepared for that. The Charmaine Buhner is our Assistant County Counsel that has been assigned to this. She's supposed to be Zooming in to give advice. I don't know, Charmaine, if you're on.
Ms. Buhner has not logged into Zoom yet. I do not
Okay.
see her connected.
Can we text her? I'm glad I asked because I want to make sure we have county council.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Represented?
present and I could restate within the board letter pretty much sets out what, you know, the parameters of what the action is today, which is just to make a recommendation.
Okay, and board members, do you have any disclosures about this item that we need to ask or know about?
This is
Okay.
Steve Bennett. One, I just have a question. How many speakers do we have today?
25, and they will each get 1 minute.
Okay, and then in terms of disclosures, I talked to Mr. Hirsch and Dr. Dodge, both advocates of the cleanup. I also talked to Sam Cohen, the attorney for the tribe. Talked to all three of them by phone yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. I also spoke with Sam Cohen on this. He just gave me what it was about. Anyone else? Okay.
Yes, I spoke with Sam. This is Bob Huber. I spoke with Sam Cohen as well.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm just following my rules and regulations on my sheet, so.
I've just,
I didn't
Charmaine
talk to
apparently
anybody on the
has
phone
zoomed in, so she could.
otherwise.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Parks, what did you say?
I had nothing to disclose, haven't talked to anyone.
Okay, and Charmaine, you are now on. We'll bring you up.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Maybe
afternoon.
speak a little bit louder. I can't, you're very faint.
Okay, let me see if I can move closer. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so you're here. We've talked about our brief statement from County Council, and so I will open this public hearing. Hello, planning.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Clevenger, as Dave Ward had introduced me. Good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board, and Mr. Powers. The next item on the agenda is the nomination of the Santa Susana Field Laboratory property, including Borough Flats, as a cultural district in the National Register of Historic Places. The proposed district boundary is coextensive with the 2,850-acre Santa Susana Field Laboratory property. The site is located 7 miles northwest of Canoga Park and is bounded by Sage Ranch Park on the north and the community of Bell Canyon on the south. The property is controlled by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, the Department of Energy, and the Boeing Company. As stated in the reports, the district consists of 117 contributing sites and 1 object, including rock art, rock shelters with recorded artifacts, trails, and outcrops containing marine fossils. The Borough Flats Painted Cape Complex was listed in the National Register in 1976 and is identified as a contributor to the district. Additional features include, but are not limited to, landforms, crests, hills, springs, viewsheds, and sky. A district, as defined by the federal regulations, is a geographically definable area that possesses a significant concentration or linkage of sites, buildings, structures, or objects united by past events or planned development. The importance of many of these features to the cultural district is based on the associations between those features and the Native American oral history. SSFL is a site comprised of former industrial research and development activities that was used mainly for development and testing of liquid propellant rocket engines for the U.S. space program, nuclear reactors, and liquid metal research. These activities resulted in localized releases of chemicals and radioactive elements in the soil, bedrock, and groundwater. As a result, potential human and ecological exposures to contaminants can occur both on-site and off-site during mitigation. This slide shows the location of the contaminated areas and the proposed cleanup activities. Multiple federal and state laws, regulations, and administrative orders govern cleanup and remediation at the site. The California Department of Toxic Substance Control is the lead regulatory agency overseeing the investigation and cleanup. In 2007, the controlling parties agreed to investigate the contaminated soil and groundwater and clean up the site pursuant to the 2007 consent order. The consent order required the parties to clean up the groundwater and soil at the site to residential exposure levels. In 2010, NASA and DOE entered into an additional administrative order of consent, which further define their obligations regarding investigation and cleanup. Several environmental documents have been prepared and are currently being prepared, which evaluate the environmental effects associated with the groundwater and soil remediation activities and termination of the previous testing operations. With regards to the county's role in the nomination process, the county entered into the Certified Local Government Agreement with the State Office of Historic Places in 1993. The purpose of the agreement is to encourage participations by local governments in identifying, registering, and preserving historic properties within their jurisdiction. Within the County of Ventura, the first stop for a cultural district nomination is with the Cultural Heritage Board. CHB is responsible for developing and enforcing guidelines for potentially eligible historic resources and historic districts. CHB is also responsible for the establishment and evaluation of cultural heritage sites. So what does the nomination process look like? Well, in this case, NASA's Federal Preservation Office prepares research materials and fills out the necessary nomination form. The nomination is reviewed by OHP, the Office of Historic Places, for completeness. The nomination is then scheduled for a quarterly State Historic Resource Commission meeting. Prior to the meeting, certified local governments, Ventura County, is given the opportunity to review and make comment. The county's Cultural Heritage Board holds a meeting and they provide, in their opinion, whether or not they believe the site meets the criteria set up by the National Register. That opinion is transmitted to you, the County Board of Supervisors, who in turn comment on the nomination. Those comments, along with CHB's report, are then transmitted back to the Office of Historic Preservation. Ultimately, complete nominations with certifying recommendations are submitted by the state to the National Park Service in DC for final review and listing. The basis for judging a property's eligibility is its historic content and significance thereof. There are 4 National Register criteria applied to a property. In order for a site to receive a recommendation, it must meet one of the criteria here, and I will summarize. Associated with events that have a significant contribution to our history, associated with the lives of a person of significance, embody the distinctive characteristics of type, period, or method of construction, or have yielded information important to our history. According to the nomination form, the district is eligible for listing in the National Register at the local level of significance under Criteria A in the areas of ethnic heritage, Native American and religion for its association with ceremonial solstice events, in the area of archaeology, prehistoric for the association of archaeological sites and natural features, and in the area of art for its remarkable examples of prehistoric Native American rock art. Additionally, the nomination form indicates that the district satisfies criteria consideration A, religious properties as a clearly defined property whose importance has been ethno-historically documented. At the June 29th Cultural Heritage Board meeting, the board received 23 oral comments and 56 written public comments. The majority of commenters, approximately 64, expressed opposition to the nomination on the grounds of health and safety, indicating that the nomination may prevent full cleanup of the site. 3 commenters, including a government affairs and legal officer for the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians, expressed support for the nomination. CHB members concurred with public testimony regarding the need to clean up and remediate. County Council advised the board of their obligation to answer the very narrow question, in their opinion, does the site meet the criteria? The consensus was that the proposed district appears eligible under Criteria A. The board made findings that the contributing resources noted in the nomination form are the portions of the property that are eligible for inclusion in the National Register. CHB members also noted the possibility of additional yet undiscovered resources and the probability or their potential eligibility in the future. Lastly, CHB noted the importance of preserving formally recognized resources through cleanup activities and unanimously approved what's on the slide before you. To summarize, that portions of the proposed Burro Flats Cultural District, which include but are not limited to the 117 sites in one object, meet the criteria, and the proposed Burro Flats Cultural District nomination conflicts with public health, safety, and general welfare, and they recommended a remediation plan to protect the formerly recognized resources. Oral and written public comment provided at or prior to the June 29th Cultural Heritage Board was included in the record. Prior to the packet being published for this hearing, 19 additional comments were received, 9 opposed and 8 in support, and 2 were unclear. Additional comments received after that were included in revision packets 1 and 2. All in all, there were 30 opposed and 12 in support.
This is Steve Bennett. If I could interrupt, please. Could you go back one slide, please? So, in that paragraph, it says, include a remediation plan to protect the formally recognized resources during cleanup activities. That is referring to the area that has already been protected, already been designated.
Supervisor Bennett, could you speak a little bit louder? It was hard to hear you. In paragraph 3, where it says, and recommend preservation efforts include a remediation plan to protect the formally recognized resources. What is the definition of the formally recognized resources?
The resources that have been identified, the 117 sites and the 1 object.
That have been identified previously?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The recommended actions regarding this nomination include transmitting to OHP, 1, the Cultural Heritage Board report, and 2, your board's own recommendations. Staff has prepared for your board's consideration a draft letter intended to accomplish both parts of the recommendation. In drafting the language, staff reviewed your board's and the county's previous comments regarding federal projects to clean up and remediate the SSFL site. Following the close of the hearing, your board may approve the letter as drafted or direct staff to either revise the language or prepare a different transmittal to OHP. This slide shows the draft language prepared for your board, and I have highlighted in red some of the key components, which I'll summarize. The board opposes any nomination that conflicts with public health, safety, and general welfare. OHP should reconsider the district boundary to acknowledge the areas requiring remediation. The nomination is premature, and the board recommends that OHP reject the nomination at this time. The final slide shows staff's recommendation with regard to the nomination. Receive and consider the Cultural Heritage Board report, conduct a public hearing to receive comments and adopt the recommendation, authorize and direct the county executive officer to transmit the recommendation to the State Historical Resources Commission prior to the scheduled meeting on August 14th. And that concludes my presentation. Staff's available for questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisors, do you have any questions before we go to the public comments? In hearing none, we will start with the public comments. You said, Clerk, you said there was 23?
Looks like we're at 26.
Okay, 26 speakers. You each have 1 minute. I will reiterate, if you are agreeing with the comment before you, you can state that and not use all your time if you don't want to. Planning Department, thank you very much for the presentation. And we will first start with Jenny Knack. We'll start with the Zoom comments first. Okay, Jenny Knack, make sure your microphone is off mute, and if we can make sure we can hear you loudly. Is she on? Okay, great. I know when we first start the public comments, it takes us a minute. Hi, Jenny. Thank you. Cannot hear you. Your microphone is muted. There you go. No, I cannot hear you. Maybe just take the earbuds out. Nope. Is it okay if we come back to you? Okay, I'm only saying that because I can see her on video. We'll take Angela Smith, and then Jenny, if you could reconnect your audio. Thank you. Okay, Angela Smith.
Hello?
Hello, Angela? Go ahead.
Yes, hi.
You have 1
Hello,
minute,
can you
please
hear
go.
me? Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Hi.
I can
Yes,
hear you.
okay. I was living close to the site in 2012 when my then 10-year-old son Chico was diagnosed with a rare and often deadly form of cancer, rhabdomyosarcoma. It's almost killed him, and only 1 in a million people get this form of cancer. But we knew 7 other children in our local area with the same form of cancer. How many more kids and adults need to suffer with life-threatening cancers before the cleanup is enforced? Imagine if the site was littered with unexploded landmines. You'd surely demand that the landmines be removed before anyone was allowed on the site. It's even more dangerous than that. Just because we can't see the danger with our eyes doesn't mean it isn't deadly. It's clearly an unethical and dirty tactic by NASA, exploiting Native American issues to achieve their goal in avoiding having to do a full cleanup of the site. What's the point in having a heritage site that's too contaminated to visit? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jenny Knack, you got it connected now?
I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm sorry.
We got 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay. At every juncture, NASA is working to mislead us about their intentions at SSFL and to exploit every loophole possible that will allow them to walk away from the AOC cleanup. NASA's NRHP application was incomplete. NASA's omission of the site's actual contaminated condition shows they intend to again mislead those who can make decisions concerning the protected status of the site. It's compelling that the cultural resources on site are already fully protected under the AOC cleanup agreements. NASA wants the NRHP listing because if the boundaries of the Burro Flats complex were expanded to encompass the entire SSFL property, the responsible parties will make the case that the entire property is protected as a cultural resource and that the entire site should be exempted from remediation under the artifacts exemption. This would leave the surrounding communities at continued risk of exposure to migrating contamination. Last Friday, NASA released their final
Thank you for your comments. Jenny, thank you. Your time is over. I will recommend everyone to submit your comments to clerkoftheboard@ventura.org for any further information you want to share. Next person is Chico Ryder. 1 minute, Chico. Is he there? Okay, Chico, looks like you're connected. If you could unmute. There you go. You there? Chico, you're on by phone.
Hello?
Hello. If you could speak a little louder, please start.
Hi, my name's Chico Ryder. I'm 18 years old. When I was 10, I was close to the Santa Susana field lab, and I was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer that almost killed me. 7 other kids in my area had the same cancer. I was one of the lucky ones because I survived. Some of my friends didn't. I can't believe that the first priority is not to clean up the site. Why have a cultured heritage area that kills people? I certainly wouldn't want to visit. Surely it is your responsibility as our representatives to make sure that large organizations don't try to shortchange our communities by allowing them to leave behind their deadly contamination so they save money to exploit Native American history.
Thank you,
in
Chico.
their process.
Thank you very much for your comments. And Tanner Woodley? Okay, so Tanner's not there. Tiffany Ruiz? Tiffany Ruiz? I don't see that person. Okay, Denise Duffield? Denise Duffield? Okay, thank you. Hello, Denise, 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I want to make sure that you all are aware that the Borough Flats area that's already listed in the National Registry was officially reduced to just 11 acres on July 2nd, making NASA's attempt to expand it to match the Santa Susana boundaries by hundreds of fold even more outrageous. I also want to correct the CHP report. The Cultural Heritage Board did not find that the nomination met the criteria. They found that only 117 sites and 1 artifact qualified. Over 70 people opposed that nomination, and the board was on the verge of rejecting the entire proposal until there was an intervention by a board member with a blatant conflict of interest. I don't know what's going on in Ventura County. I'm troubled with recent events that this information was only posted to your website late on Friday night, giving very little time for review. Many of us were waiting to see it before we submitted a comment. We didn't even know what the agenda item was. Regardless, we need you to stand up for the cleanup that you fought for all along and stand against all efforts like this to undermine it. This
Thank you for
SSL
your
property
comments,
is
Denise.
not intact.
Thank you. Next up
is
is Martha Waite. Martha Waite. Or White. Thank you. Martha, go ahead. Your line is on mute. If you can unmute it. I see your video, but not your video or your audio. There you go. Louder, please.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. 1 minute.
NASA's nomination does not meet the criteria for listing the NRPH because it failed to include any information about SSFL contamination. It's based on the boundary expansion with false claims. And the site that is in question is already protected. NASA is not an honest broker and has long been trying to evade the cleanup obligations. Listing in the NRPH will be used by NASA to evade cleanup. I live near SSFL. My neighbor's son played in Russell Creek and died of leukemia. There are so many countless people who have died. We need this cleaned up. We need to protect what's already listed, and so we can move forward and not have this go on and on for many, many years while people are suffering. And it's a public safety hazard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Judy Ortega? Rudy Ortega. Okay. Go ahead, Rudy, and Mike. There we go. Hello, 1 minute.
Hi.
Please go.
Okay, my name is Rudy Ortega. I'm the tribal president of the Fernandino Tatavia and Band of Mission Indians, and we're more on the favor of the side of making the nomination of the Borough Flats Cultural District, and also making sure that the cleanup is intact, not avoiding from the cleanup. The importance of protecting cultural resources such as Borough Flats, rock art. My father was the one in 1970s who was championing to make that cleanup very successful. I mean, not clean, the protection of the Borough Flats rock art. But more than anything else, you know, this history needs to stay intact, needs to be preserved as well. Understand, notably, the cleanup is a process that needs to go through as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Alan Salazar.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead, Alan.
I'm Alan Salazar. I'm on the Council of Elders with the Fernandino Tatavia Band of Mission Indians. My family and I have been involved with this project for over 10 years. gone to dozens and dozens of meetings. And my aunt and I, Beverly folks, want to state that we're in favor of Borough Flats being designated as a cultural district. We, as tribal people that have walked on this land for thousands of years, we also want this site cleaned up. What we're asking today is just for the designation as a cultural district. We do not in any way want to impede the cleanup. It's important that the whole site, when you look at it, where the rock art is, where there's Golden Eagle Nest on the north end, it's all connected. That whole site is sacred to us. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Supervisor
comments,
Long,
Alan.
I have a question for the speaker.
Yes, Supervisor Bennett. Alan?
Is the speaker still able to be
Yes,
on?
he is. That's what I've been told. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, so I really appreciate the testimony of Native American representatives that they want to make sure that the site is cleaned up also in terms of taking care of it. There certainly is. We've received testimony that if this designation goes through, then there will be federal legislation could potentially block the cleanup. Are you in agreement or disagreement that this designation could potentially cause a blockage of the cleanup? Could you help me with that? Because I think we're very much in agreement about trying to make sure the cleanup goes forward. But that seems to be the area of disagreement out there.
In all the meetings I've been to, NASA, DOE, and Boeing people have always stated that they intend to clean it up. I personally have never heard anything that this designation will prevent the cleanup. And like I said, as a tribal person, I want my kids, my grandkids, my great-grandkids to be able to walk on that land and do ceremony the way I've been able to do it.
If you'll stay
when you look at the
available,
site-
because I think that'll be an important issue here in our hearing today. So I'd love to ask you again after we hear some later testimony about this. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for your response, Alan. Next person is Michaela P. 1 minute, yes. 1 minute. Michaela. Go ahead, you're muted.
Yeah.
Hello, go ahead.
I am 23 years old, and in this fight has been going on since before I was born. And the polluters are wasting more time and money fighting to not clean up the site than if the site were just cleaned up and to the agreed upon standards. The SSFL needs to be cleaned up to the agreed upon AOC cleanup standards before considering adding it to the NHRP. The toxins have caused and continue to cause cancer, developmental disorders, and autoimmune conditions. Please listen to the public.
Thank you for your comments, Michaela. Thank you. Jeanette Murphy. Okay, Jeanette, are you there? If so, unmute your phone. Great, thank you. Okay, Jeanette, you have 1 minute, and if you could unmute your phone. Right, Janet, you're there, but the phone is muted. One last time. Okay, we'll move to the next person, Dory Raskin. Dory Raskin, and after that will be William Bowling. So Dory. I don't see her. Okay, Dory, please go ahead. You have 1 minute. Okay, Dory, you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Are you there? Okay, we're going to move on to the next one, which is William Bowling, and then after that is Ruth Livanos, just so that you can get prepared. William Bowling. I don't see him. I've got 4 computers here. Okay, so William Bowling, I do not see you. Okay, thank you. Ruth Livanos, and then after that is Maria Kane. I see Ruth. If you can unmute your microphone, you have 1 minute. Yes, just speak a little louder, please, Ruth. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
This opinion is my own and not a reflection of the entire City Council. I'm here today as a cancer survivor, and allowing the designation of the entire 2,800 plus acres, including Area 4, as historic would undo all of the hard work and commitment that this board has done to the full cleanup of the Santa Susana Field Lab to background levels, and would not return the Chumash land to the natural environment state it was in 200 years ago before it was contaminated. As an elected official, I've spoken and had many conversations with multiple stakeholders, including from the Fernandeño, the Tabiam tribe of Mission Indians, and the Chumash, who were not aware of the extent of the historic designation, and nor were they aware of the EPA exemptions that are included as a loophole by this historic designation. I'm sure that NASA, Boeing, and DOE have used their lobbies to the full extent to detract from the issue that the failure to fully clean up the site has caused cancer in hundreds of employees and residents. And I do not want that to happen to our Native American residents who are planning on visiting with their family members this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ruth. Next up is Maria Kane. After that is Taylor Attenburn. Okay. Maria Kane.
Hi, 1 second, sorry.
Yes, could you speak a little louder, please?
Yes, can you hear me now?
A little bit louder.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. I asked the board to oppose NASA's nomination until the promised complete cleanup of SSFL has occurred. In 2012, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors opposed the attempt by the Santa Ynez Band of the Chumash to obtain NASA's portion of SSFL, in part over concerns that they wanted the land for a casino and that it could interfere with one in the LA area could be worth billions. If the SSFL was added to the NRHP, it could be a key step towards acquisition of the site for a possible casino. The land is available for transfer to the tribe because NASA declared the contaminated land excess federal property in September of 2009 after the space shuttle program ended. Ventura County opposed such a transfer then. In the 2012 LA Times article, Supervisor Parks questioned whether the Chumash, a sovereign nation like other federally recognized tribes, would be bound by the elaborate cleanup agreement orders that apply to the portions of the sprawling facility that they're seeking. Although DPSC has repeatedly said that any owner of SSFL would be subject to the AOC cleanup requirements, their authority may be limited when regulating a sovereign nation. I value the significance of the Santa Susana holds for Native people, but I question the motivation.
Thank you for your comments, Maria. Thank you. Good job. Taylor Attenburn, and then after that is Michael Collins. Taylor. I don't see a Taylor. Taylor Attenburn. Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay. I strongly urge the board to oppose NASA's nomination of the Borough Flats Cultural District until the Santa Susana Field Lab has been cleaned up. The proposal to list the entire 2,850-acre field lab on the National Register is just another ploy by NASA to evade its long-standing cleanup obligations. The Borough Flat complex is already listed on the NRHP. Native American artifacts at the field lab are already protected under the cleanup agreements, but NASA has been attempting to abuse the exemption process so that it can evade cleanup entirely. If the district is nominated, NASA will claim that the whole site is exempted from cleanup. NASA will insist that cleanup activities would cause harm to the proposed cultural district. However, the real harm that could occur is to those living near the site and to the Native Americans who want to utilize it. The CHP staff report states that, quote, the listing should not be granted unless the nomination will not interfere or otherwise impede remediation efforts. If the district is nominated to the NRHP, it will absolutely interfere and even potentially block cleanup entirely. Please do not allow more people to get hurt and oppose the nomination of the
Thank
district.
you for your comments, Taylor. Michael Collins is up next, and then Adam Salkin. Michael Collins, you can mute your phone, and you have 1 minute.
There we go.
Hi,
Hi
go
there.
ahead.
This is Michael Collins from EnviroReporter.com. In 2013, I was a NASA SSFL Section 106 consulting party. At that time, we were talking about historic designations for the Alpha Brava and Coca test stands. In 2014, I began to press NASA in my role as a consulting party to emphasize more the Nazi-related history of those test stands and the full design of SSFL, especially NASA's area. All of a sudden now, the historic designation goes 10 times up from 25 acres to 2,850 acres, and it's not about the test stands at all. It's about a sacred site. I want to point out that the tribal chairman of the Chumash said in comments released on Friday that the impacts of the cleanup were destroying cultural resources at SSFL and that they would probably stop the cleanup. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Adam Salkin next, and then Cindy Gortner. Go ahead, Adam.
Hear me?
Yes,
You hear
thank
me?
you.
I grew up in Chattanooga, right below the SSFL, and my family and I have had a great deal of health issues. I've also spent many years attending meetings with NASA, and at these meetings, listen to them admit to the extreme contamination that they caused, and tell this community that time and time again, they will be cleaning up the site to standards they committed to in 2007 and 2010. NASA, Boeing, the Department of Energy, and their predecessors blackened those hills with rocket engine tests, burned contaminants in open-air pits, and released some of the most dangerous radionuclides known to mankind across those 2,850 acres while making their money. They were not focused on placing the entirety of that land on any register of historical places, but now that it's contaminated and they must spend money to clean it up, suddenly they care about its historical significance. Now, I'm not advocating for a cleanup that will damage anything that's historically significant, but they can protect both history and surrounding communities. For them to not even mention this site being contaminated in their lengthy writings also shows that they cannot be trusted. This is not a small tidbit of information. It's the surrounding community's health. And today, as they make this move during a pandemic, this community
Thank you for your
deserves
comments. Cindy
not-
Gortner is next, then Melissa Bumstead. Cindy, you can mute your phone, and you have 1 minute. No. Okay, we are going to Melissa Bumstead and then Daniel Hirsch.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. NASA's recent FEIS uses a recreational cleanup standard, leaving up to 84% of the contamination, whereas the AOC standard is the safest and most comprehensive cleanup available, and it excludes exemptions to be made for the cleanup concerning officially recognized cultural artifacts. NASA's proposal to expand the currently recognized Burrow Cave Flats area into a cultural district encompassing the entire field lab is simply another attempt to get out of the 2010 cleanup agreements. NASA is hoping to use the designation of the entire cultural district in order to assert this exemption for the entire site. Native American children should be able to visit sacred spaces without being exposed to the same contamination that I believe gave my daughter and 54 other local children cancer. They deserve to be safe, and it's your job as the board to make sure that the cleanup happens first.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Daniel Hirsch, and after that, Sam Cohen. He has a PowerPoint. Okay. You have 1 minute with your PowerPoint, Daniel.
Supervisor Long, if
Yes.
you'll alert Mr. Hirsch that Mr. Hirsch and Mr. Cohen, I'll have questions for both of them after their comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And also you can submit your PowerPoint to the clerk of the board at ventura.org. Go ahead, Daniel.
In 2010, Boeing, DOE, and NASA promised to clean up the entire San Jose Field Lab by 2017. We're in 2020 and the cleanup hasn't even begun. All three have broken their promises. And on Friday, NASA issued an EIS saying that it was not going to comply with the AOC and would leave the majority of the contamination there. AOC has an exception for artifacts. NASA 4 years ago made clear it wanted to declare the entire site a cultural district and then try to claim that it was an artifact and get it out of the cleanup. That's what the whole thing is about today. Your staff has made a misstatement that needs to get corrected. In the last sentence of paragraph of item 4 of the report, they claim that the consensus of the cultural board was that the site met the requirements to be a district. In fact, the board did exactly the opposite, said that particular portions met, but it could not affirm that the whole thing did. You need to strike that sentence and make clear that the proposal doesn't meet the requirement. Lastly,
Daniel, thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Mr. Supervisor Bennett, do you have a question for Daniel? In hearing none. The next one is Sam Cohen.
Whoa. I'm sorry. I was muted there.
All right.
Could
Supervisor Bennett,
could you
go
repeat
ahead.
Mr. Hirsch, could you repeat your comment about the AOC having an exception for artifacts from the cleanup?
Yes, the AOC has an exception for cleanup for Native American artifacts that are officially recognized. An artifact is like the cave painting or an arrowhead. And what NASA 4 years ago said it wants to do is declare the entire soil of the 2,850 acres to be a registered district and then to claim the exemption under that provision. It violates the exemption, but it would take a decade's worth of litigation to resolve, and that means the cleanup would be delayed by a decade. That's what this whole nomination is about, to try to claim that 2,800 acres of land are an artifact that should be exempted from cleanup.
Okay.
So the federal legislation exempts artifacts, and the contention that you're making is that they will then try to say, if this gets the status, that they will then try to say that it is an artifact, the land itself.
Let me be clear, it's not federal legislation. It is an agreement signed between NASA and the state of California that gives this exemption. But 4 years ago in the Senate report, NASA made clear that they wanted to claim the exemption for the entire land.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty.
Next is Sam.
I have a question for Mr. Cohen too. Thank you.
Yes. So Sam Cohen, please. You have 1 minute. Sam Cohen, you could unmute your line. Is he calling it? If I don't see him right this minute, so let's see if we can come back to him if he gets reconnected. I've been doing that for everybody. There's a phone number for ending in 9083. It is unidentified, but are you on Zoom? Are you making a comment? If so, please state your name.
If I don't see him right.
Hi, it's Sam Cohen. Can you hear me?
Yes, hold on, Sam. We have someone on the line.
That's no problem. Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Unidentified, but.
Oh, that's you, Sam. Okay, just mute your phone part, I guess. Go ahead, Sam.
All right. Thank you very much, Supervisor Long. This is Sam Cohen.
Yes, hold on, Sam. We have someone on the line.
All right, thank you. That's no problem. Yeah, that's me.
Sam, hold on. You have two.
Oh, that's you, Sam. Okay, just mute your phone part, I guess.
You have two items that are on speaker. Can you turn one of them on mute, please?
This is Sam Cohen.
Either your computer on mute or your phone on mute.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Long and other supervisors. The San Ynez Band of Chumash asks for your indulgence in approving the Santa Susana Field Lab for inclusion on the National Register. It's more than just the Burro Flats Painted Cave. The Burro Flats Painted Cave is astronomically significant. It's religiously significant. But once you find a site like the Burro Flats Painted Cave, you know there's going to be a lot of other Native American presence in that area. So we imposed on NASA and DOE and Boeing to resurvey the entire area. As a result, we have over 100 different Native American cultural sites and over 10 Burro Flats painted caves throughout the entire site. There are numerous examples of how the entire 2,800 acres is significant to the Native American peoples. It's 3 tribes, the Fernandino, who's spoken today. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Rudy. It's also the Gabrielino, who aren't here today, and the Chumash people, both the Ventureño Chumash and the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians.
Thank you, Sam, for your comments. We are at 1 minute, but I do have Supervisor Bennett that wanted to ask a question of you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Hirsch testified just right in front of you that the AOC has an exception for artifacts, and that with this, in terms of the artifacts not being cleaned up, we've had a lot of testimony that that everybody, including all the Native Americans that have testified, that they do want the cleanup to go forward. Are you in agreement with Mr. Hirsch that the AOC exception, that with this designation, that then the full 2,800 acres would be an artifact and therefore not cleaned up?
I'm rarely in agreement with Mr. Hirsch, unfortunately. I'm not in agreement with the people who said the Native Americans are foolish and misguided, and I'm not in agreement with people who say the Native Americans are greedy and want to set up casinos. But I have read the agreement in principle of the AOC, which says that DTSC has the control over all the exceptions to the cleanup, and there are 2. One is Native American artifacts, and the second is endangered and threatened species. So DTSC controls all the exceptions. It's merely designating a national monument is not going to automatically create an exception. DTSC is the ultimate arbiter. We need to elevate this land on the National Register because we don't know what the future of that land is going to be, especially the NASA land. By putting it as a national monument, it will prevent all future development and will prevent all the Native American sacred sites on all 2,800 acres. Okay. And then I just want to, Supervisor Bennett, you asked me a question when I talked to you on the phone. You said, how can we be sure that the monument status won't negatively impact the cleanup? And I agonized. I thought about that very hard, and I did quite a bit of research. And it's a NASA project called Hangar 1 in San Francisco, where the dirigibles used to be launched and had PCB contamination. Not only did NASA list it on the National Register, NASA completely cleaned up the PCB contamination, and now it's a joint venture with Google as a museum. So I think there's some good precedent here for national monuments. And even though a lot of people are afraid of the national monument, there's no negative precedent. Thank you. For letting me
I want to be
along.
clear. You mentioned some things you are not in agreement. I wasn't suggesting those things at all about Native Americans, that they're foolish or whatever. I was only asking, we've had Native American testimony, and even your comments to me, both yesterday were that you want to have the site cleaned up, and that all the other Native Americans so far that have associated themselves with this have said the same thing. They want the site to be fully cleaned up per the standards
Yes, sir.
identified. Okay.
We support the cleanup, just like the Fernandino and I'm sure the Gabrielino. It needs to be cleaned up. It's our Native American church, and our church has been contaminated, and we're asking for your help to clean it up.
Thank you for the clarifying question for Supervisor Bennett and all of us. The next speaker on is Zamaria Darren, and then Michaela Partington is after. They're both Reeds, so I don't have to line them up anymore. So, Brendan, please. We will be on read only. That's the last of our Zoom comments.
My name is Tamara Duran. I am a concerned constituent and wish to submit the below comment to be read at the meeting. I'm writing today to urge the Ventura County Board of Supervisors to 1. Oppose the nomination of the contaminated Santa Susana Field Lab to the National Register of Historic Places on the basis that it does not currently meet criteria requirements, and 2. Oppose any nomination until there is a complete cleanup of the site to background levels of contamination as long promised. The NRHP registration form claims that the 2,850 acre area proposed for nomination, which strangely enough happens to be the same 2,850 acre of toxic SSFL property, has maintained its integrity so much so that it is indistinguishable from the time of indigenous occupation. All scientific evidence suggests otherwise. The site is heavily contaminated with radioactive materials and over 100 hazardous chemicals such as dioxins, PCBs, heavy metals, and volatile organic compounds. Expanding the NRHP listing 100-fold to the full 2,850 acres of their property is intended to help NASA breach its cleanup obligations and has been NASA's intention all along. 4 years ago, they signaled their strategy of filing for NRHP status to get out of the AOC cleanup agreement they had signed. Granting NRHP status to the entire SSFL property is only important to NASA because they don't want to fork out the money to do a complete cleanup. To truly protect the site, the pollution NASA created should be fully cleaned up first, and only then should NRHP listing be considered.
Thank you for the comments. Michaela Partington.
Dear Ventura County Board of Supervisors, the SSFL property is not pristine. Do not listen to NASA and their demands to nominate the whole SSFL property as a national monument. A full cleanup to the agreed upon 2010 AOC cleanup standards needs to happen before adding the Borough Flats area and property to the NRHP. The toxins on the SSFL site and migrating off of the property have caused and continue to cause cancer, development disorders, and autoimmune disorders. Our community has been fighting for a full cleanup of SSFL for over 30 years. Thank you, Michaela P.
Thank you for your comment. Holly Huff.
To the Board of Supervisors, I live within 2 miles of the SSFL and have for over 61 years. I was right here in 1959 when the SRE melted. I grew flowers at the now Sage Park for 8 years in the 1970s on the property line in the dirt. I have been diagnosed with chronic lymphomatic leukemia, CLL, which I blame on SSFL. Strontium-90, which is everywhere up there, causes leukemia. I've spent the past 31 years fighting with my community for a complete cleanup of this site. The contamination doesn't stay on top of the hill. It migrates with the rains, blows through our air when we get the Santa Anas, and when the fires blow through there, everyone from the site to the Pacific Oceans are contaminated. It's awful. Please don't buy into NASA's scheme. It sounds like they forgot to mention how contaminated the site is. How convenient. It's just another way they are trying to get out of cleaning up their horrible, deadly mess. Borough Flats is already saved. Has been since 1976. There's no argument with that. NASA needs to do what it promised in 2010's AOC's cleanup. Lives depend on your decision. Thank you, Holly
Thank you
Huff.
for the comments. Bruce Rowe is the last read. Oh no, Janet Murphy, I apologize. We have 2 more read emails.
Dear Honorable Supervisors, as a concerned mother, grandmother, and longtime resident of Ventura County, I am writing to request that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors refute NASA's recent proposal to nominate the entire 2,850 acres of Santa Susana Field Lab to the National Register of Historic Places unless and until the complete cleanup of the toxic contamination present on the site has been fully carried out by the responsible parties, an agreement to which they are legally bound. The basis of NASA's nomination lies in the false claim that the land of SSFL has retained a pristine quality, thus making it a valuable cultural resource which must not be disturbed by any cleanup activities. This is an obvious attempt to shirk any legal and moral responsibility that NASA, along with Boeing and DOE, has in poisoning this land. Where was their regard for the cultural integrity of the sacred land when they desecrated it in the first place during decades of irresponsible toxic waste disposal methods, extensive earth-moving activities, and polluting activities from on-site rocket testing and partial nuclear meltdown? In NASA's 70-page proposal, they somehow failed to include any mention of the immense pollution and its role within it. To allow NASA to be exempted from its responsibility to clean up this land that it has damaged so completely is to willingly place in jeopardy the lives of the people living on or near this land, as well as the health of this ecosystem and anyone who may wish to visit it in the future, including Native Americans. Sincerely, Janet Murphy.
Thank you. And then Bruce Rowe. Bruce Rowe.
To the clerk of the Board of County Board of Supervisors, public health should be the #1 issue addressed at the SSFL. However, historic and prehistoric preservation should only be a top priority at this location. The site is an important location of America's challenges and triumphs during the Cold War. There are numerous known archaeological sites on the property, and there is possibility of the discovery of many more sites. This SSFL property is part of a much larger and highly significant Native American cultural district that was important for a couple of thousand years at least. The archaeological evidence can tell us about these people's religious, economic, political, and domestic lives, as well as their technological and interrelationships between groups and much more. The cleanup should be based on the current risk to human health and based on actual science, not old reports and anecdotal accounts of illness. It should not be based on myths and inaccurate data circulated by people with assumed but not actual PhDs and other non-existent credentials. The cleanup should also not be based on materialistic goals or expediency, but on sound science and the desire to protect historic and prehistoric material. Native American monitors and archaeologists need to present during all cleanup activities to assure that culturally significant sites are not destroyed. The entire SSFL site should be listed in the National Register of Historic Places to ensure this. Sincerely, Bruce M. Rowe.
Thank you very much. That concludes the speaker's comments. I do want to announce that COVID-19 update will be after this item, so if staff wants to get ready for that, I want to make sure you're notified. So with that, if we could have staff come up so that we can ask any questions to you and also for closing comments. So supervisors, do you have any questions for our planning department?
This is Steve Bennett, I do.
Yes, Supervisor Bennett.
Number one, do they have a copy of attachment 10 that they can put up on the screen by any chance?
Let's see if we can do that. Attachment 10.
And while they're working on that, my other question is, the contention was made that they've modified the Cultural Heritage Board's recommendation that said portions of, but not all, of the site. Could they respond to that contention?
Yes, and that if staff can, you have that on one of your slides in regards to the letter, and I believe it was modification based on public health and so forth. If you could, I think that's the draft OHP letter. Yes, it's a PowerPoint presentation from planning, if they can bring that one up as well. I don't have it numbered here, and I can't lick my fingers. I think it's slide number 11 on the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes. Chair Long, is this the slide?
I thought it was the draft ODP letter, is what it says. Two more. One more.
Two more?
Oh, no, it's on the end.
Yeah.
The other way. One more. Looks like this.
Heritage Board's recommendation.
Oh, yes, hit that one first. I apologize.
What you see on the slide before you is exactly what was documented during the Cultural Heritage Board meeting. In the second paragraph, where it starts to be highlighted in red, it shows that the Cultural Heritage Board recommended that portions of the proposed Borough Flats Cultural District, which include but are not limited to the 117 sites in one object, meet the criteria.
Oh, yes, please. Okay, so supervisors, we cannot hear you with that slide up. So if you could ask your question and then we'll pop it back if need be.
That's fine. Okay, I heard staff's answer. I don't have anything else on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Long?
Yes.
I have a PowerPoint.
You have a PowerPoint. Did you
I do.
Send it? Or okay, can you share your screen? Perfect. There it is.
Okay, I know we are short on time. I'm sorry to the public who only had 1 minute to speak. It must have been very frustrating, and I apologize for that. Hopefully I can bring some of your concerns here. As we know, the county's stated overriding goal on Santa Susana Field Lab is that all the toxic contaminants be removed. That's our main goal. What happens after that is a whole, welcome for anything. If NASA wants to transfer it, which they were trying to do, they wanted to transfer it to the Shumash. If they want to take the whole Santa Susana Field Lab and consider it, for a district, that would be the time after we get this cleaned up. We know that the contaminants are incredibly toxic. Plutonium, right? Nuclear contamination, strontium, cesium, tritium, TCE, perchlorate, 500,000 gallons poured into the ground, dioxins, PCBs. I think everyone who has spoken today acknowledges this needs to be cleaned up. Right now, if you go there, there is a limit on how long you are allowed to picnic on SSFL because of the radiological contamination. It's highly contaminated. Next slide, please. So NASA, of all entities out there, is saying this should be a cultural archaeological district. And what should be the district? The entire Santa Susana Field Lab, 2,850 acres. This is just after the National Register changed it from 25 to 11, of where they said should be a registered site. So the entire 2,850 acre Santa Susana Field Lab site, that is not a delineation based on an archaeological site. It's a delineation of a contaminated rocket test site owned by the US government and Boeing. That is what the designated delineation is. And the National Register of Historic Places actually requires that you have a real accurate and complete ground and boundary justification for what is your archaeological district based on the archaeology. And it states a district is seldom defined by the limits of the current parcels of ownership or management or planning boundaries. And that's exactly what they've done here. So that is not what is a careful look at the accuracy and completeness and justification. Next slide, please. Borough Flats is, as was mentioned by people who spoke, is already on the National Register. It's already protected, as well as the 11 acres or whatever acreage all around it. It's already part of the National Register of Historic Places. It will be preserved. And then Supervisor Bennett was thinking it was legislation. It's actually those AOCs, right? The Administrative Order on Consent that exempts the Native American artifacts. If the DTSC wants to, those areas would be exempt from the cleanup. So what Mr. Cohn stated to Supervisor Bennett, that it wouldn't be an issue if it was all designated, all 2,850 acres, because then NASA could use the fact that it's an archaeological site and deserves exemption in that AOC. What he failed to say is it isn't automatic. The NASA could then challenge it, and if they insist on it being exempted, you know, all 2,850 acres, it goes to dispute resolution, and then it can go to the courts for years, and that will just further delay the cleanup. And the concern that so many of us have with NASA to begin with is many things that they have done already in terms of delaying this cleanup. Their effort was to dispose of the property by giving it to the U.S. General Services Agency. They wanted to transfer it to the Shumash. NASA also just put out an environmental impact statement, which said that it didn't matter what level of cleanup was selected. It wouldn't have any matter on how it would affect people's health, when the whole basis of the cleanup is to protect people's health. So leaving 90% of the contamination there would be the same as cleaning it up on people's health. So it's just those kind of things. We have lost the trust of the public. We also know that that NASA has not been living up to the AOC. Their environmental impact statement actually didn't include the cleanup to the AOC standards, which is what they signed and said that they would, which was clean it to background. So there is a total loss of trust with NASA that has to be acknowledged with the public, including from parents and mothers with children of retinoblastoma. So the idea that if you want to go to the next slide, Borough Flats Cultural District, as I said, is already protected. And also, as was mentioned, that portions of the district, I mean, meet the criteria. The full 2850 does not meet the listed criteria. So we have on the next one, our letter that's coming before us, right? That's Exhibit 10 that you were talking about. And I think the important part is, as the staff did put it in a little box, and that's the next slide, if you would, that it states here, and if you go click the button again, the statement that accordingly the board opposes any nomination that conflicts with public health, safety, and general welfare. That's really important. But that's not what the Office of Historical Preservation cares about. They care about, does it meet the criteria? And that's why I think we need to insert, and if you click the next button, this additional line, one more click, please. I think we should amend it and insert in there after the sentence about accordingly the board opposes any nomination that conflicts with public health, that we insert additionally, in attempting to designate the full 2,850 acres of Santa Susana Field Lab, the nomination fails to meet the listing criteria for the NRHP. And we understand that because it doesn't do accuracy and all those, the criteria that was listed on the earlier slide. And I'm happy that staff does point out there that the Office of Historic Preservation should reconsider the district boundary to acknowledge the areas requiring remediation so that the nomination portion is not at odds with the critical necessity for public health and safety. So yes, we would consider it, but the nomination is premature, and I appreciate that the staff acknowledges and the Cultural Heritage Board acknowledged, yes, portions may meet it, but it is premature. And so why are we doing this now? Why is NASA bringing this forward now? Why are they incorporating the entire Santa Susana Field Lab? You know, right next door, immediately adjacent, is Brandis Barden Camp. Wouldn't that be part of a potential archaeological district? Or right next door is Sage Ranch Park. Wouldn't that be included? No, they just want to make sure that they can do what they can to reduce cleanup. And I fully believe that is the case. And I think we have examples of how this designation could limit the cleanup. One, in the sense that, as Mr. Hirsch pointed out, that they could use that exemption in the AOC to say this is a designated archaeological site, so you can't clean it up. Even though there are exemptions for the ones that are already mentioned, the idea that that will be used is a reason why they're trying to move forward now. Another reason is because by designating the whole thing, it will further NASA's goal to get the land transferred before cleanup to the Shumash. And I think it would be wonderful for them to have it and it to be a district after we clean it. And I think that gets back to the main point. We need to remember what our priorities are here. And the number one priority is cleaning it. This does not move the needle towards cleaning. It actually has the potential of reducing that ability. And so I appreciate staff's recommendation that we reject it. We recommend that they do not move forward with this. And I would, Board of Supervisors, add the sentence that I put forward saying that it doesn't meet the criteria as NRHP requires.
Supervisor Parks, is this your question to staff? Because we still have to do closing comments and I've got to close the board before we start deliberating. Is this a question to staff as to are we able to, or do you have any closing comments, staff?
No, this is not a question.
I didn't think so. So if you could hold off, please, and let, I appreciate your passion and I just need to make sure I follow these steps. So staff, if you could make your closing statement.
Yeah, but okay.
Yes, Chair Long, thank you. We are prepared to update the letter if you so choose with any edits, and then we will be immediately getting that to Mr. Powers for signature and getting that out this week to meet the deadline for the State Office of Registration.
Okay, I'm going to close this public hearing. Thank you for all of our public that participated in this. And then now we are able to do our deliberations and vote. We have a PowerPoint presentation with the suggestions from Supervisor Parks. I would like to hear from Supervisor Huber. This is in your district, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, I do. I'll make it brief. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Supervisor Huber, thank you.
For the past few decades, I've advocated for the highest level cleanup of the Santa Susana Field Lab. However, I have received new information that the land of the Santa Susana Field Lab is a sacred site. In essence, the area has been religious grounds for 3 tribes that had inhabited Ventura and Los Angeles County many centuries ago. In light of this new information about the religious significance of the Santa Susana Field Lab area to the people of native tribes, and they too want the highest level of cleanup, I think it's appropriate to ensure that Native American tribal people are part of the decision making as to what to do with sacred artifacts and sacred grounds. So, I would move to accept the recommendation of the Cultural Heritage Board and adopt the National Historic Places nomination. That's my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber.
I have a question.
Yes, Supervisor Bennett.
A question for Supervisor Huber. What is Supervisor Huber's position on staff's recommended letter for Mr. Powers to sign?
Just, I'm okay with it as is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
What is your position on Supervisor Parks' recommended modification?
No, I like the original letter.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with the original letter. That's where I am.
And staff, could you let me know, based on the Heritage Board, what was the vote? The public comment had stated something, and so I wanted to make sure that we had clarity on it.
It was a unanimous vote for the final motion, but we did have a healthy discussion for about an hour and a half on components of that motion.
Okay, and so on this motion, we are taking the Heritage Board's recommendations, but then also including those items of health that you had highlighted. I think it was propose any nomination that conflicts with public health, safety, and general welfare. Was that added, or am I?
Correct. That was added to their report. That report will be transmitted along with the letter that you finally adopt today. Both items will be going to the state.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure that was included in there. So Supervisor Huber, you were stating that the board letter.
Supervisor Long, this is Charmaine from County Council. Just to add to Planning Director Ward's comment, the report of the CHB was to opine as to whether the proposed district criteria, your board's position is that, and your board is charged with a bit broader of a making a recommendation as to the whole nomination. So I just wanted to clarify what the rules were.
Could I get clarification? Did not the CHB recommend that portions should be considered, not the full site?
The recommendation and the report of the CHB accurately reflects what their consensus was, that the 117 sites plus the one object as identified in the nomination should be met the criteria, but they also included the language, but not limited to account for the possibility that there may be some additional area within that, the proposed area that also meets it.
I don't think what we have is clear in our reporting in our letter to the CHB that the Cultural Heritage Board supported portions, but not the full 2,850 acres. And so do you see where we can clarify that? Or do you think that's already clear? Because I think that's what this whole discussion is. It seems to me we need to have more clarity that the CHB recommended portions, not the whole 2,850 acres.
Sure, absolutely. If the decision of the board is to modify, I mean that's why we can present this proposed letter. If you feel it's not clear, then we can certainly insert some clarifying language. But the report of the CHB will be transmitted with whatever your recommendation letter is.
Thank you. I would like that clarity. Supervisor Bennett, is that something that you agree with?
I'm not sure we're being clear here. I think your question is, can the Cultural Heritage Board letter be modified?
No. So I'm saying our board's letter, its depicting of the CHB letter, does not accurately reflect that the CHB did not support the 2,850 acres, but rather portions of. And I would like to have that stated clearly. Otherwise, it gives an impression that it did support 2,850 acres. That also, if I may, that also gets to the point that the designation, just like the CHB looked at it, doesn't look at the site from the criteria, the NHRP, in terms of accuracy, boundary justification, and completeness. And that's what that sentence that I'd like to add would do, is just point out it doesn't meet that criteria. Anyway, whether you want to explain that it doesn't meet the criteria or not, the CHB found it did not. And I think that we should at least clarify that in our board letter, that they were not recommending the full 2,850 because it doesn't meet the criteria.
Supervisor Parks, doesn't it state that on the first page? At the very end, it says following the close of the public hearing and CHB deliberation, the CHB unanimously 5-0 approved the following motion. And it stated that based on evidence and analysis in the record, that portions of the proposed Borough Flats Cultural District, which include but are not limited to the 117 sites and one object, were identified as contributors, met the criteria. So doesn't that state right there what their motion was? So I'm unclear.
I think to add to the end of that, this does not, this is different from the 2,850 acre district that is being requested in the application.
Well, that may be the position of the board, but can we say that that was the position of the Board of Supervisors? But can we say that's the position of the Cultural Heritage Board when they use the vague language, but not limited to? Because they don't make a reference one way or the other to the 2,800. They just say, but not limited to, correct?
The whole basis of the word portions means it's not full. It's not all of it. It's portions of it. And the request is the entire site, which has no basis in, archaeology, accuracy, completeness. It's just, and I would go to Charmaine to answer that question.
Yes, I think that is a good question. But what the Cultural Heritage Board found, and as Planning Director Ward stated, it was the subject of a lengthy deliberation session, is accurately stated here. So I think it would be more appropriate to characterize what the board's position is in a different place and not modify this subsection A. To Supervisor Bennett's point.
Steve Bennett. So when you say portions can't mean everything, but if you read the sentence, I'm not saying I agree with how they did this, but if you read the sentence, it says portions of the proposed site, which include but are not limited to the 117 acres, right, meet the criteria. But when they say not limited to, that doesn't mean that means not limited to. It doesn't mean they're saying portions do for sure meet it, but other portions might, and they don't put any limit on that. So the question really is, what do we do with our comments? That's why I was curious about Supervisor Huber's thoughts about your additional language. What I think is important is, number one, I think we have to make it clear that it's the cleanup of this site that is the priority of this board. It is the priority of this community. So I think our board's letter that says it's premature to do this designation at all, fits with that priority. But I would also like to make sure that we identify that the protection of the Indian artifacts is important to this board in some appropriate language. So I'm seeing your language for the first time right now, and I'm trying to see how we can square that and stuff. So, but I'd like to hear what the other supervisors think. Supervisor Zaragoza, Supervisor Long, what do they think at this point in time? Because it's always hard when the five of us have to try to craft language and do this editing, but we have that job at this point in time.
Supervisor Zaragoza, any comments? Okay. In reading the board letter, I feel that the board letter is suitable. I don't see any additional changes that need to be made to the square in which you outlined for us. So those are my comments.
Could I make a motion and then, we could vote against it, if the board doesn't support the insertion? I think it's important because if we are concerned that the NASA's effort to designate the entire SSFL as a archaeological district will impact the potential for getting this clean, then we can vote for this.
Well, there are 4 recommended actions for ADIS today. So go ahead.
I would make the first motion to add this sentence, and I pointed out right where the sentence would go in the PowerPoint that was submitted last night. And it's one sentence that says, additionally, in attempting to designate the full 2,850 acres of SSFL, the nomination fails to meet the listing criteria for the NRHP. And that will be my motion to include that.
Can I see that motion again, please?
We are working on that right now. we're trying to figure out how to put that screen on. Hold on. And we won't be able to hear anyone as it's on.
Do I push it?
Okay. Okay, so the wording in here is a dish.
The highlighted text is what Supervisor Parks referenced earlier in her slide. So we've typed it in so you can see how that would show.
Okay.
If that's your direction.
So you just typed it in. It wasn't in there before.
Correct.
You just typed that in. So additionally, in attempting to designate the full 2,850 acres of SSFL, the nomination fails to meet the listed criteria for the NRHP. So I'm letting that sit for a minute before we switch slides because I know we cannot hear anything from anyone. Lori, do you have that wording in case the motion goes? Okay, thank you. All right, let's switch back screens. All right, I hope that the supervisors had a chance to see those screens and the wording. And that's,
I need to, I would like to see the screen again, please. I'm basically trying to type it so I can have it in front of me.
okay, no problem.
This idea that we can't.
Sorry, supervisors, we are trying to, with our multiple screens, do this. And I agree it could be frustrating, but we're continually to working on this.
You ready?
Go, switch. And again, I'm stating this was just typed in by planning. It is not what they had suggested initially. But this is where the sentence would go in that letter.
Ready?
I'm going to give it a couple more seconds because that was faster last time.
Yes.
Okay, switch. It's very difficult to run these meetings. I just want to let everyone know if you think this is easy. Okay, Supervisor Bennett, Supervisor Huber, were you able to hear or see it?
Yes, I got it. I typed the whole thing up now. Great. I
Oh,
got
fabulous.
It in front of me. Thank you.
We got skills. This board has got lots of skills. Okay, so we are coming back to it's the board letter of dispute including that sentence. And so it's been motioned by Supervisor Parks to include that line. Is there a second for this motion?
I have thoughts about this motion. I'd like to discuss this before I
go ahead.
Consider. Just trying to come up with. I mean, I was not prepared for this language. Let me.
Correct. None of us were.
I don't mind trying to identify that we have, that I don't mind identifying something about the 2,800 acres. I don't know that in attempting to designate the full site 2,800 acres is the right way for us to try to say that. I'm also not hearing any other second of the motion, so I'm not sure it's going to be, it would go anywhere anyway.
It's up to you.
Well, actually, there's other supervisors as well. Supervisor Huber, Supervisor Zaragoza.
I didn't see anything.
And Supervisor Long. Supervisor Long's already said she's not supportive of changing it. Supervisor Huber said he's not supportive of changing it. So the only one other one. But I don't. I want some in attempting to designate the full site 2,800 acres. I'm not sure it's attempting to designate the full site. I'm not sure that that's what makes it fail to meet the requirement. What if does that mean it's okay to do 2,700 acres or 2,600 acres? I mean, I know what the intent is in terms of what you're saying, Supervisor Clark. I'm trying to come up with something that does capture this idea that it's premature. I mean, our board letter does say that it's premature to designate this site. It's not premature to designate some smaller portion, the cave site, et cetera, that is out there. Is there some language that can accomplish that and say it's not appropriate to designate the full site, but that's not the reason why it doesn't meet the criteria, but rather the full site doesn't meet the criteria somehow. But anyway,
Well,
I'm just trying to look at this language and try to do it. Right now,
if I
County
may
Council.
add, and offering some to assist you, the language of the National Historic Preservation Act provides that the Office of Historic Preservation will consider whether, and I quote from the statute, the nomination is adequately documented and technically and professionally correct and sufficient. So I don't know if that adds some language, but that's directly from the statute for what the Office of Historic Preservation will consider in determining whether this nomination should go forward.
Right, and I appreciate it. I believe that this letter addresses it in the way it is written currently, so I don't see how this added sentence is going to get us additional protection.
If I can, again, the point of the OHP, when they look at this, is does it meet the designation requirements? And this letter talks about the contamination. That has no bearing. So our points for rejecting it are not ones that they would use to make their decision. But if we point out that the designation requires accuracy, completeness, and boundary justification for an archaeological district, which this application does not have. It doesn't have that. It just is using the boundary lines of Santa Susana Field Lab. And so, if you don't like that wording, how about just pointing out that the designation requires that we have accuracy and completeness and boundary justification, which the 2,850 acres that are being proposed do not have. It's not justified.
well, you're much you're much closer to more appropriate language saying it that way. I mean, just the fact that they did that, I think you could.
Well,
And that word
this
on
motion.
my slide.
Sorry, but is there a second for this motion? If not, I'd like to put it back to Supervisor Huber, since this is in your district.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm trying to ask if there's a possible change in the language. I just question the language, but there may be some other language. But let's go ahead and see. I mean, but so no, I'm not seconding this language. I may second a modification of this.
Okay.
Could I make a second amendment then to the motion and see if that is, or actually use the wording in my slide that states NHRP designation requires accuracy, completeness, and boundary justification for archaeological district, which is not justified with the application.
Do we need your PowerPoint back up for that? If this motion does not move forward, I'd like to motion that we take staff recommendations. We're bringing up Supervisor Parks's presentation right now. And I appreciate everyone's discussions on this because this is good for us to do.
The top of the page says nomination of 2,850 acre SSFL.
Keep going. I think it's 2 more slides.
Nope. 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 It's about the second slide. You're on the last one. Yes, and see the middle where it says NHRP designation requires accuracy, completeness, and boundary justification for archaeological district.
And so that is the sentence you would want us to include into the letter?
Instead of the one that I proposed, I'm now proposing that sentence. Yes. And with ending it with and is not justified by the application.
Could you read it again, please, Supervisor Parks?
NRHP designation requires accuracy, completeness, and boundary justification for an archaeological district.
Wasn't there more
And
you were going to add?
Yeah, and as such is not justified by this application.
And that justification is because the boundary to have it just stop at
Correct.
At that site and not consider the other sites, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's not based on any archaeological science.
County Council, could you weigh in on that?
Which point specifically?
Just so that is true that the NRP does state it requires accuracy, completeness, and boundary justification, and that this does not fit the application.
Supervisor Parks's language, if that's the recommendation of the board, it makes sense to me, but the language of the statute talks about adequate documentation for nomination, technically and professionally correct and sufficient, and the opinion as to whether the proposed listing meets the criteria.
So you're saying it does have a clear boundary. It's rather than are you saying it does have clear boundary? It's all we're supposed to say is whether the boundary is clear or not, or whether it's justified for county council.
Oh,
no number.
So the boundary, as proposed it looks to be a clear boundary, but if your board's recommendation is you don't believe that is clear, or the lines that they drew were adequately documented or technically and professionally correct and sufficient, that would be language that mirrors the language of the statute that the Office of Historic Preservation will consider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I've got some language here. I just want to try to run, and then and that would be to start with saying the board supports appropriate protection of the important Indian artifacts at the site.
Native American.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Native American artifacts at the site. I'm trying to create this language all quickly here. However, the boundary justification of 2,800 acres is both premature and not justified, something along that line.
Might I suggest something like, if I'm understanding you correctly, the proposed traditional cultural property or the TCP as proposed does not seem to be adequately documented or technically or professionally correct and sufficient given the information in the nomination. That mirrors the language of the statute. if that is indeed what your board decides.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I am fine with, I'm fine with the board's letter. Bottom line is, our board letter is saying we do not support this nomination.
That's right.
Of this site. That's really that's the critical issue. Because I want to cite this. I'm going to ask this question, I guess, of staff while we're having this discussion.
So
it's it says that if the CHB and your board recommend that a property not be nominated, the state shall take no further action unless an appeal is filed. I imagine an appeal will be filed at the state. So does the CHB recommend that the property not be nominated? Can we get staff's opinion on that?
And well, the CHB answered a narrower question than the broader nomination. The CHB only answered whether the nomination or the proposed district meets the criteria of the National Register. So in looking at that issue, the CHB concluded that 117 sites did, one object did, and left open the possibility that other areas within the district might, but all they concluded was that the 117 sites and district met the criteria. Your board can make a larger comment about the nomination generally, that you don't recommend it proceeds, for whatever reason you decide.
And I just have to state, if the letter already is stating that we are not agreeing with this nomination, I'm not sure what this added sentence is going to express based on the embodiment of the letter that was currently written. And that's why I'm motioning to approve as recommended. Is there a second? Have you? I think we've been giving a lot of time for deliberation.
Second the motion.
But the first motion on the table is Supervisor Parks, in which we're talking about. I'm just letting everyone know that there is a second. If this one does not move forward,
I'm trying to come up with some other language that I think is better, but I don't have it, and I don't know that it substantially changes anything in terms of what we're trying to say. I would like to come up with some language that makes it clearer, but I've got something. So anyway, I'm not ready to second that. I'm not ready to second the language that Supervisor Parks has at this point in time. I'm trying this other stuff.
Is there any other supervisor to second that one?
This is Bob Huber. I'm seconding the chair's motion.
Okay, so if there's no second on Supervisor Parks's motion, that is moved on to the next motion, which I just had made, was based on staff recommendation, leaving the letter as was presented, along with the other findings 1 through 4. And so there's a second for that, which is Supervisor Huber. Are there any further discussion? Questions?
Yeah. I for discussion purposes, it doesn't matter which motion's on the floor as I'm trying to have this discussion. So my question is, would this motion be better if we added the board supports appropriate protection of Native American artifacts? And I'm just trying to work the second half of it.
I agree with that.
However, I don't like the intent thing. However, the board is not ready to the board is not ready to support the full set. Yeah.
Well, at the end, can you state as such, the nomination is premature and the board recommends that OHP reject the nomination at this time and continue to protect the Native American artifacts?
Could we say this, rejects the nomination of the full 2,800 acres? Would that make sense?
You add to it, yeah.
I would say I would reject the nomination at this time and protect the Native American artifacts.
Rejects the nomination of the full 2,800 acres?
Because
No,
it's not
what I'm trying to
I'm
make
okay with
sure.
that.
Can we add because it's not justified?
Do you have that?
Okay, I apologize. I am getting a little frustrated with these different
random
changes. And let me ask this, is this better to have the letter come back at another time, or does it have to be done right this minute?
It does need to be done,
Okay.
Chair Long, because we
Thank
must get the letter
So
out.
the motion that I have on the table right now is to approve the 4 recommended items. I heard Supervisor Huber state that he appreciated the comment of
Native
the
American.
Native American artifacts. So as my suggestion or what I was heard is as such, the nomination is premature and the board recommends that the ODP reject the nomination at this time and protect the Native American artifacts. That is my motion. It's at the very end of the last paragraph. It says, as such, the nomination is premature and the board recommends that the OHP rejects the nomination at this time and protects the Native American artifacts.
What's missing, and the reason why we're saying that is because it shouldn't be the full 2,850 acres.
I understand that, and so I believe, based on reading the letter, that it delineated that. And I heard that there was conversation in regards that we wanted the protection of the Native American artifacts as well. So my understanding is that the 2,000 and so it's already been talked about, and that's why we're rejecting that nomination at the time. Is that clear, or?
Yeah, I think you really need to point that it's not justified to have it be that big. They haven't adequately justified that as an archaeological district. It is merely a district of convenience based on the fact that the government and Boeing own it and it's contaminated. And the reason they're doing this, I'll stop there.
Dave, I have Dave looking at me with some
If
questions.
your board would entertain, maybe we need to let you move on to your other item. Let us work to take what we heard from Supervisor Parks and Bennett and yourself and see if we can craft the language while you move on to some of your other items and come back, because it sounds like we're trying to articulate sentences here.
Well, I do have a motion to take the staff recommendations without my trying to modify the last question, the last item. Supervisor Huber, you're there. You made the second. Would you approve as the letter is, or do you feel, would you be taking back your motion, your second motion?
No, I'm fine with my second.
Okay, so it has been first and second as is. We can right now vote on it, and if it doesn't pass, then we can come back.
Just to approve all recommendations.
It's to approve all recommended items.
Okay.
And Madam Chair,
Madam Chair, yeah, I'd like to hear from Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion and so forth, but I think staff has a pretty good recommendation that let them fine tune and wordsmith, what Supervisor Park wants, and also to kind of combine everything we talked about and come back after we take care of a couple of items here. I would like to see that.
Well, let's have a vote first, and then we can go from there. So
Supervisor Zaragoza, you're saying you don't support adopting the motion right now?
Right.
let's take the vote so we can find out from everybody. So roll call, please.
The motion is to approve all the recommendations.
Yes, to staff recommendations.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yeah, I'd like more time to try to craft a little more language, so I'll vote no right now and see if we can come up with something. I'm working on something right now.
Supervisor Parks.
I'll go along with Supervisor Bennett and appreciate staff's willingness to craft something better.
So
No?
that's a no.
I think it'll benefit all personally by looking,
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
No.
Okay. Yes. So there's 3 no's and 2 yeses. Please, if you could come back, we need to get through some other items. It'll be a
Could we
couple
vote
hours.
can we actually make that a vote, Supervisor Long, to come
Yes.
back at the end of the meeting with some proposed wording and to complete the decision?
Yes, it is not, yes.
Thank you.
So if
Okay.
you would like to have a
I'll do
vote
that.
to come back, the motion is for staff to come back by the end of this meeting and come back with the recommended items based on discussion. So it's been first by Supervisor Parks. Is there a second? I need a second for this to come back.
Second.
Huber, second.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Zaragoza has seconded. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Supervisor Bennett, not Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Oh.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that will be coming back to the board after the other items. So thank you very much to staff. I appreciate working. Charmaine, thank you. If you could make sure you work with our planning, and we'll see you back in a little bit. Okay, next item. We are going back, as promised, to COVID-19 update. I apologize to all who have been waiting there diligently for one of the closer items, but it was not a time certain. And we had public comment go a lot longer than was thought we were going to have. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Powers to start off.
Thank you, Chair Long, board members, community members remaining. So it will be a focused report today, and just right off the top, we've seen some good news on the hospitalizations and leveling off a bit, but positivity rate still higher than we'd like to see it. Testing capacity very strong, and actually some of the demand dropping off, and so good wait times have improved, and very importantly, staff have worked hard to improve the time to provide results, really working to get that within 3 to 5 days or so. So good progress there, good compliance with our businesses, again, continue to be very strong in their compliance efforts. One of the things we'll highlight today as well, Mr. Vargas, is the disproportionate impact on our minority communities, particularly the Latino community, that we're seeing with the positive results. And as a result of that, really highlight some of the efforts that we're undertaking, resources and programs, education efforts to make sure folks are aware of resources available to them. Your board just approved today an $880,000 grant to MyCop to do more outreach to ensure eligibility for Medi-Cal resources, a dental rental assistance program, community outreach, a real effort to destigmatize. And I want to pause on that for a second because that's just something we need to continue to educate folks about. You know, this virus spreads everywhere very easily. Anyone can get it, so we need people to get tested and to follow through on their contact tracing. And so with that, I will turn it over shortly to Dr. Levin, but just let you know too that our rental assistance program is moving along and checks have gone out. And we are a lot of progress made on our business assistance program. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Levin.
Thank you. And as we go ahead, please make sure to mute your mic if you are not speaking. Thank you. Is Dr. Levin on Zoom? I know he was in the audience beforehand, but as
yes,
things got changed.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Hello, Dr. Levin. We hear your voice.
Oh, good. Okay. I was having trouble getting the Zoom to be continuous. So this was my fallback. And I would also like to dispense with these 4 slides, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I went over them last week, and in the interest of time, and I know you've had a laborious meeting, I'll just get into some comments. And that is, as of yesterday, we had 70 deaths in our county from COVID infection. This year, we would definitely have had over 200 and maybe 1,000 or more if we had not taken the steps that we as a county have taken. We should feel good about that. As a reminder, the biggest flu season we've had in a quarter of a century was the year before last, where we had 49 flu-associated deaths, and now we're at 70 from just a few months into COVID infection season. And as of yesterday, we had 81 COVID-positive hospitalized patients. Rigo will give you newer numbers for today, but we had 81 COVID-positive hospitalized patients yesterday across all the county's hospitals, and this was down from a week ago. It was running at 90 such cases each day. And the week before that, we peaked at an all-time high of 101 COVID-positive hospitalized cases in our county. And remember, just 7 weeks earlier, on June 1st, we'd had 18 such patients, from 18 to 101 in the hospitals. So have we peaked in our surge? It's too soon to say, but I'm hopeful. Surrounding counties are still increasing in numbers, so we can't get overconfident. And we can't say that we know a lot about surges and how they behave with this virus because it's the first one we've had. How many cases and what should we be concerned about? There's no specific number of cases per se to be concerned about. The numbers that should concern us are our numbers of deaths and the availability of our ICU beds and ventilators. Those are the two things, in fact, that are driving this whole strategy nationally and the actions that we're taking across the nation. When we have no more ICU beds and no more ventilator capacity, that's when we can't care for the routine lives that we're used to saving, like people with bad pneumonia, with serious urinary tract infections who develop bloodstream infections, and those with heart attacks. That's when the tragedy of this pandemic multiplies. So we have 3 weapons to use against this surge that we're seeing in COVID-19 infections. We have our contact tracing program, which is trying to identify every case of COVID in our county and help them safely isolate so they don't infect others. We're also notifying all their close contacts so they can seclude themselves and not infect others. Our second weapon is the public. And I see us struggling to get our entire populace holding the line, maintaining social distancing, not gathering, washing hands, wearing masks, putting themselves at home when they feel ill, doing these things for the long haul, not going out unnecessarily, and struggling to keep our numbers down. And all the while, I know that we're doing a better job than most other counties. It's just that we've got to do even better. And our third weapon is the state's orders to temporarily close those businesses and activities that might encourage gatherings where COVID may be transmitted. So just some brief updates. As far as school waivers go, because the governor has asked that schools not open in the fall, I have received a number of requests for schools to have an exception made for them so they can start in-person learning after all in the fall. And this is driven by the sense of urgency many schools and parents feel to restore in-person learning. I'm telling them that due to the surge in COVID cases that we're currently seeing, I'm not accepting or considering waiver requests at this time. I can't do that because the rules that pertain to accepting waivers are set by the state, and we're unable to be more liberal. We can't relax the governor's order. On a different topic, there's been talk that people can get COVID-19 infection and then turn around and get it again in a few weeks. This would be devastating news for the prospects of developing herd immunity in our society and the efficacy of a vaccine. But the CDC has recently said that there is no evidence that this is true. So we can hope and expect that this virus will behave pretty much like almost every other virus. And finally, I see all of this COVID nightmare ending with an effective and widely distributed vaccine. There are dozens of such vaccines being developed throughout the world. But the first phase 3 trial for a COVID vaccine began yesterday in our nation. And in a phase 3 trial, we get to see if the vaccine works against the actual disease and whether there are going to be any significant side effects from the vaccine before it's offered to the general public. So this will be very exciting and I hope promising. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Levin. The question for you is in regards to July 4th and that surge. Are we seeing that surge now going down in the hospitals? What is your estimate? What are you hearing from the state level as well?
You know, I have not heard anyone at the state level speculating about this in specific terms like July 4th or Memorial Day or the demonstrations. I think gatherings in general, however, I'm hearing about, and it rings a true bell with me, that gatherings, whether big, like on holiday weekends, or groups getting together, or small for parties, I think all of them contribute to the surge that we're seeing. So it's hard to put a specific date on it, or specific event.
And the reason why I'm asking is because the chart you're showing here shows that we hit, say, 80s in the hospitalization July 2nd, and now it looks like we're kind of going back to that almost a month later. So I was trying to understand if 2 weeks was the peak of that or not. I guess it's all estimation, but do we really know what the root cause of it was?
I think that's.
Go ahead.
No, that's a really good observation. That's a really good observation, Chair. And it does happen at around the time that we normally project you'll see a surge from an event. So that usually begins at around, in terms of hospitalizations, and that's what this graph is referring to. Although I've poached on, this is Mr. Vargas's first graph, that you're seeing it about 10 days out from that weekend. So this graph lends itself to supporting that concern.
Okay, and I appreciate the discussion you had in regards to the schools. We have been getting from our office quite a few questions, and then rules and regulations coming out of the state or from the school level as to distance learning, completely distance learning for the whole year versus distance learning until public health lets us come back. And then what is all that? So I appreciate the clarity on it for both public and private charter schools, everything like that. So thank you. Supervisors, do you have any other questions for Dr. Levin? Okay, with that, Rigo Vargas, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon again. Supervisor Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Rigo Vargas, Public Health Director. So before I get into this slide, recapping the hospitalization numbers, I have today's numbers. We're reporting 66 additional cases, so that is good, relatively good news because we've been reporting more than 100, and not just on Mondays when is our usual biggest day because of the weekend numbers. So it's good to be over, under 100 new cases. That's going to bring us just under 7,000 Ventura County residents have been tested positive for having the virus that causes COVID. And we're also going to be reporting that we have one additional death, bringing us to a total of 71 individuals that have had COVID and have passed away, a majority with underlying health conditions, but nevertheless, COVID being on their medical death certificate actually, and the medical provider, their doctor, specifically listed COVID as one of the causes for their death or contributing factor. So that's per death record and consistent with CDPH and CDC reporting guidelines. So 71, that is a case case fatality rate of about 1%. That is the usual way to report, especially a new disease, is the number of deaths per those that have been diagnosed, and that is at 1%. I know there's some information out there regarding the mortality rate being much lower, and that is the case when you compare it to those 71 deaths out of almost the 850,000 residents. However, the standard way in public health to calculate or reflect fatality is a case fatality rate that, again, takes into account the number of deaths over the total number of folks that have been diagnosed with COVID. That is, again, a 1%, 71 deaths. We're reporting also about 1,200 newly tested individuals, bringing us just at about 108,000 residents in Ventura County that have now tested, or have been tested for COVID, and that's we're approaching 13% of Ventura County residents having had a test. More on our testing capacity in a bit. Now referring back to the slides, we have quite a few slides that are different. I'll go through them quickly. I know we're short on time, but this one is one of the same ones we reported before. There is yesterday's numbers showing 81 hospitalized and 22 in the ICU. Today's numbers are 86, went just a little bit up to what we were averaging the last few days. We're at 86 total hospitalized and remain stable at 22 in the ICU. Now, this is some of you, hopefully this is familiar. This is page 7 of the dashboard on VC Recovers. This is our attempt at public health with the EMS team to show in a one-page slide on our dashboard a summary of the monitoring metrics that the state is looking at. And so in red reflect the numbers that, according to them, we are not meeting, and in green are the other 4 out of the 6 that we are meeting in terms of the metrics and expectations from the state. So as you all know, the 14-day case rate, that's the number of cases in the last 14 days over 100,000 population. The goal is to have no more than 100, and we're at 187. We've gone as low as 150s. We do hope that that number comes down. That's been the main number that we've been on the monitoring list for initially.
Regal, is that because of the prison where the kids got COVID? Does that increase that amount?
No, we've been not yet. Those.
Oh, that's something else here.
Yeah. Well, it will. Cases, all positive cases contribute towards this number, but we've been on the monitoring list for weeks now for this, and so it's been an accumulation of positive results, not just from one place.
We need to be at 100 or
yes, 100 or less cases over the last 14 days per 100,000 resident.
Okay.
And as our epidemiologist has reported in the past, that's approximately we would need to show an average of 60 new cases a day in order to bring that
to get it down.
And so today's, again, news of having 66 new cases. If we were to stay around 66 and lower, that would really get that number much down closer to the 100 and lower that we need to be at.
Well, and from what I understood at the last phone call I was on with Cal OES, they were talking about CDPH actually looking at what days are those 14 days, and it was changing a little bit based on the testing results that we're getting from the different testing areas. There was some delay, and so the exact days that they're doing the 14-day analyzed was changing a little.
Yeah,
Analysis.
the state does continue to look at the way the numbers are coming in. Most of the metrics have a lag time to allow for the delays in reporting because there's a minimum going to be a 24-hour, usually 3, sometimes 5 in terms of by when the results come in for by the time that someone got tested.
Right.
But this one is overall over 14 days, so it's a continuous 14-day case rate average. Already indicated the other one, and I'll touch a little bit more on the ICU. But you see that the rest we're doing good for. Although the positivity rate it's actually 7.8, we rounded off there. So it does need to stay under 8 We're at 7.8, so that's why rounding off, it still shows on the, that's good. But we're, with today's numbers, and if we continue to have, a lower number of new cases and continued high number of total tested, our positivity rate would go lower. We've been around 6, 5.5 on that number. In the last few weeks, we've been closer to 8. So hopefully that is one number that won't turn red. The other, making from left to right, is the average daily test per 100,000. We're really doing good on that measure. The goal is to have 150 tests per 100,000 resident. We're almost twice as much at 262. And so that is a good testament to all the good work at OES and with Mr. Zimmerman and the whole hospital and other systems contributing towards getting more people tested. The change in 3-day average for hospitalization patients, the goal is to not have an increase more than 10%. That originally was the indicator that got us on the monitoring list. We've been doing good in that, in the sense that our rate has not continued to go up, and in fact, as it shows there, we're on a negative percent, which is a good thing. And again, the state allows up to a 10% increase in hospitalization, but our numbers have stabilized in the low to mid 80s from the high 101. And so we're doing good in that one so far. We hope to continue to have less people that have symptoms that warrant them being in the hospital. I'll skip over, before I come back to the ICU, over to the other good indicator that there are the 82% of ventilators that are currently available. We've always been doing good on that. We thank our hospitals for having enough ventilators available, and also EMS and everyone working together. On the ICU bed, there is some issues and concerns here. Yesterday, the state also flagged us at their monitoring table for this number. However, the 10% is an old number. If you go to the actual website of the state for the table, it has an asterisk there where this number has not been updated since the 23rd. So this was our number on the 23rd, and they were supposed to have kept this number covered until they look into and really correct things that are going on with the ICU bed count. There's been issues, as was discovered here, or we just briefly discussed last week, that had to do with ICU beds for adults, children, and infants. And so they're revising the way they count that number. That we're supposed to not have any county flagged for this number, and ours, we appeared for some reason on there with an old indicator. As an example of this issue, if you go on the state's monitoring website and look not at the table but look at the map, you see that they have us at being fully in compliance with this measure there, at 37% of ICU beds available. So there is discrepancy there. If you also look and compare ourselves to other counties, you'll see that many other counties, including Imperial, on that table, have better ICU bed capacity than our county, and that just cannot be it when Imperial County is needing to send patients to all other counties for them to show a different number. So we have questions and concerns into the state around this. Other colleagues throughout the state have concerns about how they're measuring and reporting ICU beds. And so that's a number that we'll, once it gets more precise, we'll be able to more confidently share with you the true picture.
Yeah, Chair, just to echo Mr. Vargas' comments and speaking to healthcare agency leadership too, this number just doesn't seem practical. To have staffed, 20% staffed ICU beds with the intensive staffing that would require, it just wouldn't make practical sense. And so it should be, we think, it more realistic to have licensed and available beds that could be staffed quickly. And so, again, as Mr. Vargas says, in discussions with state on this metric. So, yes.
Thank you very much for doing that, because also, don't we have our surge plans?
Yes.
So that we then are able to open up more ICU beds. So wouldn't we always be wanting to hit that 20%?
That's
when
right.
we have that capability. So I don't,
Yes.
I don't understand.
Yes, yes. So that's the thing. There's three different ways that the counties are reporting into the state the numbers that include the ICU beds, And so there's a discrepancy in terms of which one they're using at one time, and then which counties consistently or not, along with us, are the way we're reporting these numbers. So, but to your point, Chair Long, in terms of our fabulous hospital system, yesterday we were at the same numbers I said in terms of 22 in the ICU, and we had about, I think, 9 or 10 beds staffed and available. They saw that as an issue. Today, with that same number of ICU individuals, they have 19 beds staffed and available. So our hospital system is very resilient, they're very flexible, and they will staff the beds according to actual local need. And so, yeah, that 20% measure is a concern. And in fact, if I can draw your attention to this table that compares us to Santa Barbara and LA, we modified the comparison metrics here to align with the monitoring comparison. Now, I'm not sure if my pointer has a narrow.
Well, you're seeing if we can get you one with the light.
Well, I can just draw your, oops, let me go back.
Does that one work?
Yeah.
Go ahead. On the case rate per 1,000? 100,000?
We're going to look at the percent ICU beds.
Okay.
Okay. So let's look at the second line in blue, healthcare capacity. And so percent of ICU beds currently available. So the goal is to have, right now, according to the state, more than 20% of our beds in the ICU and our hospital systems to be staffed and available.
Right.
That was supposed to be, but I don't think anybody, not everybody's reporting staffed and available, because if you look at us there, according to the state, we're at 10%. But Santa Barbara, that is a much smaller system and has not similar, but relatively high hospitalization numbers for the size of their county, they show a 40% availability of ICU beds. And then LA shows 29%, and Imperial County is close to 20%. So really for Ventura County, again, with the resilient, fabulous system that we have, for us to be flagged for and have 10% is something that we're needing to look into further. Having said that, though, as I pointed out, the other red number there is the case rate, and we're at 186. It is better than Santa Barbara and LA County, but since it needs to be, thank you, Laurie, since it needs to.
I appreciate that we are now comparing ourselves with our neighboring counties. I'm not clear how we are doing so poorly in the ICU beds that are staffed compared to the other counties. I know that's something you want to look at, but yes. Is it the way that they're calculating, you think?
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor Parks. It's a little bit of both. I think there's a way that the state is calculating it, but also the way that counties are reporting it. I think there's some inconsistency. I believe some counties in particular are reporting their total bed capacity, not necessarily staffed. A key indicator, as Mr. Powers shared, is staffed, and really does not make a good use of resources and staffing to have 20% available and staffed beds. The capacity is there. The question is, other counties, are they also reporting like us, supposedly following the guidelines, staffed and available versus just a total capacity?
Can we report the way they report so we can go up?
I think it's pointless. It's pointless to have a bed if you don't have staff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that's it. The likelihood that in Santa Barbara they have 40% staffed and available ICU beds sitting vacant.
Not being staffed.
Well, the way we're reporting it is staffed, because that's the way we believe the state is requiring it. But it doesn't, their standard of having 20% staffed and available beds that are vacant just seems impractical and wasteful and unhelpful. So, and the idea that another county has 40% staffed beds that just, but the ICU staffing too is the most intense staffing you have in the hospital. So it just, that's why we need to reconcile this. We wanted to bring it to you.
So, Mike, that means they're just waiting there 40%.
That's what it would imply, but we know that's not real.
That's not, yeah.
We doubt that that's real.
So we'll continue to monitor this, because, of course, we're all anxious to not only our overall numbers to get better, but as we hope and expect that soon we'll come off the list as we make improvements with our case rate. that we don't get or stay on the list for a number that perhaps is not being reported accurately or consistently with other counties. So more to come on that. But the last number here, the audience again can see this, these slides later on for the others. I would just like to draw your attention to the last one, the overall testing positivity in the last 7 days. And this is for the actual COVID test, it's not the antibody test. We're at 7.8%. That's where on the other slide it was rounded off to 8%. We need to be under 8%, so we're really approaching that. We're hoping to not go higher than 8%. But compared to Santa Barbara and LA, you see that they have, they're over, and they're being officially monitored for being over 8%. We are not. Okay, so some new information that I'd like to share with the board is per your request, and we've been anxiously looking for and being able to share additional different data that we're getting from our contact investigations and our tracing. So on June 15th, the state system changed to where in our data tracking system for contact investigations and tracing, they changed the question, they added a question that is, that gets at large gatherings. And so specifically, the question is this: in the last 14 days before symptoms or before you got tested, did the patient have or attend these large gatherings? And if the answer is yes, you then can indicate what types of large gatherings. And so this is the actual question. Unfortunately, we don't have everyone either answering the question or frankly being forthright. Many people, you know, they don't want to admit that they had a big barbecue in their house, and they don't want to say that their cousins or their friends were over, or that they got together at a park or over a restaurant with members outside of their household. But for those that we do have data on this question is this. So out of the almost 3,000 respondents that we asked if they had attended a large gathering, about 300 of them indicated that they had, and this is the breakdown of number of cases that we associate with possibly being at these settings. There's not a specific name here. This is just a category, and this is by self-disclosure from our contact investigation. So out of the 300 that said that they did attend a large gathering since June 15th, only 8 said that they've attended a large religious service. 7 at a protest rally or demonstration, 7 cases. And the largest category of where there could have been exposure and leading to positive cases was family or friend gathering, 221 cases out of those 300 that reported a large family gathering.
That's a big one, you know, that family gathering and friends. I've seen a lot of cases where they don't wear masks, they're not distancing, and kids are running around and having a great time, and that's a big one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so again, even though we don't have all 3,000 responding, but those 300 that did admit that they went to a large gathering, the overwhelming majority, 221 out of those 300 respondents, indicated that they attended a large gathering with a friend or family, and you see that the other numbers were much smaller. There was a few other. There's an example or an option for others, and then they can list the others, and it's a variety, including going to casino or funeral services, golfing, gym, a few miscellaneous ones that make up the rest of the 300. So we're trying to get more data, very specific, tied into the different sectors and different sites and locations. For a while, we couldn't even pull this information out of the system. It has some glitches, but as we continue to collect more information like this, we'll be sharing it with your board in the future.
Yes, that's, I think, very helpful for people to understand because we have a perceived idea as to where people get the COVID-19 because you can't see it. Yes. So information like this is extremely helpful, I think. So thank you.
Yeah, and this is just an association. It's not a cause or a confirmation that it happened at these sites. And also remember that it's a very small, relatively small number of people that probably admitted that attended these large gatherings. But nevertheless, of those that responded, this is the breakdown.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think this is my last slide. Is just a quick, of the slides that I've shared before. Not much has changed in terms of the vulnerable populations. It includes some of our essential workers, including first responders, healthcare workers, farm workers, and those that are working in markets and other food service industries. You still see that farm workers and healthcare workers are around 5% of the total cases are among first responders. We've not been able to break down further the first responders. I may in the future. Farm workers is still around 5%. The other numbers are relatively lower, and you see that for food service, grocery stores, about 157 cases, or 2.3% of the total cases are among that category. Okay, so for my last piece, we've been clearly following the numbers, as have your board and county family and the community in terms of, the cases by city. First we started by city and then by zip code. We've been reporting for a while other ways, gender and also race and ethnicity. But wanted to point out that, yes, in fact, for the first 2 months, the percent of Latinos that were having confirmed cases of COVID was around the same percent of the population. So Latinos are about 45% of the Ventura County population, and we were at around 45% for the first 2 months. In the last 2 months, however, the number has increased, I would say, significantly from no longer being in par with the makeup of the Latino population. It's no longer around 45. It's now around 60%. It's fluctuated around 60, 61, 62%. And so it has been a concern. And so we've instigated or put forward some measures to address this issue. You do have the breakdown here for the other groups, the other racial and ethnic groups. It should be noted that the percent where there's a big disparity is with the percent of cases among Latinos, and percent of deaths is not, it's 43 versus 45%. And some of that has to do with Latino being a relatively younger population than the white population or other racial ethnic groups in Ventura County.
That was the question I was going to ask you. Is that because of younger age, or?
Yeah, for the most part, it has to do
with
with
60-42 and the 22-48, it's kind of,
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, okay.
Now, to put it into perspective, it is a concern that the numbers have gone up in the last 2 months significantly in the Latino community, specifically in Oxnard, Santa Paula, and Fillmore. But, that difference of 45 to 60, it's about a 15-point disparity difference there. But that is very comparable to the statewide numbers.
Right.
And in fact, a county to the south of us and a county north of us has a much more, a larger disparity number. For example, one of the northern counties has 15% of their total population is Latino, but of their cases, it's 50%. So that 35% point spread is much more higher than our 15-point spread. Again, it's not to say that it's not an issue in Ventura County and that we're not addressing it, and we'll continue to address it, but keep it in perspective and context of other counties. Our spread is not as much as it has been in other counties.
And just to go back to your other slide, it really does showcase the most vulnerable population of those who are passing away are the older and with other underlying health conditions,
Yes.
not by race.
Right.
If I'm understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, this is cases and deaths in our numbers is this table. The previous one was just number of cases.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we wanted to report this to your board, because if you can go back just real quickly, but report this to your board because we're seeing it, and your board sees it, and the community sees it every day when we report these numbers. But we're aware of it, but also what are we doing about it? And we talked to some last week about it, but we also wanted to highlight some of those efforts that we're doing to reach out to the Latino population. And maybe we go to the next slide, and you can touch on the first item there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So. Thank you, Mr. Powers. On this slide is just a snapshot of some of the continued and additional or new measures that we've instituted as a team always as a team, public health with the county, family, and with community-based organizations to address this particular issue of increased cases affecting Latinos in those three particular cities that I mentioned. And so one of the ways is we've formed partnerships with community-based organizations in each of these cities through a mini grant process for trusted lay community health workers called promotoras. This model has been around for a long time, where trusted community leaders of the community that are known and respected, that they go out there and do outreach education and also report to us any issues where we need to follow up with based, whether it's at a business or at any one location. And so you see here that we're attempting to, and actually have already started training with two of the three organizations. One is Poder Popular and Lucha, that's the administrative lead agency in Santa Paula for Poder Popular project. Ligas Campesinas, a statewide farm worker advocacy group, and then One Step Alaves, a not-for-profit out in the Fillmore and Pyro area. Each of these three organizations will, again, have outreach workers that are trained by public health, and they will be going out there and assisting with the outreach and education that already public health and many other county departments and family have been also doing.
Madam Chair, Rigo, I think bullet number 1 and the last one are really important. The partnership, the outreach, I think is really, really important. I know we're giving them money, we're testing and so forth, but the partnership with the communities and the outreach with the media and campaign and English and Spanish and Mistec was extremely important.
Yes.
Yes.
Just to, and we're sharing that.
Absolutely, Supervisor.
Yes.
Well, and then also in what is working, we have three major forces working on this, which is our ag commissioner, public health, also our farm worker advocacy group, to make sure that we are making very concise information out there and really getting those treatments so it doesn't spread farther, like we have talked about at different manufacturing locations or production locations or that one housing and so forth. So I really appreciate that. One thing I think is very special in Ventura County is how focused we are on these locations. And thank you to the organizations for assisting with us. We heard some public comments earlier today. And I know that there are things we have to focus on, but I think we're not even close to the Central Valley in regards to our focus. I think we are way ahead of the game on this, and I really want to say thank you, because I think that some people associate the state as to be doing this, when in Ventura County, we are extremely focused on our community, and I want to say thank you to that, because I don't think you can mesh us into the general.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for those comments. So just wrapping up this, my last slide, again, this is a new initiative of partnering through a mini grant process with these not-for-profits. We continue to work closely with organizations out in the community, including MyCop and others, for other means to do outreach and education, especially in this case, almost $1 million contract with MyCop for Medi-Cal Navigator outreach and enrollment that would also facilitate with efforts going on with COVID response. We've also expanded testing locations and added, we still have 13 sites, but we added a new component of neighborhood walk-up, what we call pop-up mobile testing sites. And we've done those in Piru. I believe we've done a couple or planned others, including in the Ojai Valley, El Rio, Island Acres, further into Port Hueneme, and other areas are being planned for this very targeted neighborhood testing, just to make sure that we're serving with increased accessibility everyone in Ventura County. So we're doing that as well. We've continued to have our healthcare agency, our hospitals and clinics waiving of office visit fees and costs related to visits related to COVID. Those that are respiratory and COVID related, there is no office visit charge. So that program continues. We've also expanded our outreach to businesses in the various communities, but also the Latino communities and the businesses that are either owned or frequented by Latinos, such as your neighborhood supermarket. We're out there doing outreach and education, and with Ashley, our PAO's ongoing work, we've had signage and messaging at these locations already, but we have an increased presence. Lastly, and on that note, Ashley and team have had a robust media outreach and campaign that is not only just as listed there Spanish, English, but also mixed echo, whether it's on social media and Facebook or printed and radio messages, ads, and also bulletins and some of the church announcements and in our supermarkets. So all those efforts continue, but not only are they continuing and enhanced, but the messaging is also changing because we really need our everyone in Ventura County, but including our Latino community that's been increasingly affected by COVID, to have a slight message that is really more to resonate, that is more a sense of urgency that COVID is in your community, that you need to protect not only yourself, but your loved ones. And so we're revising the message. We meet with community leaders from the Santa Clara Valley and from South Oxnard in the greater Oxnard area on a weekly basis. And we're discussing best ways to reach the Latino community in Ventura County and with specific messages because we are wanting to be even more effective. So this is just a summary of the efforts that we are undertaking, again, in partnership with community organizations and the county family to mitigate the high cases in the Latino community.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. And to really emphasize that part of that message is that there's multiple resources available to everyone in our community. And really want to emphasize too that the trio that Chair Long was referencing, which is the Farm Worker Resource Program, Ag Commissioner, it's actually going to be more than three, Ag Commissioner, the VCMC, family physicians, as well as Logrando Bienestar, the mental health community outreach program to the Latino community. So there's multiple wraparound services for the Latino community, and we really want to get the word out that to encourage people to take advantage of them. So Rigo, thank you so much. And continuing with that theme, maybe we'll turn now to Melissa Livingston to continue some more discussion about the good support services for our vulnerable populations.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Your board, from inception of the pandemic, has focused on our vulnerable populations and most appropriately, those that are most disproportionately impacted by this pandemic. And so that's basically four groups that you have served very broadly and effectively. And first, I would like to call out the great work that's been done in feeding those that are hungry, but our older population and those that are disabled that are not able to get out during this time. And so the numbers continue to increase daily, and actually the number is the number of meals served is actually 1.4 million to the 16,000 individuals, vulnerable seniors and individuals with disabilities. You've also focused on our homeless population and recognizing through the month of March and June, we ran Project Room Key. And at the height of that program, there were over 400 individuals that were homeless that we were providing safety and well-being in that environment. We have incrementally moved and transitioned, moving many of those individuals into temporary as well as permanent housing. And your board last week approved $3 million to expand on an expansion of Project Room Key through a motel voucher system. Currently, there are 3 motels that are operating in Ventura, Oxnard, and in Thousand Oaks in support of that motel voucher system, and 84 individuals are there. During the whole time, we continue to move individuals into different environments and transitioning them into safe living arrangements. We continue to provide case management services through our network of providers. Additionally, we address the impacts of the pandemic on those individuals that had lost income, and most specifically, those lowest income individuals. And so your board, through the Pandemic Rental Assistance Program, has approved up to $11.4 million. Your first approval in early June allowed the application process, and we had over 1,600 applications. And through that, we were able to fund up to 2 months. That money has gone out. It should be in the hands of the landlords as we speak. That's about $7 million. And then we're looking at your approval from last week to approve up to 3 months to augment and supplement those individuals who received those grants. And so that money will go out in the next 10 to 14 days, and that'll be approximately $4 million to account for the $11.4 million that your board approved. And then lastly, item 47 that you'll hear later this evening addresses focus on the importance of supporting our farm worker program, farm worker housing assistance, and household assistance. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisors, any questions?
Thank you.
So much going on, Melissa. Thank you so much for everyone. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Melissa. There really is. And next we'll get an update on testing from Barry Zimmerman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, close to good evening. No. Barry Zimmerman Healthcare Agency, just a quick update on testing here. We are displaying our 13 sites that we have located. There, the volume continues to be steady and high in all those locations, in particular our no appointment drive-through sites, and that's our primary focus for high volume testing. We are working on expanding that to be more efficient. And tomorrow we will be moving the Oxnard College site from one side of the campus to the other side of the campus to a more larger, longer parking lot that will allow us to expand the lanes, and we will see greater throughput there. We achieved that same goal in the Moore Park and did it there, and went from a 3-hour wait to a very minimal wait at this point in time. So that's a very positive thing, and we'll continue to do that. Here, just a reminder, we do emphasize and communicate our priorities of testing, and this is consistent with the state as well as the CDC testing guidelines. Priority one is actually those most critical ill in the hospitals, and I did want to address that here, that we are having some concerns with the ability to do what are known as rapid testing within the hospitals, and that's not just with VCMC, but with other community hospitals as well. The reason being is there's a limitation on a constraint associated with the supplies or the reagents and kits associated with those testing machines. We are working many avenues to see if we can improve that. As you can imagine, there is a concern that if a possible suspected individual comes in through the emergency room, if we don't have the ability to rapidly test them, then we have to put in protocols as if they do have COVID, which consumes a lot of resources as well as PPE. So that is of a concern that is not just related to Ventura County. I received a call from Los Angeles County, a hospital down there, asking if we had solutions to it as well. So this is a broad issue and a concern for all of us. These are our current scheduled pop-up testing locations that we have. We finished in Piru and Fillmore and Piru this past Saturday, and it met their objectives. We're in Fillmore today and have leveraged the school system, in which our volume is much higher today in reaching more of the community-based environment around the neighborhoods we're testing. We have a list of other sites that we're looking at, as Mr. Vargas indicated, in El Rio, Nyland Acres area, La Colonia, Port Hueneme, other neighborhoods that might be more isolated in some areas. We are looking there to secure locations, and so those will be coming in the weeks to come, and will be filled in within this schedule. This just as an illustration, again, that testing still is at a high volume here, and that we continue to emphasize and encourage access to testing. This is a final just a snapshot of kind of a heat map of the testing locations. The map on the left is the look at what the optimum testing sites have impacted, meaning where the individuals have come. On the right are our drive-through sites. If you look at that, that gives actually a very good broad coverage of the county and all the communities. If we look in the specifics, that we are hitting every single neighborhood, are getting access to testing. You can kind of see also past the Ventura County line down to Los Angeles, we have made a significant impact in assisting Los Angeles County as well with our testing. And I think that that bodes well to how they've been set up, how Patrick and his team had made them so efficient that it became a draw for many people to come up here, where in Los Angeles County they were not able to get access to testing like we have here. So that concludes just a general overview of the testing that I have today.
On this map, do we know how many out of county, like a percentage? Is it 10%, 20%? I'm a little sensitive to this because I know staff is working so hard in our own county for their county residents.
So the Optum sites there, I think we had, depending on the period of time that we were looking, we were saying close to 40% of the tests were from out of the area.
40%.
And so that's why 2 weeks ago, when we recognized that, we did institute that we do a residential screening at the entry points associated with those people coming in, asking that they be a resident of Ventura County, or if they work in the county, we do want them tested as well. So we have seen a little peak slowdown in our testing. We would think that maybe our communication and blitzing that out throughout channels have been messaged appropriately to individuals.
Thank you. Any other supervisors, questions?
I have a question, Linda, here. Do we have the ability to do our own testing in our own labs? It seems like that might be one of the ways that other counties have avoided what you're saying is happening all over.
Well, we do have the ability to do testing at our own labs, and we prioritize. So public health is one of the primary labs, and it's established for priority testing, those mainly in the hospital and outbreaks in those sensitive areas of skilled nursing, as well as long-term care communities, as well as when we went to housing complexes and so forth. So that's their primary response, and they do those tests in-house. The hospitals do tests in-house, are limited now because of the reagents and so forth there. And then our testing at our 4 drive-through sites is a contracted lab specifically for our services there. And partly due to that strategy, we did not join what would be the more common labs like Quest and LabCorp and so forth. We have experienced a much quicker turnaround associated with our lab strategy. The difficulty is that it is transitory between the 2 counties, and so we have not put up a hard stop on that. But if we start to get more limitations associated with testing, we will explore those options as well. It's a little bit more difficult. The Optum sites, the California sites, are registered on lines and do not screen for residency there. And we've brought that up to the state's attention through their task force that they need to be concerned about that.
Okay, thank you. I know it is really key on how long it takes to get a test in terms of being able to do that tracing and have people patient enough to isolate in the meantime. So it is really important in terms of, getting a handle on this. I appreciate the good work, and I'm glad we have more options because we do have our own labs.
Yes, so that is going well. The testing is important, as you mentioned. So we're about 3 to 5 days turnaround, which is probably above average associated with notification of lab work. And I would say we're closer on the midpoint of 3 days associated with getting results back. I know that the CD team in public health has expanded and trained more contact tracers, and they're getting up to speed that they can rapidly then respond when those test results are posted. So yes, that is one of our key elements is contact tracing to help mitigate the spread.
Thank you. And one thing I haven't heard today that I'd like to ask either for testing or with Rigo Vargas is how, if our numbers are all in the green, if we are less than 100 per 100,000, if we have our ICU beds or finally figured that out, how do we get off this list? How do businesses restaurants go back to shopping. I don't know if this world happens, but it would be nice to just review for our public as to what would the steps be to reopen to the phase 3 if we were able to do that. And how do we do that?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Parks, Supervisor Long, for that question. So the way we need to get off the monitoring list is by meeting those metrics, as I went over. Right now, our case rate, again, was around 180. We need to be less than 100. So then we would no longer, once we're under 100, no longer be flagged by the state. We would have 2 weeks to remain off the list to then where the state would allow our county to be able to, in the example of schools, to be able to allow schools to reopen to have in-person, in classroom teaching. The other items are based on health officer order at the state level with regard to limiting restaurants to outdoor dining and such. That is a state order, and so that one, it would be up to when the state also allows that. But it is still related for when a county is on a monitoring list or not. But that's basically, it's 2 weeks after we come off the list that then we can start opening up again those sectors that are now outdoors or not allowed, like in the case of the schools.
Okay, because I'm very sensitive to last time our board took a break in regards to board meetings. And I want to make sure we continually ask this question so the community knows that our public health directors are looking at the ordinance on a daily basis, working with the state. As soon as we can come off, we will go off. It doesn't mean that we have to have a board meeting here to have that happen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very sensitive to that. I know we are having press conferences at 1 o'clock on Wednesdays to make sure the public views any key information to share and that we're sharing through social media and radio and newspaper and daily records. COVID information is in the newspapers, but I just wanted to confirm that with you so that people can be at rest when we're talking about all these items, because I know that all of our offices will be getting these questions, and I want to make sure we're sharing the right information.
Well, and if I may too, Chair Long, to your point, we will continue to regularly share and update this information. These are the metrics right there that are presented. You can see those on our website as well. And so particularly that case rate, the 187 needs to be 100. What can people do? Wear masks and not gather. And this is one of those times when each person can help drive that number down. That doesn't just help with health, it helps reopen businesses, helps with our economy, and it helps with jobs.
And the gatherings too, they're so important, you know.
So we'll continue to update this. We'd love to see, we watch the numbers daily, hourly, every time we get them, and we'll continue to report them out.
Okay. And then also.
Supervisor Long, this is Steve Bennett.
Thank you. If I could just finish, I'll get you in just a second. I just want to reiterate that we do, based on the needs of this board, to gather for a special meeting, if need be, for us going dark till September 3rd, 1st, that we, that you bring that up to us so that we can make that decision as the chair. You know, I just want to make sure we review that for the public as well, because there was an article last time we had a break, and I'm sensitive to that as well.
Absolutely. Your board can call a special meeting at any time, and we're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments about trying to meet the metrics to be able to reopen, and the statement was made, you know, as soon as we meet the metrics, we'll get off. And I would say as soon as we meet the metrics and Dr. Levin at the local level feels confident is when we would do that, correct?
That's right. The earliest would be 2 weeks after we get off the list, and then obviously with the communication with Dr. Levin and the team in terms of what makes sense for us, but the earliest would be 2 weeks after we get off the list.
Thank you for the clarification.
So, Madam Chair, I think we need to convey the message, get it down to 100, get it down to 100. If you want to open the businesses, if you want to open the restaurants, let's get it down to, let's all work together. I think that's really important, you know, to get it down to that 100 or below.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Powers, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Great team.
It is a great team, yeah. Feel fortunate. That's really our report for the day. We do have some follow-up items, or excuse me, some board items coming up right after this item that will support additional homeless services, testing resources, as well as some additional funds for our business assistance program. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Supervisors, this is an update. Is there any other questions from any supervisors before we move on to item number 46? Oh, shoot, we do. So much going on. Sorry, I apologize to the speakers that have held on for this long. Thank you so much. We'll start with our Zoom. First one, it'll be 1 minute. First one is Sandy Everett, and then the second one is Lorena Sarwarty. Thank you. So Sandy Everett, 1 minute. And these are the Zoom ones first before the ones we read. Sandy, if you are on, you can unmute your microphone. I don't see her on my list. Okay, perfect. So she sent an email? Okay, let's come back then. Lorena, are you on?
I believe she hung up.
Okay, thank you. The next would be Stephen Kozel and then Debbie Slezik. Stephen. Hello, Stephen. Please unmute your microphone, please.
I have, yes. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
1 minute.
Just real quickly. I'm speaking just because everybody's talking about how we're going to bend our curve back down. We're seeing some improvements. At least in my community, there's a big communication problem with the residents. Most of the people here are not following the proper non-pharmaceutical intervention procedures. Real quickly, I think you've got some communication issues. You have people that are willfully not following them. You have people that I think are confused, and then people that really haven't gotten the message. Or you haven't done a good job communicating with. And I think we're talking about communication outreach, but at least in our community of Oak Park, we're still seeing big gatherings. We're still seeing lots of people in groups that are out walking around that aren't masked. We are seeing any number of different types of things going on, large groups of bicycles and things. So please, let's revisit the communication in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kozel, for those comments. It's really helpful to hear what you're seeing out there. We need the whole community to help out with this, so we'll focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that Sandy Everett is on, so I'll go to you. Thank you. 1 minute. Sandy.
My name is Sandy Everett, and I'm a trustee for the CVUSD School Board, but these comments are my own. I believe we need to respect the growing body of science, including CDC reports and recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics that indicates it is best for children to be back in school this fall with all CDC safety measures in place. In mid-May, the CVUSD did a survey in over 12,000 families, and over 750 certificated staff, including teachers, responded. 78% of parents and 74% of certificated staff indicated that they want their children or themselves on campus for in-person learning this fall. The Conejo Valley is not a hotspot for COVID. Please provide waivers requested by our superintendent for our elementary schools to open. Conejo Valley Unified plans to hold 10.5-hour per day childcare classes on our campuses this fall. Why is it deemed safe for childcare workers and students to be on campus together, but it is deemed unsafe for teachers and those same students to be on campus?
Thank you for your comment, Sandy. Next is Debbie Slezik, and then Stephanie Mayo.
These are all read.
Oh, they're all read. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. This is directed to our Public Health Director, Rigoberto Vargas, and Dr. Robert Levin. The existing information and statistics you are formulating regarding COVID-19 virus does not merit the draconian measures you are promulgating regarding another massive shutdown. In addition to suppressing our inalienable rights guaranteed by the First Amendment such as going to houses of worship, and you should be held accountable for your actions. There are so many questionable motives, and the academic models do not represent factual scientific data, but an exaggerated and politically weaponized virus you employ. These statistics below, as you reported in Ventura Star, indicated hospitalizations decreased, but ICU patients went up by 2 over the weekend. Your statistics do not fully display accurate data. You do not have to read the quoted into your record. As of Monday, 81 people were hospitalized due to complications of the virus, including 22 receiving treatment in an intensive care unit. The number of hospitalizations decreased from 87% reported Friday, while ICU patients went up by 2 over the weekend. My question to you, of these ICU admissions, how many were critical? What is the diagnosis at the time of admission, i.e. stroke, cardiac arrest, car accidents, suicides? You have 8 county hospitals, and since March 6, almost 5 months, 70 fatalities would not warrant a crisis and, in fact, demonstrate static percentage in the period of time and ICU capabilities. And that is our 250-word limit.
Thank you for your comments. Stephanie Mayo.
Dear Board of Supervisors, in order to make informed decisions to keep our loved ones safe and businesses open, it is imperative that the citizens of the Ventura County know who's being affected by it and how SARS-CoV-2 is spreading in our community. I've asked the board, Enrico Vargas, and I have asked on the county Facebook page, and I have asked my supervisors. I will continue to ask until the board, CEO Mike Powers, Dr. Levin, or Rigo Vargas release more information to us. 1, what are the comorbidities of those who have died and their ages? People who test positive for the virus can also die of unrelated causes such as unintentional or intentional injury to themselves or of other diseases like Alzheimer's, dementia, or heart attack. The CDC publishes the information on comorbidities by state, so we know that Dr. Levin has this data. 2, we also need to know what areas of our community are affected. How many positive cases and deaths are attributed to assisted living, packaging plants, farm worker housing, jails, etc. Release the data from the contract tracers. Number 3, what is the true number of positive, symptomatic, and also asymptomatic people in our county, not just the positive tests? Dr. Levin's rules don't make sense and are contradictory. Daycare is open and schools are closed. To overcome this pandemic, our government officials must be honest with the public. Release the data. Stephanie Mayo.
Thank you for your comments. And Gina Libby.
Please provide the total number of ICU beds in the county. The statistics state 22 ICU beds are in use. The state monitoring measures say that the percent of ICU beds currently available is 10% in the county, and the state goal is 20%. How many ICU beds are available in the county? If we have only 10% ICU beds available, then that means 90% of the beds are occupied. If 22% occupied ICU beds represent 90% use, that would equate to a total of 25 beds available in the county. Does this county only have 25 ICU beds available? Gina Libby.
Thank you for your comments. I do want to state that Dr. Levin, about the school districts, Rigo? Or,
Yeah, that maybe Mr. Vargas could
Yes.
respond to some of the public commenters.
thank you.
Yes, so we're following up on some of the items that were brought up. We have those emails and we're gathering the data. We'll report as soon as later this afternoon on some of, or this evening on some of those, and then the others. But in terms of the ICU numbers, as I mentioned before, our hospitals really work really well together, and as soon as they start seeing a need, they staff the beds to be available. So again, our ICU number is 22, the same as yesterday. Yesterday they had still 9 beds that were available and staffed. Today there's 19 beds that are staffed and available, at least as of this morning's count. Even with the same number of ICU patients, they staffed additional beds, and it's about 40 beds that we still have without going into our surge capacity in different wings and such. So we have plenty of capacity. Again, about 40 beds are still remaining to be staffed in the ICUs across the hospitals, and 19 of them were staffed and available this morning. But the additional data will get later and respond individually to those requests that we've gotten.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the public comment on the COVID-19. Is there any further questions, concerns? Just a huge thank you. I've lost count how many weeks it's been since March. Just as we all hope that it would be ending by now. And so we just please continue to do the social distancing and wearing your mask and the common sense out there of not grouping together and keeping each other safe. I just really appreciate it. Okay, next one up then will be 46 to continue right after the COVID-19.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chair Long and CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Brian Murphy, and I am the Fiscal and Contracts Manager with the Area Agency on Aging. The item that we are bringing before your board today is authorization for the Auditor Controller to process necessary budgetary transactions in support of the Area Agency on Aging's meal delivery services programs in response to the COVID-19 emergency. Specifically, we are looking at adding $6.242 million to our budget for our food pantry program, senior nutrition program, and Great Plates delivered meal delivery program. As you're aware, during this pandemic, we've experienced an unprecedented demand for services for older adults and for adults, for persons with disabilities sheltering in place. We have been fortunate to have your boards and CEOs' support in scaling up existing programs, as well as adding the Great Plates program, the Great Plates Delivered program. Collectively, we have served about 18,000 unduplicated people, 1.4 million meals. Your approval of this item will allow us to continue providing meals in 3 ways. One, through the Great Plates program, which runs through August the 9th. Secondly, through our existing senior nutrition program partners, which includes our cities, Help of Ojai, Senior Concerns, Conejo Recreational Park District, Casamia Restaurant in Piru, and the Camarillo Healthcare District. And number 3, through our food pantry, which is supported by our disaster service workers. The food pantry program will actually be scaled back by the end of August to something smaller and a bit more manageable and not as dependent on the disaster service workers. Those clients of the food pantry program most in need and at risk are being transitioned to our senior nutrition partners and restaurants. This will allow us to continue to support both local businesses and also the disaster service workers that we've been borrowing for the last 4.5 or more months will be able to go back to their agencies. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisors, do you have any questions on this item?
Move approval.
It has been first by Supervisor Zaragoza. Can I get a second?
Thank you.
Second, Huber.
Second by Supervisor Huber. Brian, please just let all the volunteers and Victoria and Monique, all the great work that you're doing into feeding our community. It's just imperative that we're helping them at these dire states. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
We
Brian.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
And thank you for tracking all the funding.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, and that has been approved unanimously. And yes, thank you very much for tracking all of this. It's huge, especially with the CARES funding and so forth. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. The next item is 47.
Good evening, Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. The item before you this evening is requesting authorization for the Human Service Agency to design and accept applications for a proposed farm worker household assistance program. And I'm going to take off my mask because I'm going to asphyxiate myself if I don't. Just for some background, the Human Service Agency was approached by some of the ag groups and community-based organizations that were part of your farm worker advisory committee that you commissioned some time back. They approached us because they had a group of donors, and those donors wanted to put some funds into the community, most specifically to stand up a farm worker household assistance program. And they were impressed with the pandemic rental assistance program that your board approved and how well that ran and the role that our farm worker resource program played in that program. And so we came together to discuss a program that most effectively recognized the critical role of our farm workers, that they play as essential workers, and the importance that they play in ensuring local and national food supplies. And on top of that, the overlay of the challenges that we're experiencing with disproportionality with this pandemic and the impact that it has on farm workers and the financial hardships that they're enduring. So most specifically, the focus was to look at how do we address farm workers who have been impacted by this pandemic, who have seen a reduction in work hours due to loss of farm production, who may have had to stay home with children due to school closures, who may have had to take care of family members that were ill during the pandemic or who themselves fell ill to the pandemic. It also recognized that many of our farm workers are not eligible for many of the federal stimulus dollars that have been coming into our community, creating further hardships for those individuals. And also recognize that financial hardships not only come in the fashion of not being able to cover rent, but also other household expenses, resulting in direct and disproportionate impacts to health, well-being, and financial hardships for our farm worker population. So the goal in designing this program was specifically to look at the unique needs of our farm workers that needed to be met and to provide as much flexibility, accessibility, and accountability as we could for this program, recognizing that we would leverage the parameters used pretty much within the pandemic rental assistance program that your board approved. And so those parameters are identified in the board letter. Most specifically, we'd be looking at lowest income individuals, similar to what we did with the pandemic rental assistance program. Looking for specific documentation to show COVID-related loss of income and impacts to the household. We would be looking to establish an advisory group that was representational of the collaborative group who's come together of donors and our farm worker resource program to most specifically look at developing an outreach campaign, establishing points of entry for outreach, and assistance with actual applications.
If we could mute our microphone, that'd be great. Thank you.
We would be ensuring our communication campaigns addressed the language needs of the community, making sure that all communication venues were in English, Spanish, Mixteco, and other indigenous languages. Our goal would be to work with this advisory group to design the program, get the word out to donors, use the month of August to do that work, and come back to your board in early September asking for actual formal approval of the program and funding of the program. The funding premise with this program is that there are donors that want to donate. They have targeted $250,000 as their target. And the formal proposal will come back to your board in the September timeframe. Will be asking to match that to up to $250,000 in donor dollars with general fund match. It also recognizes that we'll be using Ventura County Community Foundation as the entity that will put in trust those funds and then transfer those to the county in a grant for us to distribute. The Farm Worker Resource Program would be the main lead in managing the program, managing the determination of eligibility, and actually issuing and distributing those benefits. So in summary, the request of you today is to authorize the Human Service Agency to begin working with the Donor Collaborative on the program design, outreach, and opening of an application processing period. And then returning to your board in early September to approve final program design, accept the donor funds from BCCF, approve the county match of donor funds in an amount not to exceed $250,000, and to allow us to begin the distribution of those funds to our farm worker community. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Supervisors, any questions for Melissa Livingston?
I'm not sure if you said it or not, but I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Supervisor Zaragoza.
How much per individual or for household?
Thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza. We would like to first see how many donors step up, how big that pot of money is, and we would like to also assess the need. And so the group has recognized a desire to create an equitable amount that everyone will receive, so everyone will receive the same amount based upon the need and the amount that is donated.
So,
I would anticipate it would fall somewhere within the range that our pandemic program did, which was between 1,500 and 2,500.
and the reason I'm asking is sometimes, you had two families living in one property and so forth. Do they get for the one property or per family?
It's per applicant household.
And then you pay the landlord in accordingly.
This payment will go actually to the applicant. It will not go to the landlord, because what we have learned through our pandemic assistance program is that there are many subleases and arrangements within households, and sometimes family members are loaning members money and they pay them back, and so there's not actually rental receipts for those. And so we have some unique areas to address in how we get all of the documentation
for distribution
this program. But we recognize that our program we ran before was a little bit more difficult and challenging for our farm workers to become eligible.
Well, I think it's going to be a lot of good help, for the farm workers. I think it's a good program. Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor Parks, did you have a question?
Yes, we heard some pretty heartbreaking as well as compelling testimony this morning at public comments from farm workers. And things that I was hearing was how, they had to carpool together, that families are living close together, in the same, households. So there's a real chance that if one gets COVID, everyone in the household will get it. And I wonder if there are other things that we can do. For example, I remember how Ryder affiliated, the agriculture company, offered their farm worker housing complex, which they aren't using right now. And I just thought how there's a program for essential care workers or hospital workers. If one of them gets COVID, like a doctor, that they can go into a hotel or a nurse. I was wondering if maybe there's a program, and this might be one of the flexible uses of it, to help those farm workers who are ill to stay at, for example, the Ryder affiliated housing, and perhaps even allowing for transportation where necessary. But I really want to address as much as we can those concerns, as opposed to not having the funds and not paying rent. That is really important, but I'm wondering if this might also be something that county can help coordinate to assist farm workers, or to be able to live in a different place and not infect their family, if that's a possibility.
I'll start and then we'll see. Thank you, Supervisor. We actually are already doing that. We provide, those are the hotel vouchers that we provide and have been from the get-go for those farm worker families who are unable to quarantine safely at home, and so who've been exposed or tested positive. So, and because of our extensive outreach through our farm worker resource program, I think we have an unusual amount of connectivity and trust that we built with that community. So they really are aware of those services and they are availing themselves of those services. So we are bringing this program for you today as yet even more effort to supplement those resources that are already being provided. Thank you.
So it's
That's wonderful. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you.
And this is also, like Melissa was stating, this is in case they weren't able to get the rental assistance. Let me confirm that. So if you weren't able to get the rental assistance, but you still needed assistance with your household, many of the farm workers living in a couch, living in a room that didn't have a lease agreement would then be able to apply to something like this, and we're creating this. Is that correct? Because that's what I heard.
That's correct. And part of the flexibility that the group wants to provide is recognize that maybe a farm worker household is making other sacrifices just so that they can make the rental payment. And so that's why we've named it household assistance, and recognizing there may be other needs that could be supported through this.
Okay, appreciate that clarification.
Madam Chair, that happens quite often, you know, that sacrifice other items, you know, just to pay the rent. You know, this will help them tremendously. Good,
Yes, thank you.
And usually those are basic needs that put people at risk of health and well-being. So.
Right. Thank you.
Any other further questions?
Supervisor Long?
Yes, Supervisor Bennett.
Steve Bennett. I just want to say another great effort. You know, it really is a good faith effort being made to reach out on all fronts. Thank you very much, Melissa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, motion to approve.
So moved.
It's been first
Second.
by Supervisor Bennett, Zaragoza, and second by Supervisor Bennett. Roll call, please. And there are no comments on this one.
Correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion has been approved. Thank you very much. We move to item 55 now, all part of the COVID. Our community development partners and Mercy House Living Centers.
I think it's Tracy.
Who is bringing this one up? Is it Tracy? Okay. Hi, Tracy. You have mute. There we go.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Long, Board of Supervisors, and CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Tracy McCauley with the County Executive Office. I'm here today to talk about Roomkey. So following the statewide success of, I'm here to talk about HomeKey. Following the statewide success of Project Roomkey, the state of California approved a budget with $600 million for HomeKey, which is an initiative to work with local governments to acquire and convert properties and often motels to permanent housing for Project Roomkey eligible clients. In response to the HomeKey funding, the county issued a request for qualifications for development partners to help us leverage these funds locally. An evaluation committee comprised of county staff as well as representatives from local cities and the continuum of care was convened to review the responses to the RFQ and to also collaborate generally around this HomeKey initiative. Today, we're here to request that your board approve the evaluation committee's recommendation of community development partners in Mercy House as the development team and services team to work on this project and authorize us to enter into a cooperating agreement with them to help us move the HomeKey project forward. Additionally, we're requesting that your board approve a resolution authorizing the county to co-apply for HomeKey funds and, if awarded, accept the funds for a HomeKey motel conversion project. Finally, as part of the notice of availability for the funds, local jurisdictions are required to show commitments of 5 years of operating subsidies for HomeKey projects. We're eligible to request for 2 years from HCD as part of our HomeKey application, and we're looking at a variety of other funds to fill some gaps or supplement if we don't receive the subsidy funding from HCD. To supplement the operations, once the project converts to permanent housing, we're requesting that your board approve a commitment of county permanent local housing allocation funds in an amount not to exceed $504,000 per year in years 3 through 5 of our PLHA implementation plan. The actual amount of funding will be based upon the actual need, and in the meantime, we plan to seek other funding that can be used to reduce our PLHA investment and provide longer-term support for the project. In order to submit the application, we do have to show that this funding is committed. We're continuing to work with local cities as we move the initiative forward, and there's still many aspects of this project that are unknown. Additionally, we're hearing that the home key funding round is anticipated. The recommended actions today are really intended to put us in the best position possible to submit an application and leverage home key funds for our community. And should a local project be able to move forward, we will return to your board with an update in the fall. I have Tara Caruth here as well, and we're both here if you have any questions for your consideration.
Okay, Tara?
I think she's just here to help.
Oh, she's just here. Okay. I did have a question in regards, how does this relate to the continuum of care? We have that committee and we're asking cities to go in with us on full-time housing for homeless. And so I just wanted to understand how this funding, how does that relate with this?
Absolutely. Yeah, Tara, do you want to respond to that one?
Hello, good afternoon. This project really aligns with the Continuum of Care's goals in creating more housing opportunities for some of the most vulnerable individuals in the community. And we are anticipating that the Continuum of Care will be receiving future state funding that could be committed towards operations or rental subsidies or support services for this project.
Okay. Supervisors, do you have any other questions?
Mike, is this the letter that we got from Oxnard that they were cooperating? Is that on this item?
Yes, Supervisor.
I think you might want
The
to.
City of Oxnard has expressed an interest in partnering with us, yes.
I think it's a partnership that we were talking about, right, with the other cities. Good. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, we're working with, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Am I still on? Yeah, we're working with a variety of cities, including the city of Oxnard, but we have not yet identified a location for this. So we're still working on that piece.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
With that, if there's no further discussions from the supervisors, I would entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
It's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza and a second. Supervisor Parks, were you going to say something?
If you haven't got a second, I'll put in a second.
Thank you very much. Second by Supervisor Parks. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett.
Yes, yes.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes.
Supervisor Huber.
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, so that motion is approved unanimously. Tracy and Tara, thank you so much for the hard work on this. I hope that we're able to get this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is for our CEO's office to sign the agreement for Sherpa Government Solutions, 56. Okay, come on down. You're the next item.
Good evening, Chair Long, board members, Mr. Powers, K-Man from the CEO's office. The item before you is the approval of $1.8 million in costs over 5 years for a new budget system to be funded with program mitigation. Along with that is the approval of a contract with our vendor, Sherpa Government Solutions, for software installation, training, and support in the amount of $1.5 million through September 2025. And also, we're asking for approval to appropriate $1.26 million, $960,000 for the system implementation, and $300,000 in other costs, including updating of interfaces with the payroll and financial accounting systems. Our current vendor, CGI Technologies and Solutions, had informed us that their next upgrade would be a major modification and would require substantial changes to their database structure, which meant for us that we would need to reformat all of our budget forms, rewrite our current reports, queries, and our interfaces. Since this upgrade would require significant effort, time, and resources comparable to a new implementation, we felt this was a good opportunity to take a look at what other budget systems were out there. So an RFP was issued late last year. We received 8 proposals, and from those 8, 4 vendors were invited to demonstrate their product. The RFP reviewers included a number of stakeholders, staff from the CEO's office, budget and finance section, and CEO IT, as well as the Auditor Controller's Office, the Healthcare Agency, and the General Services Agency. The evaluation resulted in the selection of Sherpa's budget formulation and management system. We expect the new system to provide a number of efficiencies in the budget process, which will allow our CEO IT personnel to be redirected to work on various other CEO projects. We also expect improvements in processing time for projections, forecasting, and what-if analyses. The implementation timeframe is estimated at a year beginning this September. So the new system would be used by departments beginning January 2022 in order to input the fiscal 2023 budget. A number of other California counties also use this system. Among them are Contra Costa, Sacramento, Riverside, San Luis Obispo, and San Mateo. This project was approved by the Information Technology Subcommittee. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisors, do you have any questions for Kay? In seeing none, I appreciate bringing this up to make sure that we have the information and the software is available to make the budgeting system as best and reliable as possible. I could get a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved.
And second, I'll take a first by Supervisor Zaragoza and a second by Supervisor Huber. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, the motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're very much looking forward to this.
Definitely. Next item is item 57 for Senior Deputy Executive Officer of the county to execute a master standard agreement. I see you're here, Tracy, so thank you. Please join on.
Good afternoon again.
Hello.
For the record, I'll keep this one short. For the record, my name is Tracy McCauley with the County Executive Office. Community Development Block Grant disaster recovery funds are intended to support long-term recovery efforts from following the disasters. In response to the 2017 Thomas Fire, the state of California allocated approximately $2.7 million to the County of Ventura to be used to develop new affordable rental housing with a priority for people who were displaced by the Thomas Fire, people who are extremely low income and have special needs. I'm here today to request your board approval for us to accept these funds, including a resolution authorizing us to enter into a master standard agreement with HCD for the funding. We also request your board authorize our staff to undertake the necessary activities to facilitate the development of the affordable housing with the funding, and authorize the auditor controller to process the necessary budgetary transactions to make this happen. We intend to open our funding solicitation for this in the fall of 2020 and return to your board with recommendations of specific projects in the spring of 2021. Thank you for your consideration of the request, and I'm available to answer questions.
Supervisors, are there any questions? Housing is so important to our community. Supervisor Zaragoza,
Move approval.
you'll move to approve, and a second by Supervisor Huber. Okay, it's been first by Supervisor Zaragoza and a second by Supervisor Huber. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, that motion is approved unanimously. Tracy, again, thank you so much. Please let everyone know. Now, next item is our 58.
Good evening, board members. Madam Chair, CEO Powers, Scott Powers, County Executive Office. Item before you has 2 recommendations. Number 1 is to increase the purchasing authority for COVID-related contracts, which has greatly helped our organization move forward and expedite contracts and get forward on Loan Key and some other great projects as well and programs. In addition, we're asking for $20 million in additional appropriations to OES to cover us for costs associated with testing, PPE, and additional room key, home key costs. And we're projecting this to go through September, although understanding the situation is dynamic in terms of what will be needed and when, but we're requesting $20 million as of today. All these costs will be reimbursed through the FEMA or CARES funding. No general fund is expected to be utilized for these costs. Happy to take your questions.
Supervisors, any questions, concerns?
So we're getting reimbursed, that's what you said.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So move.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Bennett and second by Supervisor Zaragoza. I just would like to say thank you to our federal partners for providing the CARES Act funding so needed for our community. I really appreciate the advocacy for our legislators on this federal side and also our state. So thank you.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett?
Here. Yes.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes.
Supervisor Huber?
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Chair Long?
Yes, motion is approved unanimously. Thank you. Next item is 59, our Business Assistance Grant Program for COVID-19. Thank you. The other items did not have a comment. This one has one. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, board members, CEO Powers, Paul Stamper, Deputy Executive Officer. I'm here to give you an update on our business grant program, as well as ask for your approval to proceed with expanding the program from 10 million to 15 million in support of our local businesses and the employees, the people of our local businesses who need it. I first want to recognize our partners, our lead Ventura County Community Foundation partner and supporting agencies or organizations, Economic Development Collaborative and Women's Economic Ventures. There's frankly been an unanticipated amount of effort and support businesses have needed, and they've really stepped up to address that, rolled up their sleeves to provide the support to get these businesses through the program. I have some basic program data I can offer you today, and we'll be coming back with more in the future. But as you can see, we had a total of 5,314 applications, and of those, 4,787 were deemed eligible after going through the review process. So 90% of the applicants met the eligibility criteria. Amongst those that were eligible, there were 3,022 businesses that were women or minority owned, and 1,884 businesses that applied from disadvantaged communities. You can see the percentages there, which really speaks volumes about the outreach that was done, really trying to target these areas where we know the funds are much needed, and so we're very pleased with that. Lastly, every city, of course, was participating in this outreach process, and the remaining 50% of round one were distributed based on populations of those cities, and every city had enough applicants to fulfill those slots available to them. So you can see on the far right there that round one, the lottery was conducted, and we did identify 250 businesses from women and minority owned, 250 from disadvantaged communities, and the remaining 500 from the cities across the county. Just to kind of reset where we're at in this program, we've gone through the communication and outreach, the application period, the one and only application period is completed, and we've done the initial evaluations, conducted that lottery, and now we'll see the outreach process that we're in right now. Essentially, we're balancing the need here to, we don't want to dismiss or disqualify any of these businesses that need the money based on a technicality or something that can easily be fixed. In some cases, a document was uploaded and you couldn't view the business ID, et cetera. And so we're in the process of correcting those, but that's balanced with the need that every one of them needs to be compliant with all the requirements that were stated, and they will be before funding is issued. So those that do reach that full compliance by August 5th will receive the payments by August 12th as originally scheduled. If those extend a little beyond that, we will give some grace period, but they will not receive their payment by the scheduled date. And then I want to address lastly the proposal before you to approve us to go back and work with our community partner, the Community Foundation, to increase this program and revise the agreements for a total of $15 million, which would equate to, if we continued at the $5,000 grant level, a total of 3,000 of these businesses could be funded with those funds. Again, this is all utilizing the CARES funding. Nothing will be coming out of the county or general fund, and we would be returning back to your board to ask for your approval of that revised agreement, as well as authorization to approve the accounting transactions related to it. I'm happy to take questions. I do also want to let you know we have Scott Powers here, and I believe Vanessa Bechtel is on Zoom as well, if there are questions for them. Thank you.
Supervisors, are there any questions? I do have one public comment.
Just like to thank,
I have to
thank
wait
you.
until after the public comment.
Thank you.
Excellent program. It's working great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start with the public comment. We have one from Gretchen Lichtenberger. It's an email to be read. Maya.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, Supervisors, and CEO Powers. Esteemed Ventura County Board of Supervisors, as of 3:30 yesterday, the recommendations submitted on Agenda Item 59 were not posted or available for public viewing. However, said recommendations were available this morning. The Business Assistant Grant Program was advertised as one application period with $10 million divided into 2 phases. The posted recommendations state that they received 5,314 applications for this program. However, said recommendations neglected to disclose how many of those applicants failed to meet the eligibility requirements. Said recommendation states 1,000 applicants were chosen by lottery to receive 5,000 each of the first 5 million. This leaves 4,314 remaining applications. Presuming approximately 25% of the original applications did not meet the full eligibility requirements, this would leave about 3,235 eligible applications. Said recommendation requests an additional 5 million to be added to the remaining 5 million, therein stating this 10 million in funds will be distributed to the community. However, there is no indication whether this 10 million will be divided among the remaining eligible applications. I would respectfully request your board make the directive that the funds remaining in and/or added to the Business Assistant Grant Program be evenly distributed among the remaining eligible applications. 10 million divided by the 3,235 remaining eligible applications would amount to $3,091 for each eligible applicant. This directive would distribute to the Coronavirus Relief Fund, monies from the CARES Act funds, and the great number of businesses in need in our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments, Gretchen. Appreciate it. Let's see. Supervisor Parks, you had stated you had a comment?
I don't know if staff wanted to respond to the public comment first.
Simply that we welcome the input. We will be discussing this and making a proposal back to your board, and you're certainly welcome to, we'd love your input as well.
Thank you. So my comment is that we had criteria, and then we were going to take this opportunity before the second phase to discuss the criteria. And I guess from the report back that we just got, the one category that isn't as strong is the disadvantaged communities in terms of the numbers that qualify, I guess. So the question I have, one of the things we looked at is if you've received PPP funds, then you're not qualified to also receive these CARES funds. And now the federal government, as I speak, is putting together more funds for small businesses. And I'm just wondering if we can have the opportunity to find out what kind of constraints that they're putting on those funds, so we know whether they will be easy to access by our small businesses, and if that could be part of our decision, that if they're receiving, these additional funds, that also they would be excluded.
So, and just to clarify, for this first round, if you received an EIDL or PPP loan, then those that did not received higher weighted chances of winning, but they were all eligible through this process this round. And again, that is something we can take under advisement for the next round, as certainly the
So
information
while
is
we
coming out
weighted
now.
them, after they were weighted, were they thrown into the lottery? So it didn't matter whether you had a weight or not? How exactly does that work if you do it by lottery?
Right. If you imagine maybe a simple analogy is a raffle, this is done electronically, but if it's a raffle and your company did not receive a PPP loan, you got 3 tickets. If you did receive it, you got 2 tickets.
Okay, to be
Vanessa's
picked
on
up.
too.
Okay.
It's a lottery.
Yes, I would be very much like to see when we establish more criteria for the second batch that we consider this new allocation from the federal government.
Vanessa, could I give you this opportunity? I see that you're looking to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just want to also just say thank you to Paul Stamper and Scott Powers for all of their work on this as well. We really have valued that partnership as well. I just wanted to make 2 points of just information. Number one is through this process, several thousand of these businesses may not have been familiar with the resources before. And so one of the things that we're very proud of is our partners at Economic Development Collaborative and the Women's Economic Ventures. And they've been helping to help connect businesses where they may not have been aware of other possible funding opportunities, including the PPP loan program that had been extended. But I also just wanted to share too that the percentage of applicants relative to the size of these disadvantaged communities actually was a pretty strong overall showing. We're impressed by the number of applicants in those areas because of the way that the map actually overlays on our county, proportionate to the overall size. We had quite a good response. So I just wanted to share that we have published the final protocol on our website, which does describe the algorithm process, which is rapidresponsevc.org. So for any that are interested in kind of reading exactly how that algorithm worked, that is available to the public as well.
Thank you, Vanessa, for bringing up those points. It's really important that it's not just this loan that we're working on or this grant. There's many other ways in which we're also helping our businesses to keep them going. So thank you so much.
Just to reemphasize the critical nature of these funds, I will say, having talked to a lot of these businesses personally, when we did do the algorithm, there were just so many other really critical businesses that are in need of funding. So thank you so much for considering additional dollars towards this program.
Right, and we appreciate also the federal legislators making sure that we have that flexibility and continuing as we're putting funding towards our businesses, that there is flexibility for grants like this. So thank you.
There are still businesses that qualify for this grant that will not be helped. I think it's a shame to tell these businesses, sorry, it's your bad luck that you did not get selected. I'd like to see us consider increasing the amount to cover all qualified businesses so there would not be a need to have a lottery.
Thank you. And we'll put that into consideration. I do know this item is coming back on September 1st as well.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other supervisors, comments, questions? I've heard all positive, and how much more can we help these businesses, which I really find very, very good. So can move approval by Supervisor Zaragoza. Can I get a second?
Second, Huber.
Thank you. Supervisor Huber is seconding it. Any further discussion? Roll call. Roll call. Thank you. I know how hard it is to just get all these moving parts together. So thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Bennett.
Supervisor Parks?
Yes, and also with appreciation to Vanessa and the Ventura County Community Foundation.
And Steve Bennett's a yes.
Thank you.
And I'm a yes there. I just didn't get mute off fast enough.
Thank you. Supervisor Huber?
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Chair Long?
Yes, thank you very much. And that motion is approved unanimously. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. We will now be going back to our time certain item, which is 71. We had a motion to return later on today after our COVID-19 items, which I think we are complete with. If we're not, make sure we didn't miss anything. This again is back to the California State Office of Historical Preservation and National Aeronautics and Space Administration nomination for the list of Borough Flats Cultural District. We were discussing the board letter at the end of the paragraph to change some wording or suggestion. So we're waiting to bring that up. Hello, David.
Yes, if the clerk can share the
Are we doing
screen.
this again where your screen turns on and no one can be heard?
Yes, Chair
Okay.
Long, sorry about that, but
I'm just pre-warning the supervisors right now that the wording is going to pop up on your screen, and we're going to take a little bit of time for everyone to digest the new wording, and then Dave, maybe you can help us out.
yes, I think it's up.
And we can hear you.
Oh, good. This is even better. So we have now more technology upgrades. Sharing the screen, we can still hear everybody.
Okay, thank you, Chair Long, board members, Mr. Powers. So we did go back and work on the language here, and I think we've hopefully crafted what we were hearing from the various board members. So the highlighted text in yellow are the additions that we added. So the first yellow highlight is the board also remains committed to preserving Native American. We removed the artifacts that Supervisor Bennett's asked because historical and cultural resources is more consistent language with the nomination process. So this sentence would read, the board also remains committed to preserving Native American historical and cultural resources to the extent doing so is consistent with protecting public health. The rest of the text remains as you've seen before. And then dropping down, OHP should reconsider the entirety of the 2,850 acre district boundary to acknowledge the areas requiring remediation so that the nomination portion is not at odds with this critical necessity for public health. And then in the yellow is the last sentence we've added in. In addition, the board recommends that OHP reject the nomination because it is not technically and professionally correct and sufficient, nor is it adequately documented to support the entirety of the proposed 2,850 acres to be listed. And then the concluding sentences as you've seen before. As such, the nomination is premature and the board recommends the OHP reject the nomination at this time.
We're going to pause for a minute and let everyone reread and digest. This is the first time our board is seeing this, and I appreciate all of you for coming back and working on this. So let's just.
Could I ask why you inserted in the sentence OHP should reconsider the entirety of the 2,850 acre district boundary? To me, the way it read before didn't imply that that was a logical boundary, the 2,850 acres. So my initial reaction is not to add the entirety of the 2,850 acre. But the rest of it, I think, is much better, and I appreciate that.
Are you stating that the district boundary might be different? Is that why?
Yeah, Absolutely. I think there's a lot of concern with referencing 2,850 acre as a district. That's the problem, in the sense of, and it works better, I think, to leave that out with the new sentence, new wording that you've crafted. So as it read before, it's just OHP should reconsider the district boundary to acknowledge the areas requiring remediation. That all works.
Can you just strike it out?
Yep.
Just so people can see it?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. We have heard from Supervisor Parks. Any other?
With that, I would definitely, go ahead and support the staff recommendation.
Supervisor Huber, I'd like to ask you as well, since this is in your district. Any comments?
I approve of this language.
Okay, and Supervisor Bennett, crossing out the artifacts and talking about historical and cultural resources, does that hit what you were speaking on?
Yeah, that top sentence works fine.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Okay. So that works. The last sentence, that talks in regards for our legal counsel in which she was stating, which clearly follows the statute, yeah.
Yes, that was part of that language, exactly.
Okay, I'm just, this collaboration is good, so I appreciate it. Is there any other questions, comments, concerns? I really am trying to thank you, Charmaine, for helping us with this as well.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. I think it's a stronger letter for it.
Okay, I got so many screens to look at here. So with this new revised letter, would I get a motion to approve staff recommendation with this modification?
Huber, so moved.
Okay, it's been
Second.
set first by Supervisor Huber and second by Supervisor Parks. I appreciate everyone's good work on this. Lori, could I get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Bennett,
Yes.
Supervisor Parks,
Yes.
Supervisor Huber,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Chair Long.
Yes, the motion is approved and the final result is even better. So thank you to everyone for the hard work on this. It was a lot. The next items aren't closed session. That's a teaser. We are now going to go to item number 10, which we haven't hit yet, our board comments. Supervisor Zaragoza, would you like to lead us?
I just also like to adjourn in memory of the folks and the list that was provided to the clerk. And last Wednesday, I had the opportunity to do a Zoom meeting with Public Works. And Public Works, with Public Works' PIO, this is regarding making a video for El Rio for some funding, or some funding from the state with state grants that are hopefully going to help us with future transportation improvements in El Rio. And also, the Nyland Promise continues to work in the census, and I think they're doing a great job. And also, I wanted to thank, I'm sure that Supervisor Ben is listening to that, Brian Brennan, that works for Supervisor Bennett, completed, he passed the baton on to Mark Baylor over at the Beacon after many, many years of working there pro bono, for Beacon. Beacon is a beach erosion and nourishment JPA between the county of Ventura and Santa Barbara. So I'm sure that I had the opportunity of working with Brian even before, when I was in the city council and also with the board of supervisors. So he just passed the baton on to another person. I'd just like to commend him, for the good work that he did for not only working for Supervisor Bennett, but also, for the entire two counties. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any adjourned memories?
Oh,
Okay,
and I, submitted a list too, electronically.
wonderful. Thank you. And just don't forget about your microphones. Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Zaragoza, for remembering the work of Brian Brennan on Beacon. That was nice of you, and I'd like to adjourn in memory of the people on the list that was electronically submitted. Thank you. It's been a long day. Everybody worked hard. Appreciate it. Bye.
Okay. Supervisor Huber.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep this short but sweet. I wanted to reiterate my fervent hope that we can do even more to help our residents and our local business owners. Small businesses provide jobs for our residents too. If our government has in effect taken away their livelihood, I firmly believe we owe them relief. Not loans or lotteries, but real concrete relief. I think we should be working as quickly as possible to make people whole and do no further harm. I'd like to conclude my comments by adjourning in memory of the folks on the list, my staff email to the clerk. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Supervisor Huber. Don't come off yet. We still have closed session. Supervisor Parks.
I just really want to compliment staff. It is something when you just watch all the different things that they are doing, both to help COVID and even in just our last item, just really stellar staff. And when you make a suggestion about, hey, why don't we do this? They can come back and often say, hey, we're already doing that. It's just so many things that our county staff are doing to ensure the health of our public. And I really appreciate that. I also want to highlight Senior Concerns out here in the Thousand Oaks area is supplying COVID toolkits. And this is for free to individuals who call 805-497-0189. And they can get one of these toolkits that include masks and gloves and sanitizers, antiseptic wipes, and also information for you to learn how to avoid isolation, and just a full packet of great information. And it's for residents who want to get these packets who live in Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village, Simi Valley, Moore Park, Oak Park, and Agoura Hills. So wonderful to see Senior Concerns moving forward with these COVID toolkits that you can get by dialing 805-497-0189. And then I also ask that we close in the honor of the list that I submitted to our clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Parks. There's so many great things that are going on in our county, let alone my district. But I did want to just say thank you so much, Ventura County Fire Department. They won the California Association of Public Information Officials Award for 2019. And it's celebrating the public information and communications campaign and just the excellent job that our fire department's public information and communications team are doing as to marketing newsletters, special events, writing, and so forth. And they've been hit tremendously hard for the last 4 years now, of disasters and so forth, and trying to really get the information out. So thank you so much. And then also I will adjourn in memory of those on this list that was sent to the clerk of the board. So thank you, everyone. Be safe out there. We will be back on September 1st, but we will have our press conferences on Wednesdays at 1 p.m. So thank you. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long.
CEOs.
Thank you, Chair Long. Board members, just real quick, just to say happy Probation Services Week. There's so much going on all the time, but they're in their day in, day out working with state, local law enforcement agencies, public health folks, social service folks, child welfare, victims' rights, you name it, they work with them, and they turn a lot of lives around. So I just think it's great that we honor them, and it's amazing the work they do. They've been helping Kim Prilhart with the Business Ambassador Program as well. So they're doing really everything for our community here. Lastly, let you know, we'll be holding a community forum on the intersection of race and law enforcement on August 5th, 5:30 to 7:30 at Ventura County. It's a Zoom meeting open to all members of the public. Public members include, panel members, Sheriff Ayub, Claudia Bautista, the Assistant Public Defender, Regina Hatcher Crawford, President of the Ventura County NAACP, Dr. Savette Johnson, Director of the Behavioral Health Department, Marcus Mitchell, Director of the Department of Child Support Services, Greg Totten, our District Attorney, Rosalind Wilford, representative from the Black Lawyers of Ventura County, and myself. Thank you.
Is that going to be here at the chamber?
No.
Oh, where's it going to be at?
It's actually going to be in the multi-purpose room. I think the chamber is going to be under construction. So a few changes, so a few enhancements, actually.
Okay.
And our board members will be on.
Our board members will be on Zoom, that's right.
Through Zoom.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now we will be going to our closed session. We have items 72 and 73. County Council, will we have anything to report out? Okay, so with no announcements.
Supervisor Long?
Supervisor
Supervisor
Bennett.
Long?
Yes.
Will staff make it clear whether we can just stay on and they'll sign everybody else off, or do we have to do anything?
Yes, that is correct. We will be, our board members will be moving to the closed session items and the rest of staff will be off. Thank you to everyone who joined us today since 8:30 this morning, and appreciate everyone's time and keep up the good conversations. Stay safe. Thank you.